Correct. Okay, okay. And you can hear me out there in stream, which, if I'm not mistaken, should sound much better this time for all them critics out there. You know who. The question is if I'm perfectly audible. How do I sound? Am I at that peak volume? I think we can go a bit better. I'm not quite hitting that yellow mark just yet. Let's see where can we take this bed. That should do just a bit better while avoiding that static noise. Let me see. Yeah, they also don't want to hear me clickety clacking away on my keyboard, but that's bound to happen. That's why I've got this fancy secondary pop filter. If I don't knock things over in the process, make louder noises for them. Well, I'll get that unscrewed eventually. But first things first, we're gonna pop my volume up just slightly, and then we're gonna go ahead and get started. Okay, picking up where we last left off. Our heroes left home, what's known as Talon's Isle, to head southeast once more to Dragontooth's Rock. After leaving early in the morning after a unfortunate crewmate's funeral, you all set out. After a day of uneventful sailing, you all turned in. To the second day, when you were all met by a flock of unique bird like individuals. Three people in this soaring flock above the oceans seem to wave you down and request to come aboard. After allowing them and greeting them, you discovered that they were very unique, each and every one of them. A half elf by the name of Tavius flew in aloft a large red cardinal by the name of Cordelia. He seemed to walk with a cane even though of young age, and was accompanied by a flock of various birds. His partner on a saddle aboard Cordelia, a rakish man by the name of Leto, who the next day, when greeted with battle, you all seem to see a extraordinary display of a unique form of spellcasting. The third individual, an Aarakocra or Birdman, was a unique ibis-headed Birdman with blue and white feathers. He donned robes of some religious order and carried a tome which he seemed to keep concealed at most times. After accepting them onto your ship, you agreed to give them voyage to Dragoontooth Rock, where they paid heftily for your assistance in this matter. After sailing throughout the day, just as dusk hit, you and your ship were assailed by a crew of unique fish, half humanoid people who seemed corrupted of sorts. They had tealish blue scales which covered their entire body, carried spears, and assaulted your ships on the back of giant crab creatures mounted with harpoon guns. As you fought them off, your newfound companions aided you in this battle, and you managed to escape these foes and hunt down the last of them while sitting your ship in this dead wind. Now, as you guys wrap up battle and many of you clean up the mess left on your deck, you all are free to do about as you wish. As the day wraps up and your evening concludes, here, just a day out from Dragontooth's Rock on the Atoro Edith. I just want to make sure real quick. I came in clearly that entire time. You all heard that well and good. You're right.
I
I
am
still
muted in the
had
middle of that.
I still had you guys muted. My bad. Um, as you guys currently wrap up on the battle, you all, most of you relieve yourself below deck, turning in for the evening, to which you find a hurried scene of frantic repairs. Left and right, Lithos is currently shouting orders, as Marinus also takes up lead on the lowest deck, currently patching various holes. As water rushes in, many of you disperse to help out below deck. Kush shouting commands as Gargax channels his holy energies to evaporate the water below deck, as Cole channels arcane energies to travel some of the water up the stairs by magical means. Each of you work for a bit of time to cease the flow of water, as many work away, patching holes on both the bottom and upper decks, both of which were smashed in by either harpoon fire or giant crab claws, which seem to puncture holes and smash their way through the bottom hull. You guys spend a bit of time getting this all done, as well as shouting at others to clean up the scene itself. And as you all wrap up these duties, the ship is still going to be continuously repaired over time, as doing more so than just temporary repairs is going to roll on into the evening. But many of you have learned to sleep through the constant banging of Lithos himself, as well as many of the crew work to repair the ship in the past. You all are currently wrapping up what is considered the day shift, as many take over the evening shift to work through the night, and you all will be expected bright and early, 6 a.m. to continue, or I'm sorry, 8 a.m. to no 6 a.m. I was right, to continue and take over your 12-hour shift into the day. As you guys work to kind of repair, most of your free time is spent doing that. You all can turn in or do whatever you wish, as many of your crewmates do the same.
Yeah, Kush is just gonna go to bed.
Okay. You guys hear, as you all turn in, many of you turning into your above deck rooms. Some of you have cots below, but all of you can hear throughout the ship just the wind begin to blow once more, as on the oceans you can hear the wind begin to pick up from the dead wind you were once experienced to a very steady gust of wind, which now blows throughout the corridors of the ship. You guys just hear the constant that blows throughout the cracks. And currently, you are on a... Gotta get out my DM binder. 1 second. Printed out a whole bunch of new sheets today for this bad boy.
Did you see? I think I ended up being pretty loud on stream.
Pretty loud? Yeah, you did come in louder after I went through.
It wasn't too bad, in my opinion, I don't think.
You're always
sorry,
pretty,
I just heard it back.
You're always pretty loud sometimes, Kush. Just I've noticed. Sometimes, like it's just like I always have to. Whenever we start a stream and you start a sentence, I always turn you down and like progressively over the stream, and I think it's just because you like start your sentence loud and then you like trail out like as it's just to like kick on your mic. I think sometimes.
Yeah, it might be too that like I sit back here sometimes, and then I'll come and like lean forward,
True.
and be really
Yeah.
close.
But no, it's no problem. I'm usually on top of it. I do it for
Before,
multiple people.
before going to
Um,
bed, if the water is too bad, by the way, below deck, Gargax is going to use 2 more spell slots if needed for
I'd say
destroying more
throughout
water.
the hour they are needed, and they are well appreciated as well. As coal is also spent on spell slots, yours are much more useful.
If I have an hour,
is like he only needs to use control water once, while you destroying does take procedurally. So between the two of you, you completely keep it dry on the bottom level by doing
if
that.
I have like a full hour of short rest available, I could do it one extra time because I would get 1 spell slot back from that. Because warlock spell slots.
Okay. So, you guys are currently, right now, experiencing what is known as medium wind, which isn't anything like a storm's heavy wind or anything, but you guys aren't in the wind itself. You guys are are below deck. You can hear the wind pick up. It's much more so than what you were working with yesterday. But the bad news is, as Kush, before you head to bed, you peek your head up on deck to check how things are. You can note that the wind is heading in the opposite direction you are, and the crew is heavily or working tiresomely to counteract the wind that is currently in place. You, Kush, while popping your head on deck, I'm sorry, I did that wrong. Note that it is blowing pretty strong, and slowing the ship down significantly in their process. But as the crew works diligently, you guys chug on throughout a portion of the night. Eventually, you guys all head to bed and you begin to sleep throughout the evening. The wind begins to die down and cool to a lower gust, and by the time the sun rises the next morning, you all have slept the night away comfortably throughout the evening and woken up the next morning to just a light breeze above head. Gulls call away into the morning. You hear chirps and tweets that normally you're not used to aboard your ship, but after coming to the next morning and realizing what you're hearing, it's not land. It's just Tavius's birds eating this morning above deck. And you guys walk out each individually, heading up for breakfast in the early morning to see him out on the main deck. The large Cordelia, as you know her, the cardinal that Tavius uses as his mount, as well as a flock of various other birds. A crow, you can see a parrot in there, various seabirds which have come down. You can see a pigeon as well as a few doves, all just sitting on your deck, currently eating away at some sort of seed which he throws out to each of them.
Do any of the birds look tasty?
What's your favorite kind of bird?
What birds would be from the Dengu dynasty? Are there any birds that I would recognize?
There are a couple tropical birds. You see there's a lot of exquisite birds that are not from the Dengu dynasty. You are see a various amount of birds throughout the area, as the Dengu dynasty does kind of stretch up far along the shores, giving a very diverse display of birds. However, where you're from is mostly tropical birds, so you do kind of see like one of the curved beak pelicans, or not pelicans, Jesus, I'm sorry, toucans, that you see throughout the jungles of back home. But that's really the only one you recognize. The ones that you would say are tasty are the kind of cute little songbirds which hop around at the foot of like one of the doves there. It's like a little blue canary which kind of tweets the morning away.
Has McKeat done anything with the crab yet?
As you guys arrive on deck, you can see large claws hung along the rigging just right outside the kitchen. They're just dripping water as they've cleanly been washed recently, and you're not entirely sure what he's doing with them right now, but they are just hung there currently, separated as it seems like the cracked remnants of the multiple like crabs. Two crabs were whole crabs, like the previous night, were lifted on deck, and all those shells have been cracked and discarded. You can see like shells of them left on the deck, but most of them have been thrown out at this point, overboard, you can only assume, and now barrels of crab meat are being like stacked aside in the kitchen.
Only 2 crabs out of the 3, I think.
You guys were able to gather some legs and a couple of the arms. You can assume, because you guys currently have like splayed out there like 4 large crab arms that are still in like full tact, which are from the 3rd, but
okay,
one of them was largely bludgeoned below the surface that left only limbs floating on top.
I see. Okay.
What are you guys doing this morning?
I'm just gonna eat regular food.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna start out with brekkie.
And it's not like there isn't crab available currently. You can see Makita is currently frying some up right now. He's just trying various things, but there is just the normal breakfast things available. People are coming in for their tea.
I'll leave those for the crewmates.
I was trying to decide whether or not Kush was going to try and eat one of the birds. And if crab was ready, it was absolutely not going to... He was just going to eat some crab. But I rolled a percentile die, and he's just going to have regular food.
Okay. And the regular food's good. I mean, it's mostly, heavily salted dried meats, mixed in with a porridge, which he's always making in bulk every morning. It's adequate. Don't let Makit hear you say that, but you're used to Makit's cooking at like this time in your sailing, so it's adequate to Makit's standards. Much better than what you're used to. Much better than what you're used to, Kush. But you're getting a finer palate now. Let's put it that way.
We've started to become spoiled.
Exactly. Anybody doing anything else particular?
Naldo is gonna try the crab. She's never had it before.
Okay. It is gamey. It's not the freshest crab. It is fresh. I just say it's not the best well treated of crab. You can see these were obviously some sort of war instrument that these creatures used, that your allies faced off against, and it displays in the texture of it a little bit, but that's nothing that has stopped you in the past. Is you used to cook things in the woods yourself, which you couldn't do anything this flavorful, and that's for sure. So it is good. It's just got a little bit of a texture to it, but nothing to sway Naldo.
You don't have any Old Bay?
He has his own. He has his own seasonings. However, he was not ready for this kind of crab. That's for sure. That's why he's experimenting with things this morning.
I'm sure he'll pick some things up in Dragon's Tooth Raw.
Yeah. You guys can hear shouts coming across the deck as usual. Commands are shouted here and there. Currently, you guys are running a bare bones crew, or that's not nearly the case. For this ship could be run with 8 people if you wanted to. But that would be a nightmare, and you'd be stopped for many periods of time.
Yeah.
If not moving at 20 feet for most of it. Running a crew of about 30, which you are now, just over, leaves you at about 15 and 15 a day and night cycle, which leaves you moving at top speeds both periods of time, If ever anybody sways or is not working at this period, you guys do start to slow ever so slightly as the sail station becomes unmanned. But all in all, you guys can keep pace. Last night was tough for the crew as they did work against unfriendly winds throughout the evening. And as they shifted, they became more and more friendly. But after the first onslaught of unforgiving winds, they of course were tired. As shouts are called, another one comes down from Pierre, who shouting to everyone, "They are waking up now. Stop your moaning. We will get our rest in a moment." You can hear this coming as you finish up your breakfast in the...
Something about the ship being a little bit lower in the water puts an extra crick in your back, I feel like.
I slept just fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
I slept pretty okay too. You hear as Bill appears out of nowhere behind you.
I guess it's just me then.
Yeah, maybe you have something on your mind.
Maybe. That might be it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna choose to blame it on the altitude, though.
I don't really know how sea level has any kind of altitude to it, but sure, buddy.
Lack of.
Hey, can I get some of that tea? You watch as he asks McKeith because he just can't reach where the tea kettle is pushed back on the counter.
Kush is gonna look around and see if Laszlo's in there.
Laszlo is not currently in there.
Is there a vacant table
in the kitchen? The kitchen there's one table in the kitchen.
Okay.
That McKee doesn't yell at you when you take up space on is essentially the rule. There's one table that you're allowed to not get yelled at by McKee. The rest are prep area for him and his helpers. But generally in the morning, everybody sits around the big table. Yeah.
Yeah. Kush will just get basic oatmeal and take it up to the crow's nest, actually.
Okay.
He's gonna take crow's nest duty today.
Alrighty then.
You got it. And as you start to Jesus, I'm sorry. That hit me. As you start to climb the crow's nest.
Pierre.
Yeah. I am so sorry. It's just there's been a long day, you understand. As he starts to literally walk vertically down the crow's nest, down the mast next to you. You guys pass each other, and as you climb the crow's nest, you can spot just at the foot of the mast, on the bow of the ship, a little yellow dot just lumped on the edge of the mast.
Can I take out my spyglass and get a better look?
You can, and as you get to the top of the crow's nest, you do so, and you can see stuck to the side of the mast, you can see a tiny, just above the base of the ground, you can see a tiny grung figure curled up into a little ball stuck to the side of the wall, just snoring in the sunlight.
Okay, so wait.
Somebody was making the biggest deal about him being on deck and slipping or falling. I'm like, he's a frog. He can stick to things, right?
So
he's just stuck there to the side of the mast right now.
How far would it be? What would be the check if Kush wanted to toss a ball bearing and see if it would hit Laszlo?
It'd be an attack roll at disadvantage.
Okay.
It would probably. I'm guessing it probably wouldn't deal damage.
It wouldn't deal damage. No, they don't. They haven't been dealing damage this whole time.
Yeah.
But you still have to throw it, so it's still an attack roll with dexterity and proficiency.
Okay.
But
Because I was wondering if I'm not trying to judge, because I know that it's gonna drop, right? So I'm not throwing it down. But if Kush is essentially just trying to
Yeah,
toss it horizontally a
and
certain distance.
that's why it's at disadvantage, because it's out of like the range of like a ball bearing of the distance you could throw
Okay.
it. So you're throwing at disadvantage range basically.
Okay. I'll try it.
But it's
Why
with
not?
proficiency and your dexterity, so
I'm gonna try and wake up Laszlo with a ball bearing.
need to beat a 14.
I don't do it. It's 11.
Okay,
Oof.
you watch as it clatters just against the deck, and you watch as it rolls through one of the cracks below. You watch as it kind of like rolls in there, you can see as Ephirium pops his head out of like one of the doors, and then closes it and goes back in. Because you see it totally rolled into his room underneath, but it didn't hit him. After but a moment, you do see, however, he does look around and begin to stir, and while standing on the edge of the wall, he just stretches his arms out and then flips downward with his peg leg sticking. He doesn't see you, however, and just begins walking to the kitchen.
Fine.
As you guys all take up your sail spots, I assume, after
Yep. I'll start moving
lounging
over to-
away in the kitchen. I'm just
Time
waiting
to
for
make it to
I'm just gonna wait for my third player to say something.
I'm here.
What are
Right,
you
and I
doing?
asked a question, so
Yes.
oh, okay, okay. Just was wondering, You guys all arrive on deck and take up your sail positions. Go ahead as you start your day here on the waters. The winds, they are a changin'. It is an easy day upon the water. The winds once more are not as vicious as they were to your friends yesterday. You get relief as it is a calm day upon the waters. The direction, however, is once again against you. However, not strong enough to slow you enough. You guys managed to take precautions enough with the skill of your competent navigator, Alonzo. You guys can easily till the waters, avoiding dead winds here on the sea. I do need a sail check from each of you to see how fast you guys are able to move. But you are
Since I'm
not.
in the crow's nest.
Yeah, you will be a perception check. Since most of you guys are currently NPC crewmates, I'm going to have to do checks for them
Okay.
with the crew bonus.
I'm
what's
going to
up?
use guidance and Belruthane if I can to give me help.
I will. Yeah, I'll allow guidance because it's
Mm-hmm.
not too. There's enough free time to guide yourself. And Belruthane, yeah.
Okay.
Do I get advantage because I'm using a spyglass, or is it just regular perception?
Spyglass does not give you advantage on these checks. This is kind of the exception to that rule.
I just wanted to make sure.
So I'm just rolling perception.
No, you're rolling sailing.
A sail check.
What
I'm
is that?
rolling
Dex plus proficiency bonus if you're proficient in survival. Or water vehicles.
Water
but that doesn't matter
vehicles.
because you don't have it.
It's a dex survival check.
Mm-hmm.
You,
Never have I seen-
I'm sorry. Again, it is strength or dex survival check. It should say that in the homebrew rule of it, does it not?
Oh, really?
That's
I
why
don't
we
know.
made the homebrew rules channel.
Good. No, it doesn't. I'll make the change. You can use.
I did this right. I rolled a 19. I mean a 17, not a 19. 17.
I rolled some dog shit on 2 of my dice, and there were both of the d20s, of course. So let me do some math quick.
I fixed it, Crispy,
Thank you.
on the homebrew rules. If you want to double check it and make sure I fixed it right.
You're good. I believe you. I'm just. Okay. You guys are dealing with a number of NPC members aboard your shift right now. So I will be doing a number of checks for them. You really did roll like dog shit, didn't you?
I rolled a 1 and a 5 on both of my d20s, a 3 with my guidance, and then 2 from Dex.
Cole Strauss, my favorite
He
magical
can roll his
being.
own now.
Look
Cole
who it
Strauss,
is.
Quick, roll a
He's
what's it
sailing right
called?
now.
Wait,
yeah, roll a
yeah,
sailing check.
he'll have to sail because I took the.
Roll a what?
Sailing check.
You're sailing right now.
Okay. I'm
And
half
after
ready.
you sail, you can come switch out with me if you want.
I mean, I don't even know why I'm questioning it. I already know it's a +2. I don't even need to look at my character sheet. Dirty 20.
Oh,
Hey,
damn.
you made up for Gargax.
Nice. You're the most competent sailor right now. Look at
I
that.
rolled like dog shit.
What a world.
I shouldn't be.
Kush got a 19 perception.
Actually, you know what? My familiar would have helped. Let's go for the 20. That fell way off. It's almost a nat 20, then rolled to a 2, so still dirty 20.
Yeah, I had what you had, but with also guidance, and I rolled a 1 and a 5 on my d20.
You just-
I've been there.
yeah, so it's just like, ooh, that's bad. Yikes.
Hey, if you also get eaten by a random tree plant, let me know.
Okay, perfect.
Sounds good.
Cole, arriving on deck a little bit late after sleeping in, helping the crew remove water from the bottom of the deck or the ship, takes up one of the sails, picking up the slack of Lonk, who also staying up late. Lonk, Jesus, who's Lonk? I wonder. Weird. Gargax.
I hadn't changed my name.
Yeah,
in Roll20,
yep,
but-
true.
Gargax, yeah.
Picks up some of the slack of Gargax as he himself also worked into the evening, ridding the bottom of the ship of water.
It's because of my back. I blame it on my back still.
Helping out, he manages to pick up the slack, and you guys manage to keep pace quite well in this morning wind. As it begins to shift here, the light winds begin to change. Where it was once working against you, it now begins as the day ticks on. About the time it reaches 10 in the morning. You guys have worked for the first 4 hours of your shift, working hard throughout the day. Kush, the hours tick away in the crow's nest as you just keep your eyes peeled on the horizons around you. Seems to be rather uneventful as you guys continue through. And as you coast far past where you know the beacon of Dragon Tooth Rock once was. As you know, your crew passed it in the evening. You can still see it far off in the distance on the horizon, north west of where you guys head currently. As it just barely vanishes, you watch as the large island of Dragon Tooth Rock crests over and into view as it looms north side of where you guys sail, as you guys sail in to the southern port where Dragon Tooth Rock lies. As you guys approach its island, the northern forts, which can be seen along the coast of Dragon Tooth Rock Island, come into view as you approach, and you can see the sails of other pirate ships coasting along the island. You can feel the eyes of these crews watching you as you guys begin to sail into this pirate haven. And as noon begins to creep in and the winds begin to shift ever so slightly, they begin to blow hard west as the afternoon looms in, and I need another sailing check and perception from you all, as you guys do now begin to coast into Dragon Tooth Rock itself. You are pretty much here. There's not much else that can go wrong, but you guys do work the sails
Just you watch.
as you sail into the island here. That is true.
Wait. Is Cole still on the sail, or were you going to switch with me?
It's up to
Ooh,
Kush.
I got 11.
Up to
Well,
Kush.
Kush wouldn't.
I
wouldn't go
rolled, but I
down.
won't tell you what I rolled.
No, Kush wouldn't come. That's why I asked, because Kush
No.
wouldn't just come down.
Then
But
keep,
if you
then
came
keep
up,
doing
then he would
perception.
leave.
Yeah, just keep doing perception. It's fine.
Ooh, yikes! I don't see shit.
I rolled reasonably
critical
better
fail.
this time.
Ouch.
Oof.
For a 9.
Yeah, too bad the perception guy doesn't have advantage. That'd be cool.
If only. I was gonna say if only reliable talent, but
No. Cole
Not
last
yet.
session found out how tall the crow's nest is.
I just didn't think it was like over 100 feet away from the water or like around there. I didn't realize it was
yeah.
gonna be like
Your ship,
200.
it's not 200. Your ship is about 150 feet tall, and like the water line sits probably, I'd say 25, 30 feet up from
Sure.
there. So yeah, it's pretty tall up there. I was
No,
pretty
I mean,
amazed. I was pretty amazed when I was doing ship research too. I'm like, Jesus, it's. I always thought they were like much longer than they were tall. Nope, they're about the same. It's crazy. Anyway,
yeah.
I love ships, but
You gotta
nonetheless,
have a lot of wind to pull a lot of weight, you know?
yeah, exactly. That's why they're just so fucking amazing. I love ships. They're like incredible to me. But you guys begin to slow a little bit as you veer into Dragon Tooth's Rock here, but it's only understandable as many of you take in the sight that is this beautiful pirate haven. You can see the makeshift and ramshack housing that has kind of been erected along the cliffs and cliff tops of this island here. And as you guys sail in and watch the many ships that speckle the horizon, you can't help but stare at some of the amazing sights you see. Some with ornate figureheads, which make up beautiful women dancing, or vicious beasts with jaws of horrifying teeth. There are some with incredible and creative riggings, as some host sails that rise high up into the sky, as others seem to have this split hanging rigging off to the sides of their strange low looming ship. One of them seems to be painted a starch green in the sunlight, and as you guys stare at it, you can see the jagged teeth that are painted along the hull's bow, and the eyes which sort of swirl in this like mesmerizing but intimidating pattern at the same time. You guys sail into the port, keeping your eyes fixed on the many sights to see, and as you arrive, you slow rise. Once more, met by an approaching small boat sail. It is tiny, housing a myriad of 5 people. You can see as it approaches, many people rush to the port side of the ship where it approaches. Its singular sail is black in the sunlight, and as you see a number of individuals approach, you can see them all except one adorned in the garb of the Pirate King herself. These sort of black and red pinstriped pants, the black and white pinstriped pants with the red shirt. As it approaches, it furls its very tiny sail slowly, and you watch as 2 of the people at the back put in paddles and row it up to your side. As you guys come to a stop here at the dock, someone shouts up, "Aye, permission to come aboard."
I'll look over to the captain.
Tell him it's
Permission
fine.
granted.
You watch as a haggard old man begins to climb his way onto the ship. Over his back, you can see a knotted cane looped over with a strap. As he climbs on board, you can see he does kind of have a slight built form to his upper arms and chest. And where he has a bit of a gut, he kind of holds a stocky form altogether. As he stands up, he pulls the cane off over his shoulder, and he holds himself up with it. You watch as 2 harpy-clad individuals climb up beside him. He looks at you all. "Aye, what be your crew?"
We are the Chainbreakers.
"Aye,
Recently named new pirate lord Captain Gilmore Valenti's ship.
He looks around you all. You watch as he eyes up at the captain, who gives him just a singular salute, like so. And he looks, and you watch as he reaches into his bag and pulls out a clipboard. Pulling out a quill as well, you watch as he scribbles something. "Aye,
Aboard the Asta El Final.
how do you spell that?" "Aye."
Asta.
He flips over his
HAS.
board like this. It's correct, but hard to read at first. As you can see, like, all of his scribbles are kind of like chicken scratch at first. You got to squint at it to see that.
No. Wait, no. Yeah, I think that is right, actually.
Okay, I didn't have any record of you lot coming in today, but privilege be what it is. I'll see that Captain Valenti here. Captain Gill speaks up. "Captain Gill. Right, Captain Gill here, gets the appropriate, welcoming. That being said, you can take any dock you see that's open."
Understood.
Right. If that's all, enjoy your stay here at Dragontooth Rock.
I think.
Take my cane. You watch as he smacks one of the guys next to him with his cane.
Oh.
And begins to descend down.
As they get off, Kush is gonna come down from the crow's nest and say, "Oh, there's somebody coming to the ship." Oh, I missed it. Okay.
Wait, you actually. All right.
You guys can see the obligatory smoke that's rising from the crow's nest up there, and just chalk it up to what you expected.
Is this so? Just because I wasn't here at the beginning, I'm assuming this is a different day from the last session.
Yes, it is.
We went to sleep.
If you would like to do anything, as you did arrive on deck late here to your shift, now is the time as you guys are sailing into dock here.
I mean,
if there's something you want to do
nothing I
previously-
can do with the people present. I had someone else that I need to try to do stuff with, but that'll just be a different session.
sometimes it be like that, you know.
Sometimes it do be like that. But so no, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure because I had used
Was it one of
fifth
the
level spell slot.
Was it one of the people
Yeah,
on
yeah.
stream tonight or on the cams tonight? I guess not. Lithos is not going to be on.
The only person that I have anything at the moment is Sayri.
Yeah, Savory will be on later.
Who is if she
Um,
does come on, that's great. Right now it's just to continue experiments with this gem.
Yeah, okay.
That's all. So
you guys begin to sail into into port, and you quickly raise sails and lower anchor as you arrive. And many people rush to lower gangplank and lower down your crane to bring up your cart and begin unloading some of the things you have brought back from Dragontooth's Isle. I did hear somebody say, I forgot to grab my stuff from Dragontooth's Isle. It was implied that on that last day, you were gathering what you wanted from the vault and were going to take it with you. Or people were gathering it for you.
Yes.
Amaury is keeping
Well, actually,
records.
it wasn't in the vault. It was hidden somewhere else. But yeah.
your character
You had
would've
plenty
got
of
it, is his
downtime
point.
to go wherever the fuck, whatever tree
I-
you put your coins in.
You also do have to tell the DM your hiding spots because he has to see if people find it.
Yeah, like, I don't remember you ever saying you hid things elsewhere on the island.
I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay, well, luckily there's plenty of hours of stream. You can scour back and find it and send it to me. So have
Yeah,
fun
no
doing that.
thanks.
Well, then it didn't happen, I'm afraid. If you don't remember when you said it, I don't know. No, obviously you still have the money. It's just, it was implied you're keeping it with the crew. Or the crew will keep track of it. You know, Amaury's not going to steal from you, because there's a ledger of what you left with him, you know, with the captain and Amaury. So it's like...
And Ava. There's 7 ways
Yeah.
that it's getting tracked.
I just wasn't going to assure her that Ava's keeping,
Record.
well, honest record, at least.
It's up to you and your character's experiences with the individual. Because
But
Cole's
yes,
on the fence for sure.
I don't remember that being the case. I'm not saying I won't allow it for now, but I'm just saying, is it more likely that I don't remember it, or that Tasari didn't say it?
Well, considering her word count per stream,
Yeah, that's where I'm at here. Anyway, moving on. Yeah,
Just
I'm fine
in the
with that.
future.
Yeah,
In the future, just
make
make
sure
a
I
note of it
acknowledge
somewhere, or let Chris know, DM
No,
him something.
The big rule is make sure I acknowledge it. Not make sure you say it, make sure I acknowledge it. That is the rule on everything in this game.
you can always say it and him just not hear it.
Yeah, there's a lot of you in a call. But it is still implied you took everything from your hiding spots or the vault on that last day when the captain said, we're leaving tomorrow. That's all fine. You have what you intended to bring. And as you guys lower anchor and everybody works to gather their stuff, you are free to move about the cabin.
Alrighty then. About what time is it? Is it of day again? Sorry. It's
It is
little
about
afternoon.
noon. You have
about
arrived
noon.
around noon o'clock
Got
here. And I will say right now, it is getting pretty hot. It is the sun is out and it is overhead and it is blaring down in a festering heat that you guys, you've sort of become accustomed to it this summer. It has been a very it's a very hot climate that you guys are in already, and it's been a very bright and shiny summer already. But today is unusually hot out, and you all are feeling it, especially those who are just working the ship.
Is the bucket stinky?
The bucket
I would imagine
is
so.
very stinky.
And it's like I
It
can't
is-
remember if
I mean,
somebody
it's
It is like-
did something
oh.
to make
It is like
decompose.
cat person, plug your nose, or you're going to vomit if it's around you.
I
That-
believe it
yeah.
was Makit who like gentle repose or something. Someone did do something to stop it from decaying, I guess.
Seymour has gentle repose, but
Okay,
it
it
doesn't
was Seymour
stop
then.
what had already decayed.
Right. It's
And
just at whatever point it was
nonetheless,
at.
it's still got that
What
coagulated blood smell, as well as
And it was all slimy.
and it's just so the inside of you know. Do you know what the inside of somebody's skin smells like, Tim? It smells like that.
So
what
Solid.
state of
What
matter
the
is it?
fuck?
Liquid, gas, or
I like how I'm the only one that gets asked. You know what that smells like?
What the fuck?
Okay.
You know how
God.
you smell that smell all the time.
Well, you know.
when you're skinning
You know.
people
God.
in your free time, like you do.
you know.
Damn it, they're on to me.
Tim's got a garage. It's got a very unique
Why
smell.
why are like all the usable spells third level? I was like, let's prepare because it'd be a different day, and I'm like, everything's third. I just everything is third.
There's a lot of good third level spells.
For me, I have a lot of first level spells prepared.
that'd be the shit.
Yeah, well, some of us can go to fifth level and aren't stopped at third.
You guys
Uh,
are free to move about
That's
the
not
city.
even me because I'm multi-classed. I'm only at 2 still.
The captain is
um,
currently working at getting a shipment together of things he had brought back. It seems to be various treasures and whatnot that he had left on that he intends to get priced and or sold this time around. That being said, you all have your activities you wish to do around the city, and he has dismissed you all to do so.
Well then,
He will currently be leaving a number of your crewmates on deck here to keep watch, but you guys are free to do what you must around the city.
well, then I
we
suppose
have
we
to
should
do a couple of things.
turn in the Turner, huh?
I
Turn
guess
in,
that
turn.
should be top one. Or yeah, the
Yeah.
top one thing to do first.
You
I know
The bounty.
Sayori needs to get her bag, and
That's
other
bottom of the
people-
list.
other people might want to also go shopping and all that.
I think
we
Turner
got-
takes priority here. We'll
Well,
get
yes,
back to it.
we also still want to like ask around the jungle to see if anyone knows anything about the whereabouts of Nazul.
Yes,
We
Nazul.
still don't know where it is. Otherwise, if people do go shopping, I can try to take a look around, see if there's anything that looks like a place of research.
I know of one person I'd like to check up on, but I'm sure we can
Who's
start
that?
asking around
Check up
in
on,
but
the
Lizard Folk
I'm sure we
crew
can
as well.
start
as
asking
like-
around. The Lizard Folk crew, so that's 4.
I mean,
and
that's a
then-
part of the jungle.
It's tied with the jungle because we're assuming the lizard people might know more since it's a lizard folk haven.
It's also depending on whether or not they might not want to tell us, of course.
And we can't forget, we also want to hire more crewmates.
Yes, that's more
If we
so on the
can.
captain's agenda, I believe, than ours.
I think so.
But something to keep an eye out
Somebody
for.
said my name.
You're
Captain,
hiring
will
more
you
crewmates.
be
probably.
hiring crewmates?
Aye, that's my intention. If there's anyone you guys wish to hire, that is fully on you. I will be hiring the normal crew, pirates and whatnot, maybe someone a little bit more experienced if I can. But if you guys ever have anything, I know Cole, you made some jauntings about wanting a assistant. If you find someone who fits that kind of mold and wish to hire them on, feel free to do so. You're welcome to hire people on out of your own pocket. If at any point we find it appropriate to take on the cost ourselves, I'm happy to do so. But for now, as it's not necessary to the crew, it might be that you want to hire them immediately out of your own pocket. Feel free to do so. And I'm not saying we won't take over the cost when it's more appropriate, but for now, stick to the essentials. And that's what I'll be searching for.
Understood.
At what rate
Well-
would you recommend then, Captain? If we were to find someone.
Well, I can't speak for an arcane assistant. I don't really know the going rate for something like that.
I call dibs on Laszlo as my assistant, Kush says.
I, speaking of which, didn't really discuss with Laszlo payment. I'm beginning to think that little guy doesn't understand payment, so we should work out some kind of deal with him too. I don't want to gyp the guy. He's good folk. But yeah, let's try to get the best deal possible.
We'll treat him fairly, but you have to understand that being here is payment enough for him. I guarantee.
Yeah,
But
I can
We
agree
like
with
you
that.
said. I don't want to take advantage of the little guy.
Yes, we can also talk to him about paying off a prosthetic, and he taps his wooden foot on the deck as he says that. Looking around for Laszlo at the moment, making sure he's not around to hear it. Sorry, I was just trying to get you a.
What was that guy's name with the crossbow arm? Merrill?
Merrill.
I'll have to ask him where he got his prosthetic.
I mean, we have an artificer.
Yes, but he's very busy.
Didn't you guys talk about meeting the some sort of cruise artificer?
Well, I know we met Razdon, an enchanter.
Yes, that man here at the city. Didn't you say you worked for another crew?
Yes. I believe he works for the Altered, or no.
Oh,
Shit.
you mean the crew that specializes in severed limbs?
Don't hold me to it
I
yet.
don't think I met that artificer. I met
Razdon,
Margrave the
Razdon.
wizard.
Razdon was the guy who lives in his bottom floor.
Yeah, I didn't spend like any time there. Cole barely met him.
I mean,
Ooh.
okay, you did meet him though.
Didn't say what crew he was a part of yet. In that
He
note.
did.
The Altar?
You were entirely right.
I know what crew he's from. Somewhere. Yeah, he is from the Altered. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you were right.
A well-renowned enchanter who is enlisted under Captain Gladstone. Okay. I did remember correctly.
He
I have like yeah.
he might have a say as to where you might get a competent prosthetic, but again, priorities first. So, if you'll excuse me,
Yep.
Lot, I
Of course,
have stuff to
Captain.
do.
Well,
All right.
suppose-
Well, if one of you could do something about the smell, Turner is absolutely unbearable.
Cole will prestidigitate over the bucket, and it smells like wildflowers.
Beautiful.
much better.
Let's go.
It does smell like flowers. Occasionally that smell
It's fake.
of rotting human flesh does kind of linger in from you know when you spray a bunch of Febreze over a really bad smell, kind of like that at
Well,
times. At first it smells like
push-
wildflowers and it's great, but as soon as you guys start walking down the docks
It lasts
away
for
from
an
the ship,
hour.
yeah,
Push
no,
is gonna walk.
I know, that's it.
it
That's
still
it.
persists, but you just start to get that smell through it.
Push is gonna walk at the front of the group and request that Turner is at the very back of the group. Whoever's holding him.
Sure, I guess.
Okay.
I'll carry the bucket. The bucket o' bounty.
Okay. Where are you guys going? To Oli's?
I believe we're
First-
turning this bucket in first. Yes.
Who are you taking with you?
Just off the top of my head, Cole, Kush, Naldo, and Gargax should be at the very bare minimum enough.
And whoever else might
Probably
pop
Sari.
in later.
Yeah.
If she
Yeah,
ever
Sari.
gets here.
Sari
And then,
and
we can
Ava
catch
will
up with
both
them.
tag along.
Yes, Ava is bringing the
as-
dogs to
as
turn
Ava
in as
would
well.
like to deliver a gift as well.
And I
Go
don't.
ahead.
Do we need NPCs? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think if we cover the player characters that may pop in.
Before we leave, Kush is gonna find Laszlo and tell him to spend the day learning as much as he can about working on the ship.
Okay. What is there to learn? One of the guys wanted to teach me blackjack, he called it.
That is for when you're done working. While
But
you're
it is
working,
still
I
very
need you-
important to learn.
You may want a friend nearby when they're teaching you as well.
Okay.
While you're working, I'd like you to learn how to work the sails and help around doing ship repairs and learning what we do while we're docked from one of our sailors.
I don't think we sail when we dock, though.
That's why you're going to practice while we're not moving, Laszlo. I can't rely on you to
But if I-
perform just yet.
How do I practice without moving the sails?
Move the sails, but the boat won't be moving.
It's not great for the anchor. Or-
okay. I don't think I'm supposed to do that.
That could bring some damage to maybe not the ship, but probably
Can
the
he not
docks.
He can't practice knots without moving.
He can
things.
practice
He can
knots.
practice knots, but that's about it. He needs someone to teach him
Okay.
knots.
Well, I
Like
guess
you really should not just like swing around the rigging when you're not sailing a boat. No, it's not good for a
no,
boat.
then I misspoke. I meant that he should be practicing his knot. That's what I meant at first.
Okay.
Was that he should be practicing tying the knots, and
Okay.
I want to grab the nearest sailor and tell him to teach Laszlo.
I was thinking of, taking my downtime, but I guess I could show this one knots.
Can I like try and slyly give him a couple gold pieces so Laszlo doesn't notice?
Make a sleight of hand.
Actually, no.
Okay.
I'll just pay him up front because we pay our crewmates when they're
Okay.
working, doing extra work. That's
Okay.
Yeah.
His eyes light up. How much are you paying him?
that's a gold piece. I'll
His-
tell him that if it's too much trouble, there's more where that came from.
His eyes light up. Right. Yeah. No. I think this is perfect. Come on, yellow one. What?
I'm gonna turn to Laszlo and say, "Don't be too much trouble."
What's your what's your name? Laszlo. Right. I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you or your people. I'm Brachus. And he like sticks his hand out to him. And you watch Laszlo just go in and shake it.
Ooh,
I
that's
wanted
not
to take care
good.
of.
Of all the random
He's a
NPCs
grung. They can't touch him. I forgot about that till right now.
You watch as Brachus Mills, who is the man who you approached, goes in and clasps the hand of Laszlo.
Oh wait,
And shakes it, and then takes it back. Okay, now, he kind of like
Ooh,
scratches
don't
his
touch
eye
your
a bit.
Oh
Now,
no.
if you'll come with me, and they just walk down to the bottom level together. He seems
Who's our
fine.
medic now?
He walked off. He seems fine.
he seems fine.
Yeah, Seymour.
Oh my god.
Can I call Seymour? I'm gonna call Seymour.
I will say, it seems kind of metagamey for you to be told the problem with the situation by Cole? You didn't seem
Well,
to
I mean, I
catch
was
the
gonna
issue.
bring it up. Oh, I thought we were all like kind of together. That's my bad. I thought, okay, I'm sorry.
This was kind of like a last minute, like as you guys were all walking off the ship thing. So I would say, kind of weren't around for it.
We're all like
Okay,
waiting.
that's
on the
my
bus,
misunderstanding. That's my
Yeah,
misunderstanding.
no, it's okay. So I will say they do walk off, and Kush just kind of unaware of the situation there. You guys are good to head off.
I love my little yellow buddy.
Oh
It's
my
okay. You said
God.
Kush isn't that smart, right?
It's not. He has a
So
negative
that's-
one. So
Right on point. So
Yeah, Kush is not familiar with many of the different types of magical beasts that are out there and all their effects. So no, he wouldn't.
so
I completely forgot until I was like, why is Chris making such a big point of the handshake? They're gonna touch.
Kush is like I definitely have said before that Kush like puts his arm around Laszlo. Should I have been doing like a constitution check or whatever?
See, it's really iffy with fur in contact with the grung. I'll be honest. That's why I've been giving you a break. But like it's only been like very slight indirect contact where I've been giving you a break. You haven't done anything too forward where it was like iffy.
Picked him up and carried him or something.
Yeah, but I will say it has been a recurring theme that you have noticed. Laszlo has been consistently forgetting about that whole "you're not supposed to touch humans" factor.
Well, and since Kush wouldn't really realize it anyway, yeah, I don't think.
Yeah,
I
that's just playing your character.
Oops.
And you actually will say you will notice that you have seen him touch a Maori before. You have seen him jump on a Maori before.
Okay.
A Maori
Yeah.
has been fine.
But a Maori's built different.
That could have something to do with it.
And
But
also, wearing clothes.
No, he's not.
A Maori does not wear clothes.
What?
He wears
Maori-
like pants.
A Maori wears like a little vest, which does not cover much of him because he's a huge guy, and wears like
Shorts.
like a pair of pants that are cut off around the knees, as well as like a sash. That's it. Like he does not wear many clothes.
Maori
whatsoever.
was the other Aqualayan in
Yeah,
our crew. Or
He's a very traditionalist kind of guy.
yeah.
Anyway, you
I
guys.
was sad to see him leave.
You guys do head off into the town as Kush catches back up with you. He kind of plugs his nose as he runs past the bucket of human remains that you guys carry with you, and as you continue on into the city, you guys watch as Bill and Bertie Byers also run after you lot as well. You can hear him calling just slightly down the way. Hey guys, wait up! Hey!
Yep.
It's Bill and Birdie.
Do you mind if we tag along? I haven't gotten much time here in the city.
I don't see why
Uh,
not.
Yeah, we're just gonna, quickly turn in this, point to the bucket.
I'll raise it up a little bit.
Okay.
A job's a job.
A job is a job. Let's go. And he'll tag along with his trusty companion, Birdie, as well. You guys all head off through the dockworks once more. There you guys venture out through the warehouse district, which leads into a road, which, meeting back up near the cliff face, can head out the southern end of the town. There, just after a brief jaunt through the jungle, not the jungle capital J, but lowercase j. The thick copse of trees that border the southern end of the town kind of clear out once more once you reach this large wooden fort on the southern end of the city. And as you approach, you can hear once more the distant barks of hounds surrounding the area. Just as you guys start to enter, Ava takes out a patch from within their shirt, and you watch as two large, droopy-faced mastiffs appear out of nowhere in front of you guys. Just in the jungle, you watch as they appear.
Already.
Just as the barks echo through the jungle from the fort, the mastiffs in front of you begin to howl and bark as well. You guys are now surrounded by a cacophony of yelps and howls as you approach this fort.
That's what you want to hear, I guess.
I will walk up to the front door.
As on posts, you can see two snarling hounds currently pulling on their leads to get in the direction you watch as two pirates, hands on their blades, approach you at the center of the road.
I walk up with my one hand in the air and the bucket in the other.
Bucket there, bub.
What do you say? Sorry, you cut out a little bit.
What's in the bucket there, bub?
This bucket here holds Turner Danhart, or at least what remains of him.
I love that the one name I can remember, no one else can. That's phenomenal. It's
No,
normally the other
I
way
can.
around.
I just missaid it. I combined Turner and Danhart.
I get it.
His eyes go wide and
My
he kind
brain.
of coughs. He turns eyes wide to the man next to him, and they both share this like look of
We were sent out to get him.
I guess because this is my job. Let me take a look. And he kind of pans over.
I'll just kind of like lean it, like I'll tilt the bucket by lifting up one side of it by the bottom.
You tilt it slightly, and you all watch as just like a single hand just flops out of the bucket, and it starts to just droop ever so slightly as the man goes.
Turner Danhart.
Well, I
I
can't.
give him a little grin.
I can't say if that was Turner, but it's definitely a man in a bucket. Let him in, I guess. Open it! Just like shouts back with like distress in his voice. You watch as the large wooden doors pan open, scraping the dirt and gravel underneath it, and you guys are let in. Led by another man, kind of in makeshift garb, no kind of uniform to them, leads you through this estate to this like big, large manor house which sits in the center. He open the doors to an antechamber, and then after leading through, pushes open an even larger set of doors which lead to the familiar chamber where you had met Oli once before. He sits once more in his throne, looking on at you all with his hand in front of his face as he sits around mounds of gold on all sides.
As we approach, I'm going to greet him, bowing, saying, "Good afternoon, Captain Oli. We return with our with the bounty you ordered us with. Although we did have some complications on the way. I will say you should probably plug your nose."
I've smelt some pretty horrible things in my life. I think I'll be fine. You watch as he stands up, and a number of pirates who like stand at the outer rims of the room. Some sit in chairs. A number of them stand up and kind of like pan inward along the side of their captain. He approaches across this large room, walking down this red central carpet, which kind of leads to where you guys entered. It lays in contrast with like the dark hardwood floors which line this room, which are pretty well kept. He walks down this carpet way, stepping up a few steps which are in the center of the room, where you get like the sense of his full height as he approaches. Almost about 9 feet tall himself. He looms over every single one of you. You can actually hear like a slight meep come out of the like lips of Bill as he just sees this looming form just approach you guys ever so slightly, and as he peers down at you, not even like tilting his head, his eyes just glaring.
Oh my god.
You
It's
hear
like
his
4
voice.
times Bill's size.
You hear his like voice like ring out. Well, set it down then.
I will set down the bucket. In front
He
of him.
tilts his head downward and looms inside. Okay. Yeah, fair warning. I didn't expect that.
I tried
Trust
to tell
me,
you.
We
it's
didn't
gross.
either.
He like leans down and picks it up. His like whole fist taking up most of the handle of the bucket you guys carried there. He lifts it up closer, like plugging his nose. He looms inward. I apologize in advance to the woman who cleans this place, but he flips open the barrel and throws it on the ground, where you watch this like skin of a human being as well as the muck that it was sitting in
Ow.
just like pour out onto the floor, and he like winces backwards.
Oh god.
Yeah, I kinda had to make sure it was him.
Who's in the splash
course.
zone?
Oh, none of you. He reaches out far enough where like none of you can get splashed. by
Hits
it.
just hits a wall of prestidigitation around Cole.
Well, that looks like the man, and I think it's safe to assume he's not alive anymore.
Unfortunately, yes.
To be honest with you, when we found him mere moments later, a snake shed his skin and walked out of him. And I don't know how else to explain that.
Yeah.
We brought both copies, quote unquote, of Turner Danhart. Yes, his old skin and
We brought a bucket.
yeah.
The bucket is really all that was mentioned after the first day, so I
Mhm.
kind of was under the assumption that that was all you guys cared about.
It was the combination of both of them, or
No,
I
the
didn't
bucket
even really know
only
we still had the body.
Yeah, you guys brought the body back, but only really mentioned of the bucket since. I was kind of under the impression you guys were just caring about the bucket, you know, since there was no intent to like resurrect him anymore or anything like that.
yeah. But
I
I'm
wasn't
saying
even
like
there, so I don't know.
what exactly does the bucket consist of? Like
Oh,
just
his
skin
skin
husk?
and a bunch of like liquids that had accumulated
Yeah.
off of his skin inside the bucket.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which is like blood and filth.
Yeah.
Probably some
Plasma and all
seawater.
types of. Ugh.
Bacteria now, probably some sort of maggots or
I don't think we
whatever.
need to just keep describing the water that was inside
He was
the bucket.
he was gently reposed. All right.
Yeah, and that did stop most of the decay after a certain point, but it still reached that like
Yep.
stage of smell where
Oh,
it's
yeah.
prolonged at, but not good.
Yep.
He kind of looks away from the body now and looks at you all. You're a bunch of sick motherfuckers turning him into a snake like that.
Oh, trust us, it wasn't actually us, but we're pretty sure he did not die easy.
All that matters. Okay, well then, I think we agreed on 2,000 gold dead. I'll be right back. You watch as he like walks to the outside rim of his room, which he does. This man does keep like hordes of treasure around him, and it is a hefty amount. The crew that like surrounds this room seems to have like purposefully separated you guys and the rest of this horde that sits at the back of the room. But as
Of course.
like the captain approaches, they part ways, and he heads toward the horde and starts like gathering up the gold. This is quite a wealthy pirate lord, which you assume like all the pirate lords are probably a bit wealthy. This is confirmed and has to be one of the wealthiest, as his mound looms higher than himself at 9 feet tall in places. Of course, it is a mound, so it looms downward, but like the mound itself piles high over 9 feet tall with gold in places. There you can see there are chests in there, as well as like an ottoman, which is actually like buried in gold in places, as well as copper. But like this man keeps like a wealthy and egregious display of gold.
In comparison to the hoard that we found on Talon's Isle of Captain Talon?
Much larger.
Got it. Cool.
Like probably at least 4 or 5 times as large.
Guys, he's trying to get the point across that Oli's got big dick energy, all right?
Oh, yeah.
And well, I mean, the man is 9 feet tall. He's a Goliath.
Well,
come on. They roll on a whole different die than you guys.
His hit die is a D20.
He
Right?
eventually finishes
kinda
counting
suck,
up
honestly.
and handing you guys like a small coffer filled with coins. You guys can feel the weight of it as he passes it over. It is filled with mostly gold pieces, so it is pretty stacked. And you can see it is stacked very neatly and methodically in here, as he must have counted it out as you guys were standing here. But he hands it over to you, Kush. And he motions to the body and stares at one of the guys around the room as they slowly approach and begin to scoop the body back into the bucket. Well, I appreciate the work you guys have done for me. I hope in the future, if I have another bounty, you'll take up that opportunity to serve me as well.
Ava also had a gift for you.
Ava, which... Oh! And you watch as he pans over you guys, and he sees Ava standing at the back with a lead of rope leading to 2 fine, droopy skin. Very you watch as they're like... Their face has like long, like saliva-coated, like muzzles that just like droop over their bottom lip. And they kind of hang, just staring onward around the room at the various dogs that are littered amongst the crew. You can see like some of the men are sat down, and around Oli's throne itself, you can see a number of dogs are littered around. Some puppies, but 2 of them, one you can see is a pit bull and another a mastiff, both with their heads up looking in your direction questioningly, as there are dogs currently standing behind you. As Ava kind of like walks toward the front, and you guys part ways. He looks over at the 2 dogs that currently are leading Ava, and you watch as a smile kind of like creeps across his face. Just a wide grin approaches out of nowhere, and all of a sudden this man is still towering quite tall, but smiling happily in the center of the room. Oh, if those aren't quite the gifts. I remember you now. You were talking last time you were here. And you watch as he slowly approaches to where Ava's standing in the center of the room, and as he like approaches the steps once more, he gets down on one knee and like looms down toward the height of this mastiff. You watch as he like looks it directly in the face, and then like peers around to its hind legs, looking at its coat. He runs like a large hand down one of its body, and then takes a look at the other one. They're quite a beauty. Is it a he or a... Oh, it's a he and a she. Well, would you look at... Oh, aren't you a sweetie? And you just watch as the large mastiff just licks him in the face with a large tongue. Oh, oh, look at you, and look at those big droopy face. Oh, don't you just a cute... And you just watch as his like big like tough exterior just fades as he starts like almost like leaning down on one shoulder to play with these large mastiffs that Ava's brought him. You watch as he then looks around for a brief second and sits up. Well, I think an extended payment is only appropriate if you just wait here. He stands up once more, returning to that towering form, and returns back behind his throne. He counts out once more. You can see him muttering to himself, and comes back with a pouch, which he slams in Ava's hand. I think 75 is appropriate for each of these little buttes. Go ahead, take them. Get lost. I appreciate everything you all have done here today. And you watch as he scoops up the 2 leads in one hand, his hand almost like enveloping like the whole forearm of Ava for a brief moment. And he looks down at the 2 mutts. Right. I believe you said something about Gilmore Valenti being your captain. I'll make sure to keep an eye out for you along the waters in the future. Now.
Yes.
Very well.
Glad we could be of service, and I can see that you're going to be very happy with your new additions to your family, to your crew.
I think I'm going to name this one Morty and this one Marge. Okay.
Morty
now,
and Marge.
if you don't mind,
We'll
we've
be
got
on our
stuff
way.
to do. And
Yes,
he
as
sees
do
you
we.
out the door. You can still see like he's trying to hide this large grin that he keeps getting every time he looks down at the new pups. And as the doors shut behind you, you guys are led out the front of the fort once more.
Can I just say that was very wholesome?
Is that guard just throwing up in the corner?
Cole, no, he's not.
Darn.
But
Wish.
you do see as you're exiting, the 3 guards that were stationed out front of there are huddled together in a bit of a conversation as you guys leave.
I think this is going to turn into an urban legend one day.
What, the new crew that turned in a bucket and got exactly what they wanted?
See, urban legends start with truth, but people always mess the stories up and it gets spread
Are you
and misinformation.
Are you curious of what they're saying?
I am very curious.
Sure, I can tell if it's common or anything
Cole
else I
can
know.
make a perception check.
I have an ability to read lips.
Ooh.
Yes. Pretty good ability.
19.
You can see as you're walking out, they are huddled together, and the one that you actually showed the glimpse of is saying these words. Look, I know the captain is a fan of his dogs.
You kind of cut out.
Yeah.
I know the captain is a fan of his dogs.
Yeah.
I know the captain is a fan of his dogs and all, but well, I don't think anyone deserved to be stuffed into a bucket like that. Especially not Turner for what he did.
Yeah, they're not gonna like us. It does change what Cole would have said. Yeah, they're not gonna like us.
Well, Captain Noli's the only opinion that I care about. Personally.
Well, that's one way to look at things. Anyways,
He's the important
are we,
one.
aside from the jungle, are we looking for anything else? I mean, I'm always looking for a pocket watch at
I'm
this
pretty
point.
sure that some of us, we think it'd be wise for some of us to check out the jungle and some to check out the air docks.
Oh.
Docs.
Skydocks, sorry. Assuming we're out of the fort now.
You guys are walking through the jungles right now.
Cool.
Well,
Southern half of the city.
I don't think I'd be much help at the jungle. They'd probably just view me as a human.
It's true.
So
you're
I
with
could
If you're with me and Gargax, you should be fine.
Of course.
Right, but I mean, if we were gonna split up,
Oh, sorry.
if the intent, unless you're saying you want to go to the jungle, then the sky docks.
They are
could
close to each
do
other, you
both.
do know.
Well, then
They're
we
not
can
too
do
far
that
apart.
for simplicity's sake.
That sounds fine.
The jungles is on the northern half. The jungle is on the northern half of the city, and it rounds into the Yields, which is kind of like leading toward the outskirts. But it also connects to the Gilded District, which houses the Sky Docks.
Yeah. So we'll go to the jungle first, and then the roundabout way to the sky docks, or if we can even pass through the shopping district on our way to the sky docks.
Then we can pick up Sayri's thing too.
Yeah.
The shop that you're looking for Sayri's thing, Sayri's bag, is actually in Razdon's Wares, which is actually on the docks. You guys can head down
So that's not even far from the ship.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you guys head toward the jungle, you do have to kind of double back the way you came, which you can head down the lower path, which passes the warehouse district where Razdon's Wares is.
Because I think Sayri would have made us do that. I think we have to.
That is only fair. You guys can, on your way through the city, you take a sort of detour route, just heading back the way you came, passing the docks which jut out to this strange circular boat-like structure, with which a single tower in the center you know to be Margrave's abode. The bottom layer is where Razdon hosts his shop. And as
I
you...
also did promise to show him a spell. Do I have one prepared today?
As you approach, you can see the door is currently open to his house with a gangplank currently out in the doorway. The sign hanging out front says Razdon's Wares, kind of written haphazardly, just on a singular plank of wood.
We'll go in. Gotta pick up this order.
Okay.
Sayri and say, "All right, go ahead."
As you guys enter, Sayri shouting Razdon's name as they enter. You can hear the familiar clanging of a blacksmith at work. There in the center of the room with the forge lit, you can see currently a minute individual working as a thinner, taller individual is currently holding a set of clamps above an anvil. As Sayri shouts Razdon's name, you watch as the shorter individual jumps, almost dropping the hammer to the ground before he clambers in mid-air trying to catch it. He tucks it in underneath his arm as he turns toward the door, and you watch as he lifts up a welding mask, which, as he looks at you all, you watch as a look of trepidation crosses his face. And then he clears his throat. All right, hey, how are you all? A long time no see. Sayri, I believe it was. I have your bag ready. 1 second. And you watch as he takes off his apron, throws it over his shoulder, and disappears kind of in this lower downstairs portion in the far end of the room. He kind of pops his head back up. Currently in his hands, you watch as he clutches a black bag, which has a number of pockets along the front and kind of closes with a singular latch over top. It has 2 strings running down either side of it, and it is a fine black leather. As he approaches, he plops it on the table in front of him, which is currently between where you and his forge is, and pulling up a stool, which you hear the sound of wood scraping on wood. You watch as his head pops up over the other side of the table. I believe you already paid up in advance, so this is all you need from me, but can I help you all with anything?
You wouldn't happen to be in the market of a pocket watch that might be more useful for arcane means. Like, I need a pretty durable pocket watch.
Ooh. That is not something I have currently. Or someone you could get that from. I can't really think of anyone. Not here on Dragon Truth Rock. Oh boy.
If not, it's fine.
I'm the most
Just-
competent tinkerer there is around, and I do have a pocket watch I can spare, but it's not possible to use for the arcane, I don't think. What are you looking for exactly? You watch as Margrave also kind of now takes off his apron and is looking at you questioningly, curiously.
If I could look at the pocket watch, I might be able to answer your question.
Of course, you watch as he kind of scurries away to a desk where you can't even see him over, really. You can just see, like, the signs of his hat. As he disappears, you hear a drawer slide open and then close, and as he comes back around, you can watch as he lays out on the table a very fine silver pocket watch with a sort of engraving on the front of... It's got, like, an ivory engraving, scrimshaw, if you will, of a boat, like, crashing over waves. It's nice. It's not really my cup of tea. I already have my own, but if you want it, I'm happy to part ways with it for a price, of course.
Of course, I want to like look at it and kind of inspect it.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I assume I can use my glasses for this.
Yes.
I will guide him.
This is going to be great. This is a 32 for a natural 20 with a guided as well.
You know pocket watches are expensive already. You know, just the inner workings of them and what they do, their use, their convenience, and just the complexity. This alone makes pocket watches anywhere starting from 200, 300 gold. This alone with the ivory scrimshaw on the front of it inset like into the silver, it is fine silver. You know this pocket watch runs about 750 gold pieces, probably around there. It's only about half as valuable as what you're looking for.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like this will work for what I'm looking for. It's very nice, though.
Thank you. What is it you're looking for exactly?
It's just this spell I found requires a specific type of pocket watch. It's very specific to it.
Oh, it's a component requirement.
Yes.
Must then have a certain arcane value, if of sorts.
Well, the market always fluctuates, but ideally I'm looking for one about 1,500 gold.
No, I'm familiar. Precious gems of sorts can do this. If you inset them into already existing like bowls and whatnot, they can be used for high-powered spells. Yes, no, I'm familiar with this. If you wish, I am a competent tinkerer. I could see if I could work that pocket watch into something a little bit more valuable. If you provide the gems, it might be cheaper, but I do have gems myself.
I would have to ask Ava, unfortunately, because I think they're the only one that has gems on our crew.
Ava does chime in here.
Yeah, but would you give me the gem in your ring though, Kush?
We do have a great deal of gems currently. What is it exactly this would need?
Well, we would need to substitute a possible value of these gems the possible value missing from this pocket watch with the value of gems. So ideally, if you had a sort of high value gem, topaz can run pretty valuable. Jade is good for this. Sapphires, rubies, emeralds. Pearl would look nice on this. All sorts of.
What about
Pearl.
magical gems?
Ava continues. Have all sorts of gems that we could match this value for. It's just a matter of what would be easiest.
To answer your question, my catfolk friend, magical gems already house a sort of enchantment themselves. You don't want to waste that kind of magical enchantment by consuming it in a spell. That being said, it's also harder to manipulate an already enchanted stone. It's not ideal.
Ava goes back. Well, we have 6 pearls, which together each could probably run us a value of about 300 gold pieces added to it. However, that's not nearly enough to cover that. Mixed in with other gems, would that help?
The more variety of gems you use, the more it could mess with the value. But suppose we could see what could work, depending on what you have.
Ava turns to you all in kind of hushed discussion between you lot, away from Razdan. We do have a bit of gem. It just depends on what we wish to part way with. If it's going to reduce value greatly, I'm never sure, but we have emeralds. We have a diamond, but we don't want to risk anything with that currently. We have pearls, jade, whichever might help. If you want, these are crew gems they're working with. You could commission Razdan to work and try to enhance this pocket watch. You would, of course, have to purchase the pocket watch from him, and pay for his work. He might be also able to front you some gems if you don't have the appropriate gems. That's, of course, going to raise the price.
Right. I mean, if we found a gem to just mimic with his to make the difference so that it's all the same, like front whatever emerald or something and then purchase whatever emerald we would need left.
Well, we have an emerald of 300 gold right now.
Kush take off his big ass emerald earring and see if Ava can appraise it real quick.
Sure. I will do this for Ava. Removing that, it's not a very precious gem, and it's not quite large. It's already been cut to the size of an earring. It's not going to run us much more than an extra 50 gold, if that.
I really have no idea what gems we have.
We have I can send you just them all, just FYI.
Just because
What
I
we
was
just
like, I
came
don't.
into with our last haul. So if you guys have anything else on your person that is not recorded in this, I will send you it here.
The only other things I have are simply my components for spell casting, so I can't really get rid of any of them.
Any
Yeah, we
fine
don't-
jewels that Kush ends up getting, he turns into jewelry and wears it.
Yeah, Gargax isn't
So-
exactly one to collect gems, so
So
we do have a lot of pearl. I suppose we could
Yeah.
sacrifice a great deal of pearl. Like, we could give up all our pearl for this and see if.
So
possibly
that
get
would be
more.
rough estimate off of my very quick look at that thing. That would leave us with about another 500 gap potentially.
There's also it would be the
So it's like
six pearls would run
750.
300, and then you also have another $100 pearl or 100 gold pearl.
Oh, so there's another. So that'd bring us to
So-
like 1150.
Yeah. So I mean,
So
you might have to
450,
purchase more pearls off of
350.
him.
350.
See if
yeah.
he has pearls.
We could, depending
If
on,
you guys are willing to offer that much, I mean, it's hard for me to say no.
depending on how much his price range differs between us having the pearls and us not, we could also go out and purchase some pearls elsewhere.
We
I-
did just get
bring
paid
them
from our
to you.
bounty.
We did. Also, I don't mind working with these people. I mean, I have the money you guys were already gracious enough to lend me, and
You are
If-
going to assume Gargax. He is going to probably charge you more for any pearls he's going to have to use.
more than
Exactly.
likely.
Which is why I suggest maybe we go out to a different shop that might sell pearls.
Yeah, but we're already return customers, and we can try to work out stuff about us returning. I do think I have piqued Margrave's curiosity twice at this point now.
I'm just leaving it as a suggestion.
I mean, it's up to you if we want to go look around for pearls. I just don't imagine the pirate depot is going to be that greatly priced either. I think everything on this island is going to be overpriced, is my point.
We could always steal some pearls.
I would not do that. The
Kush starts to
bounty
look
we
really
did
excited.
the bounty we did for the harpy was from someone from stealing, and that person went to death.
Well, we wouldn't steal from the harpy like a bunch of idiots.
I think it's just the stealing in general. She made a very clear point the first day we were here to not break any rules. And some
Kush looks sad.
What do you think,
Um,
Noldo?
I think we could try to haggle and get some reasonable prices.
I'm not the one to have. I mean, I guess we're just gonna say we have these pearls, or no, we'd probably have to go back for them anyways. So I mean, if we wanted to do like either look around and then just go back for the pearls and come back, because we don't have them on us to begin with.
I would assume not.
I mean, I don't have them.
Does Ava have them on hand, DM?
Ava's walking around with
I-
our pearls.
No, I do not carry the pearls on me. That would be idiotic.
Exactly. Well, then we can get a rough estimate about how much Razdon might charge us for the leftover pearls, and then while we're out going to grab those pearls, we can see what else we can find and see if we can find a better price for what seems
mean,
like the same
it-
amount of quality pearl.
Well, you say this to Razdon, or you ask Razdon?
I'm saying this to
Oh, okay, yeah.
our yeah.
Sorry, I got ahead of
Our
myself.
little huddle still.
Yeah. That's what I think you should do, Cole. Of course, none of this was actually my money, so
Well, I'll go up to Razdon. We might have some pearls or such at the ship that we might be able to bring. We have to double check to see how much we have, but if we did need to purchase some more from you, what would you say it might go, just so I can just figure out if we have the money for this, first of all?
Well, I can't say for sure necessarily. Let's
I won't hold you to it, but a rough
um,
estimate.
How many pearls do you have already?
We believe that we have like 6 or 7 pearls that should end up being about 400-ish.
Could probably match with that. All in all, with the pocket watch, some pearls, and my labor, of course,
Mm-hmm.
all that included would run you. He runs a little bit mental math in his head. 1,300 gold.
Well, I think that's fairly reasonable, but let us go double check to make sure that we have those, and we should be back shortly.
so 1,300 gold. So
I can pay
reducing
that.
the price of but reducing the price of the pocket watch itself, which is 750, minus the pearls we provide, which is
400,
400.
which would bring us to 1150
So he's charging you 200
for labor.
for labor and extra pearls. I
Yeah.
think that's a good price.
Which
right?
yeah,
'Cause
like
we're
I like
missing-
Cole's like totally fine with that without even having to look at other pearls.
Yeah, because that's 100 of that is going to the extra amount of pearls that we need.
But yeah, so we'll go
For
check on our
150.
supply and we'll be right back.
Yeah, that's a good price, I think.
Run to the ship.
Okay. You guys can, yeah, I mean, the ship's not far. You guys are in the warehouse district, which is right down from the dockyards. You guys were basically pushed up against where the dockyards meets the warehouse district, so it's a quick jaunt back to your ship, which as a couple people greet you, you guys run back, run to the lower level. You can see there, as you guys just run past, sat at the table in the crew's quarter, just like along the wall outside the workshop. You can see currently Brachus as well as Laszlo currently tying knots, where Brachus is like, no, I said over, under, over. No, you're doing under, over, under. And Cole, as you run by, you can see like just the beginning of like puffiness around his like eyes and face.
Oh boy.
And just like the shift of red just all over his face and just slightly running down his neck on the side. Did you just see that as you run by and stand outside Ava's door as they get the jewels?
If I see Seymour or Ethereum or any healer, I'll be like, you might want to go check on Laszlo and his buddies.
You see Makeet, who is passing out food to some of the people who are off duty right now. And as you say that, you watch it. Ooh, that is not good. And he just runs up, and you see him like a moment later coming down with like a hot bowl of soup. You guys eventually leave the ship.
We need to make a sign, like a necklace for Laszlo.
Do not touch.
Poisonous.
No matter how friendly I am.
Do not try to touch me, because I will touch you. I will hug you.
You also have to like get a tattoo artist to just like write "do not touch people" on like the back of Laszlo's hand, just so he's like, oh right.
Get some gloves.
That's true.
I personally find it very comedic and don't mind it.
I mean, it's funny until the crew leaves because they're always poisoned.
You're right.
I mean,
That is how
eventually
long
the
it will be
crew's
funny.
going to learn whether or not Laszlo does.
That's true.
True.
Well,
Brackus is
we're
learning
just
right now.
weeding out the we're just weeding out the weak.
You guys eventually
Exactly.
return, and I assume you make this trade deal.
I will pay him the 1300. Yeah,
Pearls have been taken.
deducted.
I will
Can't wait.
message Bell.
Yeah, they're gonna be so happy. I'm
just
super
saying, no more
ecstatic.
pearls. No context.
Pearl's gone.
Just no pearls.
All uppercase. I'm doing pearls gone. No more pearls. Two
Well, now she's gonna
messages.
think they're gonna think someone stole them. Forgetting Ava's they. They're gonna think like it was stolen.
Perfect.
I mean, it
Pearls
kind of
gone.
was. They weren't
No
here. They weren't here to
more
say no. I want to sell those.
pearls.
Talking about NPC Ava was totally down with this.
It's funny because they just
Ava
messaged-
was so behind it.
It's funny because they just messaged me an hour ago saying I'll be there right after I eat. and then I just get an hour later, pearls
more
gone, no more
pearls.
pearls, all uppercase.
I would not be surprised if Bell's about to hop in this call
Any
right
second
now.
now,
Wait,
yeah.
what the fuck?
Money?
Hold on a second.
Um,
Like they're just like at
What
the
did you
dinner
do with
table,
my
and then all of a
pearls?
sudden, like,
Quick,
No,
guys.
move on before
Ava's
we
been
can on it.
Ava's been
Whoa,
pitying
whoa,
Cole
whoa.
the past couple days. So
You guys return to Razdon's wares, where he is currently examining the pocket watch underneath that eye, which you've seen give that faint glow in the past. As you return, he turns to you eagerly and like, "Oh, perfect! You have what I need. Right,
Yes.
that'll be 1,300 gold. The pearls, of course, and I will get started on this immediately. It is, of course, going to take some time.
of course,
Give me 3 days."
sounds fair. I'll let you know if for any reason we have to leave in that time, but
This has
I-
been
I should be
gathering
back.
dust in my drawer for ages, so it's not going anywhere. It is for you. Don't worry. I know Sayri woke me up in the middle of the night to tell me to hold the bag for her. That's not needed. It's
don't
implied.
worry.
yeah,
With
and I'm
payment.
sure if
Even if I were, mine's far more subtle.
I'm
Right.
sure if she felt bad, she would say something right now. But seeing as she's not speaking at the moment, I'm pretty sure she doesn't give a shit.
You watch as Sayri's like across the room at like one of his tables, just like poking at something, and I was like, "Hey,
Yeah.
don't touch that! Look with your eyes."
I just imagine Sayri's like, "What's this? What's this? What's that? What's this? What's that?"
I give Razdon a smile.
What does this do? Ooh, what does this do?
Big red button. Do not push.
So is there anything else I can do for you all today, or
No, I mean, this was more than satisfactory for me. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to find this on this island either. But
Yeah,
you truly are one with your work.
there are not many tinkerers around these parts. I want to visit. Fails off.
Okay, well, we will see you in about 3 days then.
Yeah, of course. If you need any magical wares or tinkering needs, Razdon's your guy.
Absolutely.
He looks up at Margrave. How was that? I look confident.
Oh, I look.
Oh, Margrave. And
So long, guys.
Razdon.
Margrave gives
it's a
you
great
like a wave.
relationship. All right, back
so
to
I
the
will leave.
capital J jungle. Right?
Okay. Yes.
Headed
You
to the
guys-
jungle.
You guys head up the warehouse district. Cross
This is
the
where
bridge.
Gargax takes the wheel.
Cross the bridge, cross the block. You guys are actually pretty familiar with Dragontooth Rock already.
it is getting harder and harder to get lost as you guys have traveled through here in the past. And as you are all quite familiar with where the jungle is, now that you've pictured it on the cliff face, kind of on the far northern end of the city, as you cross the central block, which is that centralized rock in the center of the waters, you can see. Actually, you know what? What am I doing? You guys can get back to the Dragon Tooth Rock semi-map. Representation of the area. This central block you know to be like significantly lower than the rest, and as you approach you can see the hanging trees and like growing foliage of the jungle, the district in the city. The faint firelights that illuminate the insides of the cops just barely peeking through as you approach, and as you climb up the end of the Harpy's Nest, following the rising docks, you lead to the separated cliff face known as the Dives, and cross the bridge there to the jungle. You guys enter the overhanging, looming trees, and some of the daylight overhead kind of dissipates. Many eyes turn toward you as some of your party, quite a few humans, many turn away and return to their business. Where are you guys heading into the jungle here?
I would like to head towards, I believe it was towards like the market area that I last saw Captain Doyle.
Captain Doyle, okay, yeah. Captain Doyle
the
was
Loxodon.
in Belrathane's Bazaar.
That's what it's
Aptly
called.
named
Of
for
course.
its representation of
Do you have Little Bell?
He doesn't leave my side when I have this fucking sword, so yes.
aptly named for its carved archway of a large, like, flying dragon as you enter it. You guys pass underneath its central entryway for the first time, and you stare up at its large wooden carved form as you guys pass. And you arrive into the center with its stone fountain in the center and its half-cobbled stone ground, which kind of leads into like growing moss, which turns into grass in the corners of this bazaar. All across it, you can see various structures, which are like canopied stands, which house various goods, such as fine cloths to fruits and vegetables, which are arranged in front.
You cut off after fruits and vegetables.
Which are arranged in front of vendors.
Gotcha. Before we pass through the archway, I'm gonna take Little Bell and I'll put him like on my forearm and I'll like hold him up against the arch in my point of view, my perspective, and I'd like to just like quickly compare the two and just like look between them.
One is a fully grown dragon with like wings. They're kind of furled outward, but also around its back, kind of in this like display of. It's kind of flat in its perspective, but also like, but also represents the three-dimensional form at the same time from your angle. And as you hold it up, wings are nowhere as big or proportional. He's kind of fat and chubby as you hold him up in comparison to its sleek and almost like bulky upper form. And as it's kind of like out in this like reaching position, you watch as like in your hands Belrathane just stretches, and it's like really cute and adorable, but not as menacingly or terrifying as the statue behind it.
I'll look between the two and I'll go, they really didn't do your nose justice here. Yeah.
They didn't, as currently it's kind of like short and stout and cute, while the other one is like gallant and big fierce fangs protruding. Yeah.
Anyways. After stopping there, I'll walk on into the bazaar and do I see Captain Doyle posted up where I saw him last?
You do not. However, you do kind of see some familiar faces. There is a member of his crew who you do remember spotting standing in the background. For kind of sticks out with his elongated neck and like fading green skin. A turtle individual who currently like leans up against his rifle is standing there with like a tricorn hat which looms low across his eyes, and he smokes a pipe currently. You do recognize this figure as being a part of Doyle's posse or crew. However, you don't see Doyle. Because
I'll
you
walk
would
up
see
to-
Captain Doyle. He is quite big.
Yeah, he's a very big fellow. I'll walk up to the turtle and I'll go, "Apologies, I don't believe I've made your acquaintance. I am Gargax Gygazushlift. I am here looking for Captain Doyle, captain of the Seekers of the World Tree.
My name's Miles.
Miles, it's very nice to meet you." I hold out my hand as well to shake his.
It's a pleasure. He begins to slowly shake your hand. Well, what can I do you for?
Is Captain Doyle around? If I could speak to him, that would be awesome. Me and my crew here, some of my friends.
You watch as he like blows out a ring of smoke. It like washes across your face, and it smells amazing. Like one of the most amazing smells you have ever smelled. It kind of drifts past you and across your face, and you almost get like kind of upset at somebody blowing smoke in your face for a brief second before you. That is delightful. It wafts past your horns and your scales and kind of like drifts back to everyone else who gets like the brief scent of it as well. I'm sorry, what do you ask?
If me and my friends here could speak to your captain, Captain Doyle, I believe. Big Loxodon fellow.
Oh, well, I'll see if he's taking visitors right now.
Of course.
Push is gonna come up and say, "Excuse me, what is that you're smoking?"
This is a little god's beard.
Where did you get it? I have to know.
Of course, like any good smoker, I grow it myself. I'll be right back now. And he goes and turns around, and as he turns around, you can see on his back, he has a large shell which bulges outward, and where a couple of like hexagonal like shapes once were, you can see them cut out and now hang shelves with like wire railings around them. They hold in place planters in various places along his shell, one and two of which are like planted in just at like behind his neck where they reach out, and like the various planters grow like a myriad of different like plants. You can see like a large sunflower springing up past his back, which like then is wrapped around by vines which follow downward. A succulent like rests kind of like right at the top of his shell, while like two plants on his left side are clearly Godsbeard Kush. And as he begins to slowly walk away using his pistol or his rifle as like an aid, he just like walks into the building behind him.
I definitely need to ask him to buy some or to get some seeds.
He's gonna burn you again. He was like any good smoker, I grow it.
I'm growing my own too back at the island.
And we're not always at the island.
I know.
You gotta get a botany.
Yeah, just get a turtle shell.
Get a botany room.
Guys stand there for an annoying period of time, to be honest. And you understand why, as moments later you see him coming back slowly but surely using his pistol, stopping as he takes a step out the door to lift up his hand to his mouth. Continuing once more. He eventually reaches
This
you
guy
guys.
knows how to walk.
Well, he'll be joining us in just a minute.
While we wait, how much would I be able to pay you for some of that fine herb, my friend?
Well, I often like to keep it to myself, but I suppose I could get you some. Well, I'll give you a little. How about a little quad baggie here? Let's see. And you watch as he like slowly reaches behind and pulls out one of the planters, which as he turns around and slowly ruffles its branches, blocking your view using his big bulbous form. You watch as eventually he turns around with like a sack here. Well, I suppose I could give this to you for, I don't know, 40 gold.
40 gold. If there's a seed or two in there, I think that's mighty fine price.
1 second. And he turns back slowly. Okay, 40 gold. Here you
I pay the man 40 gold, and
takes it, and you watch as he like opens it up. And as he's sitting there counting, you watch as the big bulbous form of Captain Doyle starts to emerge through the door behind him. Oh, hello. I didn't. The new Pirate Lord's crew.
Yes,
Captain Gill, was it?
Gil. Yes,
Gil.
Gil Morgan.
Yes. How can I help you all?
We took your advice and we named ourselves. By the way, we are the Chain Breakers as of now on.
The chain breakers.
Yes.
Chain breakers. Breakers of chain. I like that. It's got a nice flow to it. I can
As do
respect
we.
it. Yes. What calls you to me today? I wasn't expecting.
Of course. Captain Doyle, we were wondering, you have been helpful to us in the past, and we had a couple of questions about maybe if you've heard of this island that we speak of. It's an island called Nazul, I believe.
Yeah.
Sought out. Your mic kind of keeps trailing off every now and then.
I trailed off there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not very familiar with the city. I of course have heard its name a few times here or there over the years, but I mean, I have been on these waters for quite some time, so I've heard a lot. I can tell you a bit, but I don't know how much help it'll be. It's an island far to the north, somewhere deep within the Atoro Edith. So obviously you're gonna go further east, but I'm not really been there myself.
That's well, there is well, I don't want to give you false information, and if what I'm going to tell you is going to be tales, I don't know if what use it's going to be. Yeah, I don't want to lead you astray, essentially, and well, I could point you in the direction of somebody who has been there, born and raised, actually.
That would be extremely helpful.
Yeah. Miles. 42. 43.
Wait, 42.
What?
We gave him 40.
Yep. Damn. 1.
That's not how that works. You need to pick the other coins back up before you start again.
Well, Captain, you called. Yeah, if these folks here, they have questions about Nazul, being from there, I thought you'd be more of a expert. Right. I'll leave you lot with him. I've got to go finish up some things I was doing in the back. Just send him if you need me again. I'm sorry to be in a rush. I'm just trying to finish things up. No.
Until
don't-
next time, Captain Doyle.
Until next time. And you watch as he ducks back in and slides. He has to like duck and slide in the doorway that he exits out of. It's not really made for his form, but as he does, you watch his like gray looming ears kind of vanish out of sight. And Miles then continues. Don't worry, Captain. I'll take care of them. You watch. He's saying this as the captain's already gone. Now, what were we saying?
We were talking about the island of Nazul.
Oh, I know Nazul. I'm from there. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've been back and all, but, what are you, wondering?
Where is
We're
it?
mostly trying to figure out where exactly it is.
Oh,
You can help direct us.
Yeah, that's simple. It's on the island of Kualpur.
Okay. And where exactly is that in relation to here?
Northeast. About, give or take, a couple degrees.
And about how far is it, do you think? How many days to travel at an average
Or,
speed?
at an average speed, it could take you anywhere from 10 days to 20 days.
Of course. If we were to find a large map that might have this island on it, do you think you could point it out for us?
I mean, possibly, but
Or
that's
if you
that's
have a map.
pretty unlikely. I mean, we're a pirate crew. We've got a map, you understand. It's just we can't go showing it to anybody who comes and asks. Besides,
Of course.
my home isn't on that map. We have not traveled that far east. It
I
is
see.
pretty deep in the Toro Edith. You got to understand.
Of course.
Do you know if they trade with Dragon's Tooth Rock at all? We know they have airships.
Yeah, they've got some sort of alliance with Dragon Tooth Rock. They have a sort of council of scales, if you will. See, Nazul is, Well, it's not the nicest of places, but it
I feel like I have to ask: scales, as in weight, or scales, as in lizards?
scales as in lizards. I might have to start further back than I even anticipated, 'cause, well, Nizul is a lizard folk city. You understand? It's
Yes, that's why I wanted to clarify.
yeah, and it is sort of allied with the people of the Yuan-Ti.
I see.
Oh.
We've somewhat gathered.
Them and
Gargax and I.
their Council of Scales and their royal family have formed an alliance that protects them from the beasts that inhabit their island.
I see.
Yep, pretty much.
Now, if we've had run-ins with the Yuan-Ti before, will the Yuan-Ti on that island be after us as well? I'm not very familiar with them.
You done pissed off some snake people?
Well,
They
I'm
don't
afraid
know who
so.
we are, but maybe they'd recognize us.
they
Oh.
probably recognize a number of us.
Well,
Well, I mean, all the ones that saw us are dead.
For the most part, we're not exactly sure of that. One ship did get away, and we don't know who exactly was on that ship.
I was a
Well,
bird.
let's just hope no one on that ship was a member of the Fanged Concord, and you'll probably be safe.
Crisp, am I remembering
comfortable
correctly? Am I remembering correctly that the ship, when they left the island that we had encountered the Yuan-Ti, went northeast? Of course.
Oh, God.
And
That
what
does
was the name
sound
of
familiar.
the ship crew again?
It was.
It was
the-
specifically northeast. I remember Chris saying it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought so too, because
the
I remember we
Mistblades.
had north in
That was the
common,
ship
but-
we knew of. I
Yes,
guess if we're
yeah.
assuming that was it, then it would be, yeah.
Would you
'cause that-
know? Would you know if the Mistblades are a part of that Concord?
Well, I'll be honest with you. My memory's not as good as my captain's, and all. But from what I can recall, the Mistblades were just a couple of regular old human folk. I didn't take them for being from the land of the Gwalpur.
Interesting.
Anyone can strike a deal.
I'll be honest though, the Mistblades weren't really well known to me or my people. They're just a small crew that came through these parts. I can't know every crew that ever has sailed these waters.
Of course.
I-
Of course.
I forget the
just
people
thought by
aboard my
chance.
crew.
Well,
Did y'all have more questions?
Ava, you are here, by the way. Just to.
I was about to say, Kush nudges Ava, who seems to have suddenly gained consciousness.
Cole's
Just,
just been visibly taking notes.
Just to.
mhm.
Ava's in an adult state trying to figure out why they're here again. Building up more periphery information.
You also totally didn't just give up all the pearls.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Ava.
All
I'm,
7?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, there were 7? Yeah, 6 and 101. Yes, they were
Yeah.
used for a good means, though. Cole struck up.
We
a
bought
deal.
hookers. I'm just kidding.
Ava would be fine with that.
Cole
Didn't
actually.
buy Hooker. We rented.
We're getting a pocket watch potentially. He's tinkering with it to see if he can combine the pearls with it so it can be able to withhold the magic force.
Oh, so you fucking let Cole talk, but you won't let me talk.
Hey, I was letting you talk. I'm sorry. Like, not my fault. I just need to know why.
Every time I talked, I get cut off, but Cole gets it out.
I think it's because
That's part
I
of being
think
a
it's
DM.
because you were kind of trailing off. I'm not gonna lie.
No, Chris is just more polite and he'll stop when someone else was talking. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm bulldozing.
Okay. Nice to know because I literally my phone died after I sent the message if I will be on after I eat. Like died like a minute after, and I hadn't been able to get upstairs to put my phone on the charger. So I just saw the pearls as I was like, pearls are gone, all of them, kind of thing. As I was
Yeah, it was
logging
like,
on, I
you're
was
gonna
like,
think
wait,
they're
what the fuck has
stolen.
happened?
I thought it would be really funny if
We
like if you
spent
knew you were
them.
eating because Chris knew about that message, right? And
Yeah.
we thought it'd be really funny if you just like randomly burst into the Discord call like a minute after we did it, being like, "What the fuck did you guys do?"
Nah, I'm fine.
figured
said
it-
Ava's
I
been
figured it
pitying
might get
Cole.
you here quicker.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We had a bunch of family shit happen today, so
it's
I had
fine.
to deal with that for an hour.
We had a bunch of shit this stream anyway, so we're good.
Oh,
it's,
God.
it's a casual one.
We're getting in the
Real
more
cash.
groove. I made sure I was like, we'll bring anyone who is supposed to be here. So Sadie
Ava.
is here
Don't worry.
technically.
Don't worry. I would have. Yeah, I can't believe they're not here. Like before you. I was
Ooh, yeah,
expecting
'cause I just
Sayuri
got
to
off
be
work.
here at 7 because they were like, I'm available after 7 on the schedule. Nope. Wrong.
Yeah, I had.
Screw you,
work,
Chris!
so-
Fuck
Not
you,
even in the
Chris. No,
Not
I'm
even
sorry,
in the
just kidding.
chat either.
That's funny.
I hope she goes back and sees that rage.
Theory is supposed to be here in the next 20 minutes, so if she's not, we gotta roast her.
Oh, did she?
No,
say-
if she's not,
We're gonna
if
roast
she's
her
not,
anyways.
Ava's gonna put a
literally-
sign on the Rose Garden saying that we have new clientele. Uh,
We just dropped Sayuri off. Like she gets
literally,
here, like late. It's like too
Eggy-
late. You've
Eggy-
already been sold to the brothel. This is what you have to roleplay now.
Yep. Eggy keeps like taking all these
It's a different
This
time
game's
we'll play, let's be
still-
honest,
it's gonna
Chris.
be
stuff.
a cool episode though.
She keeps taking all these timestamps of things to go back and watch, and I'm pretty sure that list is just continuing to get longer, and she has not gone back and seen a single one of the timestamps that she's taken.
True. Anyway,
Ava just has pen and paper ready.
so
Just letting
You
you know.
guys are currently, just to give Ava a little bit of a recap.
Yeah, thank you. I'm fixing my desk.
Like we can take a break soon if it would be convenient on people.
Yes, I have to
but,
pee.
like, I do too.
And then
So,
while
like-
y'all are taking a break, whoever comes back first can recap me.
Well, I mean, I'll give a recap just because we'll be coming back from a break.
Yeah,
So,
Are you
So,
gonna recap
yeah, why
them
don't
on
we-
that first hour of
No,
chaos?
but then we're just like, we could take a break and then do the recap.
I don't know what you're talking about, Will. Our stream started very smoothly today.
I was wondering why you have a 2-hour-long video for what
For
has
a
been
stream that
at
started at
least
6,
4
right?
hours. Yeah.
Microphone issues, but I think my microphone should be good, static free going forward.
because I've
Sounds
moved
fine.
it to
Hey, Sayuri's here. I can't see
Oh,
her now.
look!
Devil, this might actually be a perfect time to take a break.
Sayri's eyes also widen and waking up.
Everybody gets a little. You know, the funny thing is like well, I don't want to ruin it. Well, I don't know who's in stream, but.
Kind of zoning out.
Just feeling real numb. Like the
Got
magic
it.
frog.
I'm at my desk, and all I hear is you licked last.
Family Guy references.
I mean,
No.
it's a drug. It's just poison.
Yeah, it's a light poison. That's all it is.
You'll just burn all your taste buds off.
Yeah, it's
Oh my
fine.
God.
Short break. Coming back at 50.
Ugh!
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
You have your
uh,
backpack at this
To
second,
all
Sari.
to all my viewers in chat.
Ow,
Oh my
ow.
god, shush.
That was over the top.
Yes.
Okay, to all my viewers in chat, we will be right back after this short break and message from our sponsors. Our sponsors tonight are, well, they're the sponsors they are every night, which is simply Spotify's Harris Heller. If you haven't heard him, I'm just going to be playing his music. It's DMCA free. If you don't know that, it's good for your stream. If you stream, he puts out total bopper.
Smart.
Total bops, all of them.
they all bop.
Total Bops DMCA free. God
DMCA
damn.
free bops. Go check them out on Spotify or wherever.
That needs to be
you
a
stream.
website.
But yeah, we'll be right back.
What am I
Penis.
doing?
Oh shit, I was late.
No, you were right after I hit unmute. You were like, unmute, boom. We're just starting off with a good penis. F in the chat for the kids. Okay. And we're penis. I mean, and we're back.
And or penis.
Something about Dungeons and Dragons I forgot. Well,
That's the point.
welcome to this week's penis stream. We talk all penis
I'll be
all
honest.
day.
I heard fetus.
No,
Well,
that's too
That's
touchy.
how you get one of those.
That's too touchy for us here at the penis stream.
That's what
Anyway.
I heard when he yelled it.
And we're penis.
Or penis.
Not all of us.
Some of us are.
Fuck, what were we doing? Oh yeah, okay.
Recap.
We are back. We are back on Dragon Tooth's
Wow.
Rock once more. Our heroes have arrived safely. They were greeted and welcomed ashore, where you guys were parked, and your captain began to pack up to once more go sell about the city. You all have also taken to the town after first turning in your bounty with Captain Oli. You then returned to the famous Razdon at Razdon's Ware and retrieved a certain somebody's haversack and placed an order for a new pocket watch. From there, you all head into the jungle, where you searched for a familiar captain, Captain Doyle. Where you did not find him, you found his, spoilers, his first mate, Miles,
Noted.
who is currently discussing with you guys the city of Nazul, which you have found out is somewhere on the island of Gwalpur, deep within the Atoro Edith. He, this Luxodon's first mate, this slow-talking turtle, is actually from Nazul and can give you all much more information, and is seemingly pretty open to. I don't know exactly what was last talked about, so we'll go on from there. If anybody has their next question, shoot.
The last thing I have is Fang Concord.
Yes, that was talked about.
And the fact that the Misdaggers, whoever, were just a group of humans, to his knowledge.
Yeah, but we don't really know much about every crew that comes through the Atoro Edith, you must understand.
Of course, it was just kind of a hopeful question. So maybe there was just a chance that you were more familiar with them. But I don't expect anything, of course.
Well, there's always a chance.
And there's no point in not trying that chance, from what I understand.
I suppose. Well, is there anything else I can help you with? You have more questions?
Unfortunately, I'm sure I could ask you questions for days.
Well, then shoot.
I don't think it's worth my crew's time. I'm more just one for stories and would love to hear any that you, I'm sure, being from Nazul and or in your travels.
Roll a persuasion check. I always love catching the one who's not good at. Or did I say perception? Persuasion.
You said persuasion.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, this is just he's a sage. He'd say it.
Yeah. No, totally. I get it.
I'm gonna
Nat one.
re-roll because it's in that one. I'm gonna use my fucking reaction thing because I will not let this be a nat one.
Carnal shift.
Carnal shit.
That one again.
The fates are really cruel sometimes.
No, it's far better. But I have a
That's
plus
fine.
0, so 13.
Well, it's a bit of a touchy subject, you know, being where I left and all, but you have to understand that I wasn't exactly one for the science life, you know. I'm more of the natural body, if you catch my drift. And he motions to like the pots. For those who are just joining us, this Tortle individual, in place of some of the like hexagons that are on his shell, he seems to have replaced them with like concave sections, which now house like potted plants, which grow out of his back. 2 of which Kush has already purchased Godsbeard from. He continues.
Good use of our money.
Well, I left just about time when Simic science became big. You see, people looking to practice some really nasty arcane arts came through our town really long ago. And, well, that became the craze out there, free of judgment and with many creatures to experiment on.
If you don't mind me asking,
I don't mind.
how long ago was that? If you could give me an estimate at the very least.
Oh. He lingers for like a long time thinking.
I gave him his
Oh,
time.
About 150 years ago, give or take.
Okay. Thank you. Well,
I'm getting
think-
quite old. You might not be able to tell because of my impeccable skincare. And he like runs his hand across his face, which is really, really wrinkled.
of course. Well, I would like to thank you for your help in all of this and answering our questions.
Right,
been very
I
helpful.
mean, people don't talk to me, so if you got more questions, don't be afraid to ask.
I think we are good for now, but we will probably come visit in the future sometime.
Definitely.
It is always nice to be graced by wisdom of people from the past
Ah,
who have lived through the past.
if that's your kind roundabout way of calling me old, I'll take it.
Of course.
He gives you like a really like slow and coy smile and a nod with like a very slow tilt of his hat. Everything he does is slow, okay?
I return
said
one
this
back to him.
It's almost like he's an old tortoise.
It is almost like that.
Well,
Not quite.
until next time, Miles.
Don't be a stranger.
It was
We
Miles.
never intend to.
Yes, you I mean, you just got a first name.
First
Yeah.
mate Miles.
That is actually what he goes
We
by.
don't. Okay.
First mate of the Seekers of the
That's
World
it.
Tree,
Seekers of
underneath
the
the
World Tree.
Captain Doyle, who is a Loxodon. He is a
Okay.
turtle. Miles
Hold
is a
on.
turtle. I've got notes here.
They're all written in the perspective of Gargax.
Yeah, but I gotta write it down in my
I know.
notes, otherwise it doesn't exist.
Of course, I fully understand it. Well, I suppose that's the best amount of information we would probably be able to get here in the jungle. This is me turning back to our crew,
I think we're walking away.
walking away from him.
Unless anyone has
suggest-
further questions.
I don't think that we'll find anything more from
Miles?
the Vulgar Order or Vulgurth Order,
The
the
what?
lizard folk crew amongst this island. I don't think they'll have much better information than Miles can give us, of course. Especially
Well, if we
because
wanted-
we are in a more kind relationship with Captain Doyle and his crew, rather than we have not
Sure.
exactly met, formally met at least, the lizard folk crew.
Well, I think if we can try to get the airships to potentially give us a heading of some kind. He did say they have a trade with Dragon's Tooth.
That is exactly where I was leading to. I think from here on out, from here forward, we should maybe investigate there a bit more.
Right, everybody, sound off.
Sounds good.
I wonder what Noldo's opinion on this matter is. What she thinks.
Munch, munch, munch.
I just want to make sure everyone is here and
I
on
think she
board.
just
Bill
wants
chimes
to
in.
be as quiet as
Yeah,
possible.
I'm curious.
got Bill and
Naldo, what do you
Birdie.
think we should do?
Forgot
Naldo?
Bill and Birdie are with us.
Glug glug glug.
Naldo, I'm pretty curious what you're thinking right now. You're awfully quiet here.
Kush now
Why do I
realizes
have to talk? Why can't I just listen? What's wrong with listening?
No, I was just trying to be nice. I'm sorry, Naldo. Okay.
Why is it
I'm
an
sorry.
assault on your character?
You can hear Naldo as he turns to Birdie. I was just trying to be nice. I swear. Oh, jeez. Okay. Fine.
Kush now realizes that he wasn't leaning against a wall, but was leaning against Bill the whole time.
He's a halfling.
Had
Bill
no
is
idea.
Bill is a halfling. What?
Yeah, Bill's a halfling.
What the fuck?
How are you leaning against Bill?
He's,
Just, you know,
he's propping
like
his tail
arm on
into
it.
him
Arm.
that way.
Oh,
Like
okay.
a
arm.
So you mean like you weren't leaning on a yeah, okay.
A counter, a ledge.
I get you.
You were just propped on his head, just being comfortable as hell. It's just like, okay.
That
Had
you
no
know what?
idea.
Bill
Such a
He
nice
doesn't
guy that
say anything.
Bill wouldn't have said anything. Is the funny thing. He
Nope.
would have just been like,
What a nice guy that Bill.
you probably would have heard like a couple. Excuse. Okay. No. Okay. It's just what you hear the entire
most-
time while Kush is just like
The
looking around
most considerate officers.
the jungle.
A bunch of assholes.
What do you guys? Where are you guys heading to?
Wow.
Skydocks
Wife
then, I
officer.
think.
Yeah, we're heading to the
Yeah,
Sky
we're at the
Dogs.
Sky Dogs.
Yep.
Yeah, nobody
We're
said
going
it. I just,
wherever-
So long as Noldo
I mean, the best part is these are all things Cole would notice, and he's just not fucking telling anyone or saying anything.
That's why Cole sticks around. You're just an entertaining crew to watch.
Yep.
you
That's
guys,
fair.
we please him just enough.
I literally picture him most of
bring
the
enough
time in the
magic items
back,
for him to
either
go, okay.
taking notes or reading a book, and then like leaving, and then everyone's like, "How the fuck do you know everything that's happening? You're never out of your book."
He listens.
Sorry, I didn't know I needed to use my eyes to be able to hear things.
I mean, it's how you read lips, buddy.
That's true.
Gargax, listen over there.
What?
There's nothing over there. It's just a tree.
Listen over there.
He's the
Here.
worst one to ask to do that. I think.
The least perceptive of the crew.
I think you have the -1. Wisdom,
I'm the minus
right?
one to wisdom, yeah. But Bell helps me out a
Wrong.
little bit.
Just one of the most core stats.
Which is why I was like, you know what? For once, I'm gonna make it my dump stat. Fuck yeah.
So you
It's a
guys,
challenge, and I love it. That's a challenge.
Let's do it.
what's that, Ava?
I said to the Skydocks.
Yes, you guys are walking currently out the jungle, passing by the yields, where you have spent actually a good number, a good portion of time at this point. You guys pass through out the other side, heading into the Gilded districts. You guys head to the far end where the large tower begins to loom over top of all of you. Here in the Gilded District, as you round the yields, you head around the large bathhouse, which you have seen Sayri mention a number of times. A sort of large, bulky eyesore of a building. It is square and stone, and it's built over the ledge, kind of with a slight balcony hanging over the edge, leading into the Gilded District. It is like the first building you see as you enter and begin to see more regal guild buildings as you enter. As you reach the end of it where the bridge is, you see a singular tower which overlooks with a number of cannons sticking out of them, and next to that, a large A-frame tower which has only begun to loom over you all as you've approached. Currently at this tower, you see two things. A large zeppelin, which seems to currently be hung up by various outstretched cranes, hanging ropes around various parts. The large bulbous bag of some sort of leather material that is usually inflated above the structure of this deck is not currently there, as this one flying zeppelin structure is currently in the process of being built, you can only assume, on one of the lower docks of this tower. And high up, a couple 100 feet up into the air, you can see a large skyship with various poles sticking out of its undercarriage. On its port and starboard side, there are two large almost masts which stick out underneath, currently furled together, wrapped with many ropes. Two smaller versions of these also kind of jut out at the bow of the ship as well, on the undercarriage. You guys approach the bottom. There, at the structure built underneath this large tower, you see a large warehouse as well as a smaller building built at the front, before which is built underneath a large set of stairs that lead up, spiraling around the tower. The stairs lead to, at the base, they lead to a building inside the building.
Would that be Connor Sens's warehouse?
No.
No. Okay.
Well,
I suppose we will start heading up. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. You guys enter the building that is at the bottom of the stairs, I assume.
Yes.
Mhm.
Or we'll
Okay.
knock on the door, I guess.
I open the door.
As you approach, you do see it is kind of a storefront, as one of the doors is already propped open at the front, held by like a brick.
Got
Propped open. You see at the front, in the front room, a large open expanse of a room with a desk set in the center. Off on either sides are large red velvet chairs with big fluffy cushions set with drapery on either sides by these large open windows, which you pass as you enter. It is a very regal looking office space, and the man sitting behind the desk is a half elf who is currently dressed to the nines in fine garment, a big poofy shirt underneath a fine regal vest, tied with a bow in the front. He is currently sat in a chair, and he puts down a book as you all enter. Hello, welcome to the Sky Docks. How can I help you all?
I believe we're here looking for information on an island to the northeast called Nazir, I believe.
Nazul.
Nazul.
An island by the name of Nazul.
A city named
No,
Nazul
sorry.
within an island.
On
A city
no,
named
yeah.
Nazul.
On
Well,
Quapur.
I'm not really the person to ask of all this. I'm only work the front desk. I don't have any charter to Nazul on my ledger coming up. If you're looking for information about the area, I myself do not travel. I only work here, of course.
If you don't mind, do you know of someone that we could speak to that might?
The captain, I suppose. He is quite busy. He's working, supervising the assembly of the new ship.
Of course. Do you think we could get a word with him?
Make an appointment.
I mean, like I said, he is currently quite busy. I'm not supposed to let people up unless they have business here.
Yeah.
And if we were to have business here?
Do you have business here?
That's why we're here.
Ava removes their hat, flourishing their glove like in front of their hat as they take it off, and saying, "Yes, we do. We need information, and possibly we can create benefits between each other."
He looks at your hat, or he looks at your glove as you flourish your hat. And as you do that, he pulls out a book from his drawer and putting it on the table. Well, you see, I'm only supposed to let individuals who, of course, either have some business here or have some sort of meeting with the captain, and I don't exactly see your name on this ledger here. And he opens up the book and starts running a finger down the page, looking up at you out of the corner of his eye, and then back down at the sheet of paper.
Could we make said meeting arrangements here now?
I mean, the captain,
Guys.
again, I've said it, is a busy man.
Guys, compatriots, if you can give me just a minute to talk with this man, possibly propose deals between us, so that way we can get this information. So that way I can schedule a meeting.
I mean, it's a small
course.
room.
If y'all could step out.
Stand like around the corner of the open door.
Yeah, like
You could go
I will,
outside.
I will walk outside of the
I
door
will,
frame
that's
and then
fine.
just stand there.
Ava's gonna go shut the door after all of them leave.
Okay.
Savi's gonna put her ear against the door as if she can hear
Once-
something.
Once they shut the door, I look back at everyone else and I go, "They're not gonna kill him."
I mean,
No.
I'm gonna try to listen.
Okay.
Um,
Make a perception check, Cole. Okay, go ahead, Ava.
17.
you need me to roll a stealth check for it or no?
Nope.
To see if it goes past. Okay.
I mean, I'm listening through a wall. It's not easy.
True. Sorry about my compatriots. That we're a little all uptight from being on sea for so long.
Okay. So do you have business or not? I'm not seeing you in my ledger.
I'm wondering of how I would be added to your ledger.
By
for the sheer
making an
purpose.
appointment, he can do so, let's see, 2 months from now, the captain is free.
Holy shoots.
2 months. Is there any way that we can expedite that process?
Yes, there are some pretty simple ways. He looks at you kind of like eyes wide and with an expression of, how are you not getting this?
No, I am understanding your ruse. However, I'm asking if there's any other ways other than monetarily. How about by action?
Oh.
I don't follow.
Wink wonk.
See, we have this Sari.
No! Siri is not a prostitute for real.
Sorry.
We have
Every
this
time.
Siri.
Does your captain need help with any form of request in order for it to be a task that could expedite the process of getting a meeting?
I mean, no. Captain needs to be left alone, for he's a quite busy man, so
somebody were to get past this desk, and it would inconvenience my captain, I would need it to not get back to me, and if it did, I need it to be worth my time.
How much?
How much is this meeting worth?
Let's see. Can ask your captain about this information. How does 75 gold?
He sits up straight. His eyes go wide for a brief moment. I'll take you to him.
Fine.
He extends his
Guys,
hand.
I hand him the 75.
Okay.
And right before I say guys to call them all in, I'm like, hopefully this does not inconvenience us further in any future negotiation.
You'll never see a peep from me again, that's for sure. Now, is this everybody you'd like? If you'll follow me up this way, it is quite a walk. Do be prepared. It's destroys the calves, and he just begins the step behind his desk up the stairs, which takes you to like this top level room, which like levels out, and then he opens up a set of doorways, which then begins an advance of like brass steps up the rest of the way.
Fancy.
It is quite a trot. It is exhausting for some of you. For others, it's nothing. And after about what seems like an eternity, but really it's about 5 so minutes of climbing these stairs, you get to the first platform, which high up in the sky now, the wind is just barreling past your ears in all, well, it's southward mostly. And as you each start to climb, you have to hold your hats from flying off. This man, book in underarm, leads you up to the first level where he begins to look around kind of eagerly. He walks you to the end of one of these platforms, which stretches out and turns in this sort of like U shape out from out from the tower, and out there on this like U-shaped wooden dock is the deck of the ship, currently under construction by a plethora of different individuals. Men and women, halfling, human, dwarf, beast folk alike, all of them seem to be scattered around this deck, currently working on different portions. And as he walks you across this deck, you cross a gangplank into the ship itself, and after stepping up one set of stairs into where the helm is located, the individual who led you here peeps up to you, Ava. He's up there on the final set of decking, if you don't mind, just up these steps here. And then he starts to like creep to the back.
You're not going to be a gracious host and show us to your captain?
I think you guys would love to make your introduction yourself, wouldn't you?
Guys,
Stepping
should
back
we
as
have
he
a
says
co-host?
this.
I don't know. Would we?
Sure.
Yeah, I think
Oh.
everyone would like a host.
Naldo
As
said sure, so
Naldo
let's
says
do it.
that, he like turns and takes off. You watch him as he like hurriedly starts stepping down the stairs, and you can like watch him go as he starts to descend.
Is he scared of his captain or something?
Sorry, the image of just this halfling just bustling down the stairs.
He is
Laugh
a
for
half
second.
elf.
Half elf.
Half elf,
I
sorry.
mean,
Yeah.
I thought you said halfling, and it made it so much funnier in my head. Just
Yeah,
bounding down.
Yeah, he'd fall with
Um,
those short legs. He would fall. That'd be a disaster.
he just start be nimble cartwheeling, jumping off the walls shit, all right?
Yeah,
They're
he rolled
halflings.
perfectly.
All halflings
Right,
are
well.
rogues.
Well, we'll start heading up to the top deck, and I'll say, "All right, Bill, ready
They have
to take the
halfling
lead
luck,
here?"
so
I was hoping you guys would do all the talking.
Of course, that can be arranged. I
yeah,
suppose.
yeah. I am not one for talking. I'm just the ideas guy.
Yeah, I'm also the ideas guy, right, Cole? He nudges you in like the shin.
He's got it.
What?
I'm assuming, yeah, Ava's gonna walk up further, like walk up towards the steps, being like, "Is anyone gonna follow?"
Yes.
Oh, I'll definitely come in, but don't ask me to talk.
Oh, Rebel Buffoon's here. I didn't even know.
Rebel
Yeah,
Buffoon.
where's the
Rebel
dragon?
Rebel Buffoon, just to catch you up, just because you've just been so loyal. We are currently on top of what is known as the Sky Docks. They have arrived back in Dragontooth's Rock, which is the pirate haven here among the Atoro Edith. There is a district known as the Guild District, which houses a lot of business here in the Pirate Haven, which our heroes have noticed is a lot more entrepreneur, if that's a word to be used in that sentence, than
Entrepreneurial?
yeah, and entrepreneurial. Thank you, that's better. Than piratey. For
Capitalistic.
yeah, they seem to be home to many different businesses. One including a line of airships which travel, from what our heroes have just discovered, possibly to the city of Nazul, deep within the Atoro Edith. So, arriving back in Dragontooth Rock, our heroes are now have now ascended up the Sky Docks to talk to the captain. And as you guys approach, who's approaching?
I'm behind Ava.
Ava and Kush, I think, because he just raised his hand. What time is it, by the way? You never gave me time.
It's
so
about 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Probably about 2-ish,
Or-
maybe now. Cole would tell you
Sarah
that.
also follows.
Yeah, if you
I'll,
asked.
I'll stay close to Cole, I suppose, to keep him in the safety zone.
Well, I
Well,
just
it's
need
a
to
huge office, guys.
approximate time of day, not caring about actual time. So I think Ava and Kush walk up.
Okay, as you
Uh-huh.
guys ascend up, you get a
I mean, I'll
glimpse
go
of
in
him.
with.
A man, yeah, no, you all tail, but like, they get the first glance at the man. And
Got it.
As they crest over the side, you see two workers currently, one carrying a stack of things while another one has a clipboard taking notes. And the man talking to him currently has his hands proudly behind his back as his chest stands out. A large admiral's coat over his shoulders as this gnome individual stands proudly with a white beard poofing out. Very unkemptly in all directions. Behind him, you see a large red cape which reaches down toward the deck, and as he stands there, you can see like his proud white braids tied in a knot behind him. You can hear him talking as you start to approach, as he shouts at some of the nearby workers. You don't think you can get away with lounging around on my deck? No, I'll have you all working through the night and into tomorrow if you're lucky. Now, get lost. He looks up at you all. What are you doing on my ship? I don't recognize the lot of ye.
No, that's because we are from a new crew on this in this area. Are you familiar with the crew of Captain Gil? Captain Gil. We are the Chainbreakers of the Asta Elfinal.
I've heard word of the new one coming into town, but I wasn't quite interested. I'm not a seafarer like the rest of you. I'm a skyfarer now.
And what a mighty vessel that you have being constructed here.
Yes, this is quite impressive.
The name's Captain Clyde Skykiter. It's a pleasure to meet y'all. What can I do you for?
We have need of some information that we've gotten word of that you might be able to help us with.
And what's that?
Directions and approximate location, as you have had a much higher vantage points and more time in these skies rather than seas. We're looking for the city of Nazul, which we have come across that you have possibly frequented within travel.
I know of the city. And why should I tell you where it is?
We're currently on a task in order to help find someone that is possibly located there.
Ah, that's nice. Well, you should have fun finding it, and it'll be a fun adventure while you do it. I just don't see how this benefits me.
Well, the same way anyone comes to get any benefit on this island, you have information that we seek. Of course, we are willing to pay for it, whether that be in gold or in favors.
Okay.
You can ask around to many of the other captains that we have helped out. They will all say that they've been nothing but impressed with our work.
Such as Captain Oli and even the Pirate King.
Okay. Now you're talking my language a little bit more. Let's see. What are you willing to do? I am looking for some guards for my most recent travel to Nazul. If you're wishing to tag along, I could give ye a ride.
How many guards are you looking for?
Well,
Just to be clear,
how competent are ye?
Competent enough.
you're asking for us to accompany you on your vessel to Nazul. Is there any way that our ship would be able to follow? Because we would need our crew and also a way back once we're done with our deal.
Well, I'd give ye a ride back, obviously, but, yeah, I'd be taking you from your crew, obviously. Well, that puts us in quite a pickle. If you're not willing to part ways, it might be an issue.
Not necessarily saying that. I just want to make sure that we fully understand what's being asked of us.
As for following an airship, it's quite hard, you see. We don't have to, we're not stopped by the passage of an island. We simply fly over. It's a blessing. I'll never go back to seafaring.
I can see why it draws your attention.
He looks up at the ship above him. She's a beauty, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
How long would this little escort trip take? Should we agree to come along with you?
Couple of weeks.
How many people would you need?
Enough to keep her safe. How many people you got needing a ride?
14? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I've got the space.
This would keep... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying we could put up 14. It is possible. She's a big beaut. I just would request protection. I was going to hire myself a team, for the trip coming up, but, if you all are that team, then I suppose
Would you mind if my partner and I went and deliberated with our crew or my officers that are here at least?
No, of course not. Yeah, I mean not to spring this on you, of course. I just, if you're looking for a way to find out where Nazul is, it's the most reasonable way I can show you. As for sharing my information to, well, you have to understand you're a competitor upon these waters. I can't exactly give it away.
It's interesting you find us a competitor when you yourself know how much faster you're able to travel between the island and here.
Not only that,
Not
it seems that
saying
you
that
have more experience within this area. So you're not having to do the mundane task that we are right now.
I guess I'm just saying I'm compliment.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
flattered.
you're compliment. Yeah.
I didn't say you were, good competition, but competition nonetheless. Should you get the, location of this jewel in the Atoro, Edith, it would definitely rocket you up a few pegs. That's why, if I were to give you this information, it would behoove me to know you're on my side.
Real quick, Captain Skykite. You said that it would take a couple of weeks. Would that be about a week to get there on this ship?
On this ship, it takes about a week.
About a week? By any chance, how fast can this go in comparison to a sea vessel? This has actually struck my interest by quite a bit.
Well, we can go just a bit faster. It does take a bit of maneuvering from my crew, and sailing is still a active part of it all. But, if we're on our game, just a tad faster, but it's the navigation that's much easier. It's, you see, a straight shot for us where you have to face much more treacherous seas.
That's understandable.
It's what's down there I don't envy. The crags upon the waters and what inhabit them.
Sorry, I thought you said crabs for a second, referencing last episode.
No, crags. Like
Yeah.
rocks, jagged rocks.
Yeah.
And if we were to go with you, how long would it take for us to set out from here? When would we depart?
Well, we plan to take part. We have a shipment leaving out here in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. And how long would we stay at the city of Nazul for?
It's a straight shot back. We're gonna load up and bring her home. Well, you guys,
So
of
we
course,
would have
we give our crew a few days.
not more than a few days to deal with our business then.
Of course, should you take me up on this offer, you'd be doing me a favor.
Of course.
I'd be willing to pay ye. Of course, if should troubles get out of hand, there are bonuses included. I'm a reasonable man with wealthy pockets. Not to mention there is also the fact that I can be easily swayed should you need a few more days and wish to bargain. I'm a reasonable man.
I'm gonna turn to Gargax and Cole and ask how long do we need to stay in the city in order to?
You guys are stepping away
Achieve.
from Clyde for this, or is it within earshot?
I would prefer to step away.
Okay.
Yeah, I would step away. 'Cause
Hey,
I
he
already
gives
had
you
asked.
he gives you the space. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so I step away and I ask them.
Okay.
I just don't see the benefit to going with him. We know it's northeast, so what if it takes us a little longer to get there? We have a competent crew.
Yes, and the problem is that we don't exactly know what we're diving into here. We just, for the most part, our only lead is
And
the town
you
of
think-
Nizul, so we could
and
be there for longer than we
I
expect.
understand, but you think then the smart thing to do is go in through the very, very monitored airships.
I am actually not really suggesting that. I was just trying to get the details before we left.
I mean, if it's something you guys would like to do, I'll go. But it's just in my head, I know it's a little bit more riskier, and I know it might take longer, and there's other potential outcomes. But I just to go there and come back to then sail there just seems like a lot of back and forth.
Birdie chimes in here.
also-
Yeah, I was just wondering, what does Tasari think on this? Tasari, what do you think we should do? What are your thoughts on the matter, Tasari?
I think that going with this guy seems like a lot of wasted time.
Oh,
I think contrary.
It would be faster.
well,
by
asking your
quite a bit,
opinion
Yes.
has gotten us in the exact same boat, so I'm just gonna pipe down now. We are back where we started.
The thing is that also if we take him on this offer here, we are also now vulnerable. For we are putting down our
This
numbers.
But
We're
then
most
aren't we
likely leaving
also-
the captain and people like Pierre and maybe even Dak and others.
You really consider them vulnerable on this island where we're protected, though?
I'm not saying that
I
they
would
are
say-
vulnerable. I'm saying that we leaving to a foreign city that we have no power is making us vulnerable. The
I
Captain
think
Gilmore
Plus, we have
Valenti
to wait
barely-
2 weeks.
The captain.
He
the
says
name
we won't
Captain-
leave for 2 weeks, so it's
We could
But
pretty
you're
much.
Yes, but my point is the Captain Gill. The name of Captain Gill doesn't do the whole world of a lot for us here, and it's gonna do even less there.
But it's not just our mission that we're going there for. By also taking up his offer, we're quartering a good relationship with him.
We can do this in
Someone
other
you
ways,
can just
though.
purchase a ticket from potentially.
We could do this in other ways, like paying him for information, more detailed information on how to get there.
Possibly.
He already said
However-
that he
Not our only
also
option.
wants to make sure that he can trust us. So just paying him doesn't really tell him that he can trust us.
And
Any
even
pirate
with-
can pay people.
And even with the acceptance of the Pirate King, he's not trusting us completely. At least not enough.
I don't know. I will also say that our ship did just get pretty fucked up, so it's not like we can leave in a couple of days anyway. We gotta like repair that.
True.
I'm not sure
They
exactly
can-
how
they
that works, but
They've repaired our ship in like a day several times. A day or two.
No.
fast
They
repair
can
maybe.
they can repair it to a certain point, but there's another
Right.
there's a threshold that requires stationed repair time, which
Okay.
is beginning now, but it's going to take 2 days to get you full repair.
Oh, okay, so
Which-
not as long
which-
as I
2
thought.
days
Which, I
versus
mean-
Well,
2 weeks.
It,
I potentially need 3 for me to pick up the pocket watch.
I mean, I was never
Yes.
suggesting
Yeah.
that we were going to be here for a short time. I'm just saying that 2 weeks for another 2 weeks for us to leave, for only a small portion of us to leave here, while the rest stay here for another 2 weeks.
No,
Just
I
seems
would
He
too-
did
suggest
say
if
that he could house the main adventuring crew, which would be
yes.
all 14 or so of us.
Yes.
But that is right. We would be leaving all of our hands that we would usually have.
And who are we to trust him? Who's to say that we don't go over there to help him and he ditches us, leaving us there?
I wouldn't really want to just trust the deal that they have with Dragon's Tooth and the Yanti to not
Exactly.
fight,
Same.
especially if the Mist Blades do happen to turn out to be with
Of higher status.
with them, which also we kind of from that island have an idea of the direction they left from. So we have rough ideas of where Nazul is, especially now that it's been verified by Miles.
Indeed.
And even if it takes us longer, We could use the time to get there, and if we have to stop by other islands, to further bolster our name. Because currently our name does not have weight to it in comparison to everyone else.
I don't think bolstering our name is going to be of much help in Tanazul.
No, it might not be as beneficiary to
Wait, what'd you say in
Nazul our trip
Tanazul?
there.
Sorry,
In Nazul.
I said Tanazul on accident. I meant Nazul.
And I
Isn't that
immediately
what it's
corrected
called?
as I was saying it.
Yeah.
It might not be as much help in Nazul, but it would be more beneficiary for us here when we return. Which way is it?
Going on the airship would be, you're saying?
No, taking our own passage.
Okay. Ooh, I'm on that page. I got Ava and Naldo.
And also, if we find any neat things, we can have Cole.
So is
use
it
his
really
magic
split down the
inspiration.
middle right now?
No, I think
I'm down
Gargax
to
is with
argue
us
about
as
it.
well,
Okay.
right?
Yeah,
I think it's 4-2.
I think it's 4-2, unless anyone
I-
wants.
Kush doesn't
I'm-
really.
I don't necessarily see the
I
benefit.
think most of us are like,
going
either way.
Kush,
I
what were you
think
saying?
we
We left you open there so you could finish.
All right, I was gonna say Kush doesn't necessarily think that we should do it. I just think we should consider all our options. Which
I-
right now it seems like that it's either that or try and pay this guy, and we've spent a lot of money today already.
Sayri thinks that
Girls.
we should go because it fosters a good relationship with this captain. Based on, if I remember correctly, Kush's dream, the whatever our worry is becoming evident soon. And if it takes a week to get there by airship, that's
don't-
just to get there. How long will it take by ship?
We don't know that Nazul is the place to go. We believe that's a place to find more information. Maybe
here's
the
the thing,
island is on the way to Nazul, and we miss it by going over airship.
But if we also
There-
go over airship, then we also get a bird's eye view of what we potentially have to go through to get towards there.
And how would you know that's the island from flying over it briefly?
I was just saying that we would know what we're going ahead towards instead of just like having no idea when we go out into open sea.
Well, then you're just afraid to move forward.
Good fight.
Like,
This is
I'm
good.
sorry, you're just afraid to move
Yes.
forward.
No, we can't. I'm just saying
all
that it
here.
would be more beneficial.
Now call
for
him
us
call
time-wise
him a
and, like,
name.
You're if
Relationship-wise.
if you
Bitch.
just want to know what's on the way, my point is why know and then pass if we can just be there, find out, do what we need to do, get whatever information. Like, it's all up in the air right now.
Yeah, we have no actual information yet for the vision of Kush.
And it's
However,
also potential that Nazul doesn't have any further information. We're just hoping,
everything that we do at this point is just shots in the dark.
especially finding out that they're like allied with Yanti. That's a whole processing thing.
Hasn't
I mean,
Yuan-Ti
I'm not numbered
murdered a
either
couple
way.
of our
I'm just
people
throwing
and
my
we just
hat
raised them
forward.
back?
Yanti is what
The snake people.
Turner turned into.
Yeah, okay. Just
So
double checking my memory.
yes, and so if they're allied with them and the ship went in that direction, it is potential to infer that we did piss them off specifically. This Fang Concord that Miles said. Or they might be low ranked and we just pissed off regular Yanti, who knows? But I think if we go by airship or any means, they're going to be looking for us.
I think taking our time and being methodical about it is the better option.
Worst case with the ship, we just leave. The airship, we have to wait.
That is correct. We would be trapped in essentially enemy territory.
I mean,
Exactly
you say
my
that we're gonna
point.
make
You're
enemies
vulnerable.
going down there.
I think we already have enemies, is what I'm saying, Sayri.
I
Okay.
I think I don't want to leave the ship. I really like having our ship.
Agreed.
Like, you can't forget that the mist blades that took Turner Danhart to the island
Birdie chimes
where
in
the
now.
Yanti were.
But I actually really want to take this airship. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. We could miss out. Think about it, Bill. Oh, I don't know. Oh.
Ava,
Think about
Ava
this.
turns down and kind of like gets their knee so that way they match eye level and going, Bertie, there's a network now, apparently, for these sky ships. If you are really wanting to go and we take our own ship, you can possibly earn enough funds to take a slight trip with Bill at any time that you're free.
The thing is that say we go to Nazul with this airship. We get there and maybe we have bad relations or we have neutral relations there. No matter what, if we become too much of trouble, then this captain here could just drop us where we stand and hire new guards to bring his ship back. We mean nothing to him. These oceans are full of backstabbers, and I think we should not forget about that. I don't trust any ship other than our own to ferry me anywhere in this.
I'm
Otoro
just
Edith.
saying that the chance to build up a friendly relationship with Captain Skykite, right?
Skykiter.
Skykiter is now, and it'd be doing him a favor because he would also, because we are asking him to bring us there, he would potentially pay us less, but only because we are
What
doing him a
benefit does
favor.
building this bridge do for us?
Well, we
also call
built a
him-
bridge with Captain Ollie, the other guy.
I was also gonna
Well,
say,
that
you can
was
call him
that
Captain
was
Clyde
too.
if you
That
want.
was because we were in debt, and the Pirate King also even said when we brought the bounty to her, it was a further test to see how we would react. So
What
by
if-
helping them, it was the right thing to do. Now
What if-
you're
Show that
just
we are
saying, let's
reputable.
continue this path and never vary from it.
I think we should continue to build good relationships because we are now part of their community.
I mean, I don't think they care about each other as much as you think. You've
Ava-
tried to drop the Pirate King name. You've kept Captain O. They all go, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ava agrees being that no matter what name we drop, it is our own personal reputation that matters. However, the reputation towards others, such as Captain Oldie or the Pirate King, do not affect or sway any other person. And that this is possibly not going to be one of our biggest people, considering that they have one task, it seems, which is transportation.
He also, at the beginning, I will remind you, said that when he heard about the new people, he paid it no mind because he doesn't care about the ships.
He also called us not big competition yet.
So,
Yeah, isn't there a way, like, couldn't we just recommend other people and then he can be like, oh yeah, they recommended me those people, and then we like still build that relationship and then we don't have to go.
my
Do you know
point
of
is,
any
I
people,
don't.
Kush?
I mean, I'm outnumbered. I'm just throwing out what I think.
Playing devil's advocate.
I'm playing devil's advocate because it's also sort of what I think should happen.
I appreciate you doing so. Sadie,
I
but
was told by a viewer to cast Fireball, so
That means I gotta do it.
level.
No, Cole, you have to hold out till they subscribe.
First subscription gets the first fireball from Cole.
Weren't you saying that like you could get people to pay-
Don't mess with that power. You have no idea what they'll ask.
I will like for subs. I will start upping CR levels. I'm just saying.
Oh no, no.
That sounds fun. Can everyone
That's
get the
different.
last like
Come on,
what?
main character.
Like 14
Like,
people
it's gonna-
to follow so that way we can start this happening.
Like if like
It just like
Chris is gonna-
grows mid combat.
Chris is gonna get a subscriber saying for Cole to fireball like all of us when we're in a group at the highest level spell I can, and we're all fucked except for everyone with evasion.
It's just like when chat controls my Red Dead Redemption character, but it's when chat controls my D&D character.
That's so much
Well, there
worse.
goes all my fireballs first round.
better idea now. We make a YouTube video out of this. I let Twitch chat control my D&D game, and then we're all miserable for the
I
night, but
gave
we
chat-
make money.
I gave chat the control of a level 20 arch wizard.
Everything was
Chronomancer.
fireballed.
So
I don't have blight, unfortunately.
I love Blight. That's a good spell.
Power word kill.
So
Actually, I have a box that
moving
casts Blight.
on. Moving,
we,
gotta move past it.
as a group, other than Sayri, we are agreeing on the
And
fact
Bill.
that we should take our
Birdie.
own path. By the way,
Yeah,
did
let's try
Birdie
and-
listen to what I say?
If you want-
Birdie's swayed.
Birdie
If
swayed?
you want,
Yeah,
you can
so-
also bring it up to other people at the back of the ship. Maybe you'll get enough bodyguards to go with you.
It's fine. It's
Let's
not.
split
We'll meet you
party
there.
like that.
I
It's
leave
not
it up
my
to you
big boss,
guys.
It's fine. Will someone
So,
go tell?
I'd say
Captain-
no. Let's Ava and I could go talk to the.
Yeah, Ava's gonna
Captain
walk
Clyde.
back and go, Captain Skykiter. It
Aye.
seems that my compatriots and I will be finding our own route. However, your offer is quite generous. We plan to further explore the Arturo Edith and open up our horizons more.
I understand. I can't be mad at you. Just know the offer's out there. Until I find someone, of course. Well, we've still got 2 weeks. I'm sure I'll find someone. It's a pirate haven, right?
Yeah, the Pirate
Exactly.
Haven. And if we are, as we're walking through town trying to find this information, if we find anyone that seems like a reputable choice for your crew, we will recommend them for you, and you can check them out yourself.
I want to be clear. I'm in a pirate haven. I'm not looking for a reputable person.
I
want
meant
tough.
if they can do their job correctly.
That's more like it. But yeah, sorry I couldn't be for more help, but you gotta understand.
No, it's perfectly fine, sir. And I go to shake his hand.
He shakes your hand. I hope we have a prosperous relationship. Captain Gill's crew, right? What was your name?
The
Chain
chain
Breakers.
The Chainbreakers. Right. That unison, that's nice. That's what you want in a crew.
I give him a little smile.
Don't smile at me like that. It's weird. I don't know you like that, man. You got
Go
this,
back to my normal face.
you got this weird fangy smile. It's kind of creepy. I'm
Alright, guys,
sorry.
go back to your scowl. It looks perfectly fine with your features.
Yeah,
A little bit of
you've
frost
just got
comes out of my nostrils.
you've just got one of those scowling faces, you know.
I understand.
Okay, well, now if you don't mind, I've got scallywags to yell at, and he just like goes shouting off to the side.
Okay, guys. From here, what do we want to do?
Bathhouse.
We have our own bathhouses.
Plural.
Here, but not here.
It's what
Well,
the
one
ocean's
is.
made for,
I
Sayri.
mean, give me a day.
Well,
Um.
Kush, what else was on our to-do list?
Oh, has it been a month in game?
We accomplished everything.
Since you guys started,
Right.
no, it's only been about like 2 weeks, probably 2.5 now.
Wow.
Very
I just had
little,
to track
start of the
very
game,
little
yeah.
time has passed, guys.
I mean,
Yeah, the amount of time in game because I
Tim.
have a specific requirement. in
Tim, that
my
is the
game.
longest a campaign has run for you.
Yes,
And I
I'm
know
just
that for a
saying. I'm just
fact.
saying. In game, 2 weeks.
Like that's almost the longest a campaign has run for me. Well, in a long
No.
time.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying the
Like, I'm just saying.
campaign. I'm saying the time in the game.
No, I know, but even then, 2 weeks. That's like longer
Yeah.
than time has passed in a game for me too in a while.
Probably since the first, no, not the first, but like the campaign with Kevin and Brad and them.
That one was a good amount of time, but I don't think even 2 weeks, even though we had a time skip. But anyway, we had like a week time skip, I should say. Like I gave them a week to do something to get to know a town. But
So
anyway,
like mine, where I like skipped like 40
No,
years, so that way
no.
a new race could show up.
We were accomplishing things the whole week.
yeah.
Got it.
But anyway,
So
you guys leave, I assume, or I mean, you can hang around the tower. You're not gonna get
Yeah.
forced out or anything. But it's just lots of wind. So have your
I mean, yeah.
conversation. I'll just be here.
Ava's gonna walk down the stairs.
What did you think?
Let's have this conversation downstairs. My hat is about to
No
blow
shit.
away.
You guys just
What a
watch.
shame.
That's just Birdie.
Gargax says.
You just watch as Bill just gone.
I catch him.
You just see Birdie just like, no!
I just grab him by the scruff of his shirt. Just like,
You do so. And
Just-
you guys, you pull him down like a kite, and just like in the wind.
no, I'll just let the wind hold him.
But
For a little bit.
Birdie's got a lot more muscle to her, so like
Mhm.
she doesn't go flying
dense.
like as easy as he does.
Yeah,
He's got
I'll
hollow
let him
bones.
float there for a second.
I was gonna
Does he
say
look-
Cole tries to catch him. Can't support that weight. They both go
They're
flying
not-
off, but his boots just let them slowly fall.
Does Bill look like he's enjoying himself, just floating, kind of?
You guys get low enough, and he drifts to the ground.
Okay.
He's,
Out of respect to the individual.
he like straightens his hair. I really don't think skyship's for me.
It's a good thing we didn't accept his offer, then, I suppose.
You just like take him with. He's just always got a rope tied around.
He's got a rope tied to him, and the other end of it is just like Gargax, because he's like heavy as fuck.
Just like you're mid conversation with him, and you just hear, "God damn it!"
The rope goes taut, and Gargax doesn't even flinch. Just like...
So walk downstairs.
Yeah, you guys eventually get to the bottom. There you can see like a man just like counting like vigorously, just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Oh, hey, hello, hello.
What are you counting?
Did the captain? I'm sorry. What did you need with him again?
Done with the captain.
Right. Wonderful. Well, thank you for coming to the Sky Docks. I hope you all. He just like tucks something away behind his back. I hope you all come again shortly.
Hopefully our needs will be met a little bit more prompt then.
Of course they will. Yes, you know they will.
Yep.
Bang.
Make sure you don't lose that now. As I walk outside, like not even paying the mind, just walks outside.
He like turns his chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are you guys doing? You guys are back on town. Out on town. It is now like 3 reaching into 4 o'clock.
You guys want to go? Okay.
You're kind of surprisingly productive there, so.
Well,
Should we go find
talked
somebody about a leg?
I know someone else talked
Oh.
about going to the shopping place for some reason.
I just figured people might want to shop, but it seems like you got your watch thing.
Potentially.
Is there like a pet store?
Oh my gosh, yes!
Sorry, I did not mean to make Eggy do that.
Let's get
I was just actually curious for myself.
To the shopping district.
There are a number of places you can shop. You know this by now. You guys have been here a number of times.
Yeah.
There's the Merchant's Galley, which is pretty straightforward, known as the centralized hub of shops as well as a sort of bazaar there. There's also Belrathane's Bazaar, which is in the jungle. There are shops there as well. You know there was a trapper. You know there was also shops lining the outside as well as like stalls where they probably sold. You saw some cages there too. There is Artisan's Alley, but that is based on its name. You probably think would be more like trade goods. That requires like an artisan, fine craftsmanship. Probably not there. And then there is also the Central Block, which has some shops as well. That's where the bakery is. You could find like fine regal clothes. There's multiple bakeries you could assume around this place, hopefully. But
Yes.
oh my god. Okay, Schmeagle.
God.
Calm down.
Sayri's eldritch being just kind of escaped her there for a
What are you
second.
guys talking about? I'm right here.
Oh my God.
no. I'm just gonna share the GIF of what it is. But go on.
What's wrong?
Ava would like to go to one of the jewelers. If there is one on the Artisan's Alley. I'm assuming a pirate city would have jewelers.
It does, and they are frequent, and there are many.
What?
You
God.
could probably find many at many different. You could probably find one at many different places. It depends. Ooh, my stream did it. Is it still going elsewhere? You could probably find multiple. It just depends on which place you want to look for them. So,
Whichever one would have like the nicer, more. I hate saying the word reputable, but reputable.
the nicest
shops.
you'd probably assume is Artisan Alley.
Then I would want to go there.
Okay, you can do so.
You guys ever been to a brothel?
So Artisan Alley is just near the Merchants District, so I assume if you guys were headed together, you'd probably gather there might be some sort of pet shop in that area that you could check out. So how are you gonna try to discern a pet shop around there? Are you just gonna go there and look? Are you gonna ask someone?
I would ask someone for if there is a place that sells companions, beast companions.
Not just for the night.
Jesus.
Hurry,
My
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Everyone else
The
gets to make
fuck?
the jokes but me?
Beast
What?
companion. Avery's kinky.
Everyone else gets to make the prostitute jokes but me, huh? Is that
No,
what this
because you are the joke.
No, Sayri's not a joke. She's a witch.
Oh, funny.
By the way, my camera will be staying off, so if you wanted to rearrange.
Oh yeah, I probably need to do that, don't I? Thanks for reminding me.
Why you do that?
Because tired Kush gets tired and doesn't want to think about his face.
You look lovely. What's the problem there?
We
About
don't want to go
feeling
lie to the
lovely.
man.
You
Do
are
you have
lovely
RBF when you're tired? Is that what happens?
every day.
You approach an old woman, wondering if there's like a place where you can find. The old lady, like a hunched over old lady, looks up at you. Yes, I mean, I personally got my own cat at Faral's Furry and Scaled Friends. It's across the bazaar, kitty corner from us right now. And you watch as they like gesture with their cane to like a building that is like at the corner of this bazaar, and as she motions like over like many tents that litter the center of the area, you can like see like a sort of like cage sign. It looks like a bird cage with the words written above.
Then Ava would pull Sayuri along and just being like, okay, we found the pet shop.
Yes. Let's go. Where?
Naldo wants to join.
Okay, come.
Sorry, Naldo had a voice. Okay. Then leads them to the pet shop.
Okay. You are led there. Are you asking someone? I was wondering if you were going to ask the same person about both, but are you going to go there first and then seek elsewhere?
Yeah, I would do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gargex
Adorable
is gonna...
old lady, good for pets. Baby finds someone a little bit more lavishly dressed for jewelry.
Gargex is gonna just stay browsing the other tents. See if
Gargex
anything
is gonna
piques his
break
interest.
into the animal store and let them all out.
Start smiting the workers.
Trap that
Let them free.
Freedom!
Break the chains.
Let Aora ring true.
He's like playing guitar on his
Earth pops up from the ground, grabs the guy, slinks him back down.
Belrathane
Trevor
is
style.
throws the worker into a cage. How the fuck do you like it, bitch?
Wouldn't that break your aoric pact?
You enter this shop, and as soon as you push open the door, you can see it's really nice. The shops in this district, all in general, are very, very regal. It's got like this large outcropping bay window, which like sits into the corner of this like large room, and there in the window you can see like a whole bunch of stacked bird cages with many different colorful birds inside. As you push open the door, like a bell chimes overhead, and you can hear a person who cries out, "Hello! Yes, I'll be right with you. I'm in the back." You can hear see the shout, or you can see the shouts. You can hear the shouts are coming from the back behind the behind the counter, which is like long and curved upward in like this like L-shaped pattern. But as soon as you guys like get deep in there, you can see like all of the many like glass cases as well as like cages which house very like a plethora of different animals from many different sizes to a couple cages which are stacked at the back behind the man's counter. Right next to the door where you see him pop out of in a hurry. He kind of looks around the corner, arms out. Yes, no, I'll be right with you, just 1 second. As like a large tail comes out the doorway and like smacks him back against the wall. And as he like grabs it, you watch as he like pushes it back into the room with like a hefty motion and just like shuts the door. Right.
Everywhere, Ava. There's babies everywhere.
Yes.
Ava ignores.
Welcome to Faral's Furry and Scaled Friends. How can I help you all today?
Really,
I'm Faral, by the way, if that wasn't clear.
Hi. Nice to meet you, Faral.
Thank you.
I'm Ava.
Pleasure.
The loud one is Sayori. The very quiet, stoic one is Naldo.
I thought you were going to say Gargax.
No.
Gargax wasn't there. Yeah.
Just came in to browse at the current moment. What was that in that fought you essentially?
I have just come into a rather large riding lizard. If you're in the market.
Could you be a little more descriptive?
He is a lizard, and they're adept at being ridden.
Eloquent.
They're like these scaled, four, like quadrupedal, beasts with long tongues, kind of like come to like a triangular shaped head. You have not seen a lizard before?
I was just hoping maybe you could give me more information besides a riding lizard.
I have just gotten it. Did you miss the part of the sentence when I said that?
Is it cute?
It is a bit rambunctious, if you didn't just see. I didn't really get a chance to ask it more about itself. I'm sorry. If you would like, I could give you a good price on her.
What other kind of companions do you have?
All sorts. What kind of companions are you looking for? We've got scaled and furred, as well as winged and fanged. Are you into the fanged?
Like a lizard.
We
Chris?
have, yes.
I want to just start wandering the store and like saying in animals' heads, "Hi, are you my friend? Hi, are you my friend?" So one responds.
Okay.
We'll be here for a while as you go through this.
God.
Yeah, no, absolutely no. And continue your conversation. It's just Sarah would just wander off. That's just what she would do.
Okay.
Okay.
What sort of companion would you recommend for a traveler?
depends on where you're traveling, I guess. If I had to just wing it, I guess that's what we're doing now. Well,
Wing it. Get it? Because he's a pet store guy. Wing it.
Locke, be quiet.
Oh my god.
You've killed Trig with the horrible realization of a pun.
Wing
You
it.
live long enough to become the villain.
Wing
Wing it.
Wing it.
I can't ban him. He's not in my chat.
You server muted him.
Oh my god.
It's quite a.
He's been server muted. If that's good enough for you, Rebel Buffoon.
Kush and Cole are just standing out front of the shop smoking. Is Cole just rolls a joint, being like, "Well, it's all in the paper that you use."
You want to use your arcane fancy paper? To roll the die?
No, he has fancy joint paper. He's got all types of paper. All right.
I believe it.
There's a wizard. There's a
ink,
paper for
adhesives,
every holiday.
waxes.
Are you smoking some of the stuff you got from that guy, by the way?
I have
not
not
if
used a
Cole-
lot of what I had left over from when we started.
Oh no, I was just wondering if Kush was. I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
if
I was
he
gonna
Up to
say,
him if he offers.
If Cole was rolling, Kush would not have offered. No
Okay.
offense.
No, it's fine.
I
Kush,
get it.
no, Cole has not rolled a lot for everyone. Everyone just keeps pulling it out and being like,
Okay.
"Let's smoke."
It's not everyone. It's Kush. Kush keeps pulling it out and saying, "Everyone, let's smoke."
if you're looking for something, well, if you're a traveler of, let's say, far frozen wastes, I've been selling this one to many of the members of Oli's crew. Are you familiar with Oli, Captain Oli?
Yes.
I have heard of him.
His crew, the Raiders of the Silver Shores, I believe they're called. They frequent frozen waters more often than most, and I've been selling a couple of these. And he reaches into like a glass case, which he like pops open briefly to reach inside, and pulls out this large lizard, which kind of like sits up his arm with this like flat newt-like head with like big beady eyes, which kind of look about. Its back is like scaled with like red ember-like flakes all up its back, and its eyes kind of glow with this red hue to them. This is a minute fire newt. They don't grow much larger than this, and they can keep you quite warm in cold expanses. Keep one on board your ship, and it crawls around and keep those who begin to freeze up on deck warm, if you will. That's just one I'm a personal favorite of, and he starts to put it back away. If you're looking for something, I don't know, to ride, we do not exactly specialize in those kind of purchases, but when they come through, I do partake, and that being the case, I've come across, well, quite a large hound, if you will.
You've piqued my interest.
Yes, it piques many people's interest, and that's why, if for the right buyer, of course, I'd be willing to part ways with him. Are you the right buyer?
Could I meet this companion?
Well, I am quite hesitant to just show him off to just about anybody. He is quite a prized possession, after all.
not exactly a showroom floor kind of pet. You have to understand.
That is fair, especially if it is a larger beast. That this might not be the best place, especially as many cramped areas there are here.
Exactly.
By any chance, do you have any pets of the magical variety here?
Well, this hound is quite magical, I'll say the least.
Corgi? Instead, he's gonna peek her head from around a corner.
I said, this hound is quite powerful.
How big does it get? Is it gonna get bigger than me?
He's quite big already.
He has already mentioned theory. He is large enough to ride.
Yes.
Where?
Do you have anything more of a companion rather than a steed that is magical?
I have plenty. I mean, take a look around, and he motions to many of the birds which frequent the windows. He has all sorts. The kind of center of this room does have many glass cases which have different types of lizards. There are a few, one wall is mostly glass filled with water, and you can see inside various exotic fish which frequent the area, coral laid across the bottom, as well as a couple of large octopus, as well as crabs which crawl across the bottom. At the back is where you can see a couple of cages which do currently have a number of dogs curled up at the bottom of them, as well as a number of cats in the upper cages. There are also a number of glass cases which line kind of the inside wall there, which house large sectioned off panes of glass with a number of larger lizards kind of built into the wall. You can see they're stretching back a bit, one of which is heavily covered in a thick curtain. Only one of which can be currently seen thoroughly. It kind of glows a green hue in its dark glass as it kind of builds backwards, and you can currently only see cracks of green which line the top of its skin, as well as the glow of green eyes, and a large snake which kind of coils up against the glass next to it, large snake.
What kind of dogs?
Well, we've got a couple of and he'll pull out the cages for you, taking off the top ones, of course. You can see a young Doberman, really thin legs. It's just quite growing out of its puppy phase currently, as well as a large pit bull which is fully grown. It's currently curled up in a ball at the back of its cage on top of a bed, while next to that are two Dalmatians, both puppies, as well as this long-furred, curly-haired dog with white and brown speckled fur, if you will. That one is also fully grown, just like the pit bull. The cats as well. There are
an assortment of strays, which are with many different types of intricate coats, as well as an assortment of kittens as well. Gasp is just getting louder every time, so I'm gonna.
They're just baby animals. It just tickles my heart.
He does have an assortment of animals, each of which is pretty well kept. You can tell he takes good care of his animals here, unlike some others you've seen. Okay.
Big brought his cat out, so
Yeah, no, I know.
distracted although.
I have a cat sitting right here.
Not an imaginary one, a real one.
Sayri, as you're going around,
Oh, kitties.
eventually the only word you get back is a small voice in your head that chimes back, "Friend?"
Well, where? Where is it? Who was it?
Is that a part of your ability? I don't think it tells you where this
If
voice
it
comes
knows
from.
a language. No, it doesn't. If it's I'm gonna talk to them each deliberately.
Oh, that's
like,
true.
just be like,
You would be doing it one individually. That's true.
Yeah.
I
can't do
it. Comes moments later after talking to a large, like rainbow-beaked almost pelican. Jesus, I did that again. Toucan. It's got like a large black base to its nose, and then it stretches out into an array of colors with like blue and black speckled feathers across its body. And just as you walk away from it after whispering in its head, you hear, "Friend?"
I turn back around, I whip my head back around, and in its head I'm like, "Buddy?"
"Friend?"
Yes. What is your name? And I'll go up to the cage and look at it.
You say that out loud or in its head?
In its head.
"What's your name?"
Oh, it's just repeating me. But that's still cool.
"No, I'm not."
Oh, you're not! Oh. Wait.
"What's your name?"
I'm Sayri. What's your name?
He just tilts his head.
Do you have a name? Do you want a name? I can give you a name. You want a name?
"Sure."
Oh, you're so cool. Wait. Hold on. I don't want to get. Hold on. I gotta protect my heart. Excuse me. Name
yes.
of the gentleman that owns the store.
It was Faral.
Faral, yes, Mr. Faral.
Yes,
question.
yes, Sayri. I know we just met, but I remembered your name. I'm just saying.
Thank you. I have such a bad name. How much for this lovely bird?
It is quite exotic of a bird. He is. I believe he could go for a simple 50 gold.
50 gold. Okay, I turn back to the bird and I'm like, "Do you want to go on?" In its head, I'm like, "Do you want to go on adventures?"
He leans in closely, and you just hear in your head,
I lean forward too.
"Are there treats on adventures?"
There's always treats on adventures, and I'll say
"Let's
this
go
out loud.
on adventure!"
Let's go on adventures. Okay, and I'll get 50 gold out of my backpack, and I'll be like, "Here you go. What's its name? Does it have a name? No, does it?" Pharrell.
I'm sorry that she's such rambunctious.
No,
one.
I leave my customers to name them. It's not really wise to get attached to my pets, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm gonna name him. I don't know what to name him. Oh no. figure it out later. And I
Okay.
give him the money.
Right. Wonderful. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Are you all done looking? Are you still
No,
interested?
I'm gonna keep looking.
I am very interested in whatever that thing was.
The riding hound. The mastiff.
Which one?
The first one?
The big hound he mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. He's still going to insist he's insisting to know you're a big time buyer beforehand.
Oh, come
is
on,
kind of
Pharrell.
what
I
he's
already got one of
insinuating.
your guys. Can't you
Yes,
just give us a little? Can you
that's
give us a
kind
little?
of a little,
Please?
guys.
I mean, I want more little.
If you wish a peek, I suppose.
Yay!
But do be careful back there. And he pushes open the counter to the back, and when he approaches his door, he motions for you both to approach. Okay.
Ava, you wanna come?
All of you, I assume.
Yeah, Ava goes just to supervise.
Okay. Okay. Well, he's in the back. Pushes open the door slightly. The problem is not aggressive. Oh,
You cut out.
The problem is.
The problem.
Okay. Yes. I'm saying it.
I'm sorry.
The problem is the lizard is out as well, and just look out, okay? And he motions for you each to lead inward. And as you guys push through, I need a perception check from one of you.
It's not dark in there or anything, is it? 'Cause
It
we
is
both
dark
have
in there.
dark
It
vision.
is currently dark in there.
I believe we both
Oh,
have dark
well-
vision,
Well, that's
just
fine.
low
I still
light.
need a perception check from one of you.
It
It is a large storeroom that goes back.
Noldo, you want to do it?
You were the one
Sure.
who asked, Noldo, so you're leading in.
24.
Okay.
Woohoo! Not a
Noldo.
natural 24.
The first thing you see is one pen, quite large. It kind of creeps back, and it reaches up quite high, about 5 feet or so, maybe 6 feet. Inside, you don't see anything. There's nothing inside as far as you can see. There's kind of a dark shadow at the back where your vision cannot reach. But then your attention draws over to the next pen. Further back in the room, you can see a white coat curled up in a ball in the corner of the pen. It's quite large, you can see, just from where you stand at this exit. And as you take a look at its cage briefly, you can see it's penned up to the ceiling, where the other one is not yet. It is currently under construction, the second pen. And inside, where the white fur ball is currently curled up in the corner, you can see as its head rests currently in front, you can see its wolf-like face currently resting in front of its paws. And as it inhales, you can watch as its body expands briefly, and then it exhales, and you can watch as gusts of white, snowy wind come out of its nose in gusts for a brief moment. He does it again, and you watch the same gusts of wind out of his nose. Then with a sudden rattle, the cage next to you shakes all of a sudden as you watch, dropping from the ceiling, a large green lizard falls onto the cage, bending it slightly and then scurrying over it back into the cage. You watch as suddenly Pharrell pushes through, and you see him in the room. Oh God, no! God damn! In the pen, you watch as he grabs a broom and starts pushing at the lizard to get back in the pen, off the wall. Currently, you can see this lizard is quite large. It stretches back about 8 feet or so, long with tail and all. And it is green, like starch green, the color of like a rich leaf, with like spots of yellow and brown throughout him. Its tongue just kind of like darts out of its mouth briefly before it scurries back into the bottom of the cage.
How big is the wolf creature?
It is currently curled up in a ball. You can't see, but you can only assume it's like large enough to ride. And like based off your judgment of distance right now, it's pretty large. Horse size. What do you want? Like, assume it's larger horse. Like, I'm telling you to use your imagination a bit.
Have you ever watched The Golden Compass?
It's a large
You know that
wolf.
polar bear?
You just can't
Yeah.
get a good view of it curled up in a ball. Is all what I'm trying to say.
Could I try to help coax? Yeah, I'm gonna try to help.
As
coax the lizard
as the
for
lizard
Feral.
just drops, Feral like starts motioning you guys to get back out of the storeroom because it's like antsy. Because he was only going to give you guys a glimpse, so he starts to motion you guys out and closes it up. As you can see, I wasn't joking about the severity of these beasts. Of course, our friend back there is quite pricey, running about 5,000 gold pieces. But I'm willing to do a discounted price for our lizard friend if you're looking for that. Seeing that he's untamed and all right now.
Yeah. Sadly, we are currently on a ship that might not be able to properly house and support that size.
That's what the lizards are actually much better for. Just my sales pitch. Don't let that sway you.
But we
Don't let
have
it sway
Verth,
you.
and Verth is a big boy.
What is Verth? What is a Verth?
A Verth is a big, beefy dragon that's not a person.
Oh yes,
but a dragon
lizards.
dragon.
Yes, lizards are great for ships. That's what I was saying.
Yes, Sari, lizards. We already have one. We don't need another at this current moment in time. Sorry about that for all.
I mean, you can always
But-
do with a second lizard. You don't want the first one.
How
you want.
much of a discount?
Depends on the buyer, how much I like them. Guys have been great customers and all. I could suppose at least $1,000 off. 1,000 gold off. Dollars. What are dollars? I don't know.
What
Gold.
Isn't that type of currency from over the seas?
Doll hairs?
Doll hairs?
Doll
1,000 doll hairs.
Um,
I'm sorry, I don't carry those around with me.
Well, we'll do gold instead.
Can I buy a bunch of accessories while Noldo contemplates whether she wants to get a cat, dog, and or lizard?
Accessories? What do you mean?
For my bird friend. Like lots of treats.
We got
maybe like a little ribbon.
We've got dried meats and treats for him. Yes.
And the birds that I'm like, is that what you like?
I'm not really a ribbon person. We do gift wrapping. I suppose I could use a ribbon from there.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let me get it. And he goes behind the counter. And you, darling, what is it I can get you? We have give me an insight on your personality.
She's very stoic. So you need to have something that can like vibe with her energy. Sometimes she wants to relax, but sometimes she wants to kick ass, you know?
I think I have just the thing. 1 second. You watch as he goes back into the storeroom one moment, and it comes out with a cage with this little sleeping ball of fur with little black speckles on it. As he brings the cage over, he places it on the table. See, this is exactly what I'm thinking. He's kind of curled up right now. Well, he's sleeping, but give him a little tap. I hate to do it. He's so cute. You can see, like, a little ball of fur. It's hard to tell what it is currently because it's, like, curled up in itself. You can see, like, speckled black little dots on its back as its, like, brown fur covers it. You can see it, like, turns little bits of white at the back and as well as underneath it. And as he taps the cage, you can watch his 2 floppy ears pop up. A little button nose, little like poof of white fur underneath, as well as 2 antlers on top of its head.
Yes! It's I want to know what this is. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know if this is exactly your cup of tea, but based on your reaction, bodes well.
It's an El Mirage.
Oh, what?
I saw it in a book once.
I'm actually not familiar with what you're referring to.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm not.
Are you
And-
100?
and-
Oh,
and what-
like it's like a creature, like it's a canon creature from the Forgotten Realms.
Oh,
It's like a unicorn.
No, that one's got a unicorn horn. This has antler horns. This is a
It's
jackal.
cool.
This is
This is the jackalope. It
this
is.
is a jackalope.
Yeah.
This is a
It's the
jackalope.
common, like, American lore animal.
Exactly. Yeah.
Jackalope.
It's a jackalope.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my god, a jackalope. Oh,
Jackalope?
I know that
It
from
is-
Scooby Doo. I swear to
Guys,
God.
I'm hearing there's a jackalope.
It looks at you curiously, and then as as Pharrell puts a little treat in his hand, you watch as it like hops forward curiously, and then hops forward again and nibbles the little treat and puts it in his mouth with his little hands.
No.
Oh, wait, why would a pet store sell a jack-o'-lantern? I don't get it.
No.
Jackalope.
Because this one's alive.
Magical D&D
Hold
world
on.
has magical D&D creatures.
Oh my God.
Now you have to understand, this is quite an exotic beast, and it does run quite pricey for that reason.
I'm not gonna lie, Pharrell. I feel like I'm going to frequent your shop every once in a while. You have such cute little buddies.
They do get them from all around the globe. It is going to cost about 250 gold pieces, however.
It's nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what do you recommend feeding it? I want to know how to take care of this wonderful, adorable creature.
They do love all sorts of vegetables. They are quite easy to feed, actually. It's training them to not eat things is the trick.
Okay.
They are quite rascally at times and can get into things you don't wish them to. But their adorable little faces make them hard to hate. And he goes into like almost pinch the cheeks, but the bars stop him.
Do you have a little sweater that it can wear?
I do not, unfortunately, specialize in little sweaters. I
No, it's okay. We
focus
can
on
go.
animals.
We can go to the madams. We can go to what's her name again? The lady who made our outfits. Shoot.
Who would know?
The lady you befriended,
Yeah, the lady I defended because I spent a lot of money at her shop.
you
I
should
would
know.
Give
I
me a
should know. I have
second.
her name somewhere. Where is it?
You are talking about
You
Cole
get
had next to no
you get
interaction,
psychic
so
damage if
don't
I
know.
find it first. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Again.
Mala's magnificent
Yes,
creation.
Mallow.
Mala's magnificent creation.
My note is pretty expensive tailor shop. Good for information.
Yeah, we'll go to ours and we'll get
I
like.
mean,
Funny.
we'll
You
just
get
out-
you pay for what you get, bud.
Yeah, we have cute ass days.
Gargax doesn't give a shit about what he gets though. He needs to cover his privates and that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
So, does it come with the cage? I hope.
Yes, of course you can have the cage, dear, but I assume you'd like some feed for both the animals. The cages, we do have a better accommodation for the deer if you'd like to purchase it.
Yes.
Was that to the jackalope or your cage?
Naldo? We get our
I-
hands and legs?
I definitely want this jackalope. What is this better
Accommodation, he
place?
said.
Accommodations?
So a better cage.
Yes, we actually have a glass accommodation, if you'd like a sort of terrarium, if you will.
So cute.
Or of course we can we do have pens for sale if you'd prefer a pen.
Do you have like a leash or something?
We have leashes, yes.
Okay, yes.
We can throw in a leash for you. Okay, wonderful. How many days food would you like?
Do remember, girls,
How many
that we
days?
have a cook on our ship.
I
He
know,
loves
but
making
we
new
have to, like,
foods.
acclimate them, Ava.
We have treats. We have dried treats.
I would like
I
to
assume
use
you'd like me to
this
throw in some
dried
dried treats, yes? And he
I
scribbles
want
things
Yes,
down.
of course.
6 months of dried treats.
What'd you say?
I want like 6 months worth of like a bag of dried treats.
Okay,
That's
he'll
what I
give you a
God.
shit ton of dried treats then.
A shit ton of dried treats.
He starts like unloading, like he like uncorks like this jar he has behind his counter and just like dumps it into a bag and then uncorks another one and dumps it into a bag.
That's perfect.
Please remember, Sadri, we can come back. We're
I
only going to
know,
be gone for
but
possibly a
only-
few weeks.
I could be gone next time you come back. I do have to go acquire more. Could acquire more pets, of course.
Like,
there are times I take
A
trips.
month's worth of food.
A month's
I
worth of
underst-
food, yeah, of course. He
yeah,
scribbles that down on a piece of paper.
And I want the fancy house for my lovely bird.
Fancy cage, yes, of course.
Yeah.
God fucking damn this crew.
Ava, your room. You share a room with us. Don't forget.
What could go wrong with a glass cage on a ship?
That was no.
Yeah, glass
She got
seems
the
dangerous.
Yeah, you're not getting the glass terrarium. No, you were getting the
No,
pen.
no.
You're getting a fancy cage for your bird. That doesn't have glass in it. No.
Oh yeah, no, the page still.
That's why he was also saying they do have pens, which are like wire cage pens. Which does require some installation, but if you have a handyman around the house or woman,
You have handy pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go for a pen. And
She can install it herself.
Do you have a little booklet like how to care for our pets properly? Like a little pamphlet?
I suppose I could part with a book. I have books. They'd be from my personal collection. But I don't have. I cannot print pamphlets, unfortunately.
Can I, like,
I'm a small
borrow it?
operation.
Can I like borrow the books for like
Small
a little bit?
operation with large.
You know what?
reserve.
I'll throw in an old book for all this.
You are the best, Pharrell.
Wonderful. This all comes to a total. You already paid the 50 gold for your bird. I assume that up front, or you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I paid it like right away.
obviously, with the leash, I'll be getting a collar.
Leash and collar. Yes. 350 gold pieces for the lot.
350 on her. Okay, what about me?
How much was the?
No,
the
for
thing itself?
all of your supplies.
All of my supplies, 350. That's fine.
350, including
everything.
Sayri's supplies. Yes.
How much are my supplies? I don't want Noble. Noble shouldn't have to pay for my stuff.
I mean, he was just giving you a fixed price because it would be easier.
Let's say.
Is
100 gold on my
is
end,
that
or
including the price of Will's pet too?
Will's pet was 250 gold pieces, so you can subtract
So it's
that
an
from
extra
it all.
whole.
Okay, so I'm just
It's
gonna do.
extra
I'm gonna
whole.
say 50 more
Yes.
on my end. So we just go have these.
Okay, yeah, that's easier. Like otherwise, like he's giving you that bulk deal is the idea, because
Yeah.
you're all buying.
Oh, no, you're good.
All right, so
and
I'll give you 300.
as soon as this is
Sayri.
done, you watch as he rushes in back, and you hear a shout come. Right, can someone help me with this?
Sure.
And you
Let
open
me
the door.
go
and you
grab one of our strength-based people.
you just need help out
Gargax.
with.
You go outside of the shop and Gargax is not there.
Uh,
Oh no.
that's right. Went off gallivanting again.
I don't even go near the store. I stay on the other side of the bazaar looking at tents. I'm browsing.
Tents?
That's right.
You said there
You
was
did say
tents,
tents,
right?
yeah.
Yeah,
Because bizarre.
it's a bazaar.
But yeah, Ava will go and attempt to help.
I'll help. I'll try.
Well, howdy, welcome to Tyrone's Tent Emporium. How can I help you, sir?
What do you sell here, Tyrell?
Well, we sell tents. This is my tent emporium.
What's your fanciest tent?
Well, we got this here
heifer of a tent right here. Look at her. Ain't she a beaut? And he like shows you to like this 10-person tent, which like splits off in like 3 different ways with like 2 tarps thrown over it, which kind of make this like ventilated top.
I'm gonna walk up to the front of the tent and in total dad fashion put a hand on each hip and just go, "That's a pretty good fucking tent right there."
You clearly know your tents, sir. I have to commend you for that.
You're gonna slap the top of the tent and say that's a good tent right there.
just
Lied.
Kush and Cole are smoking, and then Cole just goes, "He's not really thinking about buying a tent, is he?" Just reading the lips of the conversation.
Oh, you just have Gargax's side of it. It's like, "What's your fanciest tent?" That's a pretty nice fucking tent.
Yeah, so it's just like he's not really thinking of buying a fucking tent.
Ava, you walk in on Gargax currently talking to this tent salesman.
Gargax, we have a fancy tent. Please stop wasting money. I have dealt with 2 girls who don't know how to keep their emotions in
none
check.
of my tents are a waste of money, I'll tell you that. Hello, welcome to Tyrone's Tent Emporium.
Do you have any of that gold embroidered?
What?
Please,
I'm sorry, I missed
Please,
that.
Ava,
I heard
you
people
have your
mocking me in
gold.
the background.
please, Ava, you have your
On
gold.
the other side of the
to spend,
emporium.
I have mine.
Oh, you heard it.
Stop.
What is it that you need?
The girls decided to buy a few pets while we were browsing, and then bought a literal shit ton of stuff. And you happen to be the strongest one in our current entourage. Could you please be a dear and help?
Go in there, and I point at the store.
Bet Cole can lift more.
I point at the store. Go over there.
Tell you right now, his current max capacity is about 500 pounds.
Are you high?
Yes.
Is that what
Yes, to go in
Spell,
there.
yeah, with the spell slot.
Level 2 spell slot, bud.
Yeah.
Cole gets really
bad.
bold when he's high. Just really,
I know,
really
I
competitive.
Cole, are you raging about something over there?
You guys are nowhere near me.
No, I'm
We're
just
over at
yelling it down the
Tyrone's
street,
tent.
like just seeing it in the
Said
corner
the
of
guy
my
who
eye, just like
interjected on the
fucking cool.
conversation.
Yeah, he's just talking with Kush.
Kush is like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I didn't say anything. He's like, I can lift
No,
more. It's
Kush-
like, I didn't say you couldn't, man. What the fuck?
So Cole was like mentioned, like talking about Gargax to Kush,
Buying a
and
tent.
Kush is watching this and pretending to be both of them and saying, "Oh hi, I'm Gargax. I want to look at this tent. Hi, this
Spot
is a
on.
really nice tent."
That's exactly what's happening over there. Can you read lips too?
Make a performance check for your impressions. Just kidding. Actually, do it. I want to see how your impression of Gargax is to Cole.
Wait, no, just repeat it.
Especially with high.
Advantage, he's
Wait, wait, wait.
stoned. They've
Yeah,
smoked
yeah.
like at least 2 to 3 joints at this point.
I got a 14. I got a 14 performance for a natural 10 right on the cusp.
It's a pretty good. It's okay. It's hilarious though.
Yeah, I'm stoned. So.
It's more comedic than accurate, most likely.
Yeah, most likely.
No, I'm telling him he's spot on.
Okay, so Ava, and Gargax
Ava-
are in the.
Ava asked Gargax if they can help them. Gargax asked if that's the store. Ava responded with yes.
You want me to go in there with all the caged animals?
They are properly taken care of.
Yes. The caged
So-
animals. Taken care of.
I mean, you're right.
Tyrone, I'd like you to show me your second best tent now, please.
I'm
Well,
Gargax.
I don't-
I don't like caged animals.
He's
Well,
going for
if
a
you'll
second
come
tent.
this way, sir, and he walks you down the way, which you see a very long tent this time, with many different entrances on the side, with a tarp that is lifted off the top
Ooh, a tarp.
by various poles along the side. This
Kush is gonna
for-
nudge Cole and ask, "You want to go mess with him?"
Sure.
We're gonna proceed to walk to the tent emporium.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Ava's gonna
Tyrone
pass by them.
is just proud.
Just like fucking fuck this.
Tyrone is
Look
just
at
in the
that
middle
tent.
of this here is our second best tent. This one is great for welcoming someone to your camp in a regal fashion. You see these sort of poles reminisce that of columns that other regal locations tend to have, and this is quite the fancy tent. Also, if you have a date that you want to really impress, this is the tent. Well, no, probably a home is the way to go, if I'm being honest, but a tent is a close second.
It would appear that actual walls might be a bit more impressive. That is true.
Yeah. Don't go telling people. Don't go telling my customers that, or I'll be out of a job.
Why, of course, Tyrone.
I don't know. Camping for a day is pretty fun.
I am sorry. I am currently seeing a customer right now. How can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking to find your most one-personist tent.
You have those. It depends on how big that person is, if you know what I mean. Anyway, if you'll follow me.
What are you trying to say, Tyrone?
Every tent is a one-person tent if you're lonely
Most
enough.
one person is tent.
God, Chris.
Is Tyrone okay?
Tyrone's not okay. Tyrone owns a tent business.
I think we all need to start that Tyrone was not okay.
I have to go with a tent salesman. He hates his life.
The truth is, though, a tent salesman would actually have like a good job here in this age. But anyway,
circuses, man.
Adventurers, like the work.
Instead of adventurers, which is what we are,
Like
Trig
Cole.
went to fucking circus.
Yeah,
You know how many circuses there would be?
Cole, if it weren't for you, they would all love this 10-person tent I was just mentioning. But there's you, so they have no need for it.
Yeah, we have a tower with a fucking bathhouse.
I mean, Gargax can't be part of it, so it's not like that wouldn't be worth it.
Oh, actually,
but
Gargax should be shopping for a tent, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
Hey guys, give me so much
he
shit for
can't go in
shopping
the
for a
bubble.
fucking tent.
Ava's
He's
gonna
too big.
possibly give you a gold embroidered with red silk tent.
But we
So
found one in the,
I'm
in the
apparently looking
Yeah.
at the most
He,
one-personist tent.
Yeah,
He,
I'm also kind of intrigued.
Yeah, he does actually walk you over to. I mean, it's a very basic tent. It is an A-frame tent that's kind of like propped out by these
be right
like. But you don't want to hear my tent description. I'm insulted.
Don't you guys just love
I can't
shopping
even get through
episodes?
this sentence.
Don't you guys just love shopping episodes? We got Chris to start describing different tents. I'm having a great time right now.
Chris is gonna look at the tent.
description. Be right back.
Yeah, it's
Chris
just
is gonna
it's got
look at
some
the-
flip out parts that make it a nice tent. Okay, fuck you.
Chris is
I
gonna
like
look
the
at the
tent
tent.
description. It's good. It's good.
Okay.
Chris is gonna look at the tent and say, "Do you have any that I might be able to stand up in?"
I
Oh
mean,
god.
we got a nice 10-person tent over there. I was just showing my friend over here that
Ooh,
I mean,
that's way too many people.
okay, but like one person is allowed in there too. You understand, right? Like you don't need to have 10 people at all times.
No, but I want it to be a one-person tent that I could stand in,
Okay,
and I want it to be round.
let me show you this tent. And he takes you to the 10-person tent. This is our 1-person tent that you can stand in. It is round. You'll see the shape that fits a round shape. And it fits. Look at that, 1 person.
Holy mackerel! This is a huge tent. You could fit like a whole bunch of one people in here.
About one teen.
Look, are you pulling my
One
chain? Because
piece.
it's tough. It's tough for a tent salesman in these parts already, and I can't be having people like you coming over here yanking my chain like this.
No, I'm so sorry, but you just reminded me I do need a tent with a chain. So if you could find me a tent with a chain, that would really help because I've been camping in areas with strong winds, you see. I don't want my tent to blow away.
Well, I feel like you're making a joke. But if you follow me over here, and he leads you to like an end of the, which at the top just watches like this like steel like latch part, which has like a chain running from the top of it, which leads to this singular manacle. He's like, you see, if you latch this, and he closes it around some sort of tree and or a post, this tent isn't going anywhere. Now, I can't promise you won't be going anywhere, but the tent is secure.
Now, how many people is this tent for?
What, one person can go in this tent? And he looks at you with like this really angry eye. One person.
Crisp, I would like to make a mental judgment and see how many people I think could fit inside this tent.
Like four, maybe 5 people.
4 people? Okay.
Yeah, like 4 people sleeping.
Kush is gonna look at him and say, you're telling me only one person can fit in that tent, and you're worried that I'm pulling your leg? All right.
Hold on.
1 second, I am worried. Wait, I have a concern. What kind of metal is that chain made out of?
Good.
Is that steel?
Sure. Yes. It is steel.
See, if it's steel, I'm deathly allergic to steel. Do you have maybe something?
You watch as he picks up the chain. Just begins to walk closer to you.
Oh my god!
Kush is gonna jump backwards, pretending to be very concerned about his proximity to this chain.
Well, that's good to know. He just stands with the chain in his hand. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yeah, you seem pretty hostile to me. I think I'm gonna have to go and buy my tent elsewhere. I'm sorry.
Good luck.
We gotta get out of here.
One word from me, and no tent salesman in this town will take you.
Okay.
Could Ava walk back to them?
Cole,
okay. Could Ava walk back as Kush starts to leave?
Just to spite him, Cole's gonna sit on the other side. I'm gonna cast Lehman's tiny hut.
He used to sound so happy.
Are you gonna ritual cast her, or are you actually?
I have to.
Okay.
I have to.
It'd just be so funny if this is like the one time you're not gonna ritual cast. You're just
It would still take a minute.
Oh, that's true.
It's a minute no matter what.
That's true.
Well, it takes 10 minutes.
So Kush and Cole just kind of like slink out with one last word from Cole. You're left in there with the tent man.
They've been buying pets for so long. I bet I get this ritual cast off. So
that was a lot of voices at once. What?
Yeah, it was.
As soon as we walk in, I want to say loud enough for them to hear outside of the tent and be like, "Now this is for one person."
Well, it takes a couple minutes.
The outside?
As they leave, the guy just looks at you, Gargax. Do you know them?
Those guys were fucking weird.
Right?
Like,
I was beginning to think it was just me, but
can't lie. Yeah. It's against your oath.
It's not true at all.
Not true at all.
I still yell it.
Every paladin
doesn't have to be true.
He said I can still yell it.
Well, you guys are gone when this conversation happens.
Yeah.
And you're casting.
Sorry.
He turns back to you though. Now,
Tyrone.
what kind of tent can I get you in today?
Well, I'm looking for a tent that could fit approximately 4 to 5 people.
Okay. His eyes like got really intense for like a very brief moment when you started that sentence.
I know that I don't look like a big guy, but I have a big friend, and I will hold out my arms to be about Verth wide. I'll be like, if the doorway of the tent could be about this big, maybe.
But
I'd also like it if it was able to be folded when, not constructed. It could be somewhat compact to be mostly portable.
Well, I mean, our nicest tent, the one I was showing you earlier, that is the one that we like. You would like that, but okay, fine. You're
It is a
looking for
rather large
something
tent.
else. I mean, it's a large tent, but I mean, I thought you had large friends. That's what you were just saying. Okay, I understand. And he walks you down to a just down his like tent, which is a large tent, to another tent which is erected underneath it. It currently sits at about 5.5, 6 feet tall at its
Okay.
standing height, but it's kind of got this like triangular shape to it. Well, you see, inside there's this neat little contraption which comes from the Dengu dynasty. I love it, you see, and he kind of opens it inside, and what is inside is kind of what you can only really easily describe as an umbrella, which kind of like opens up to spread open the top of this tent wider. You see, you can simply bring this bad boy down, and you watch as he reaches in and just starts to close it, and you watch as the tent itself kind of collapses with it. Then you can simply roll her, and she tucks underneath the backpack quite well. And then he like pops it right back open, and you can watch as the center like of this tent opens up wide. I mean, you just got to bring yourself a taut for the bottom, but the opening opens up nice and wide. And you watch as he like kind of pulls open this long drape where like you can just like pull open one side of the tent. But I think this is what you're looking for. Well, it's
Amazing the
best I think I
speed
got.
of its construction.
Yeah, I
Quite.
mean,
Impressive.
people from the Dengu dynasty have some amazing skills with carpentry. That's what makes this wooden pole, and you watch like he like collapses it down once more and right back up. So amazing. It's all wood. That being said, don't break it.
Amazing.
And if you break it, come back to me.
Will you compensate me for my purchase or possibly repair it?
I'll sell you a new one. At a discounted
I
rate,
see.
of course, for a returning customer.
Of course, of course. Just a DM question. How wide, like how much area does this tent take up when it's fully erect?
So once the top is spread out, that kind of spreads out alone into like this like 3-foot radius on all sides. And then like
Gotcha.
once it's tarped out, it spreads out even further because you like pin it on all sides, and then it spreads out even further as it descends.
Yeah.
So it's pretty large.
All right. Also, is this man selling me an easy up right now?
I don't know what an
Kinda
easy up
seems
is.
like an easy up.
What is an easy up, and why don't I know about
It's
it
like-
if it is like an easy up
It's
tent?
like one of those things that you just like.
No, it's literally just a
It's like the Mongolian.
umbrella. It's
Yeah,
an
okay,
umbrella
cool.
inside of.
Yeah.
No, but it's like from a centralized pole is what it is. It's just like
Gotcha,
an easy up
gotcha.
from a centralized pole that spreads out very much like an umbrella.
Okay.
But it's like a wooden slat umbrella.
Perfect. And
And
about how much would this run me for,
Um,
Tyrone?
well, I'll tell you what. Gargax, was it?
Yes.
I like you, and I'll strike you a deal. This bad boy,
I like
I'll
people.
sell her for 100 gold pieces.
100 gold pieces. I will open up my bag and start rummaging around. And I'll pull out a little pouch and I'll start like counting through the inside of the pouch. Ooh. Tyrone, it appears that I only have 79 on me right now.
Deception check,
At the
or is that
moment.
true?
That is a deception check.
Okay,
yes.
go ahead and finish it if you weren't done. I'm sorry.
I'm afraid I only have possession of 79 gold pieces at the moment. Do you think we could work with that?
Roll that deception check.
Natural one. Sorry.
That will be a 18.
Kind of looks you up and down.
I give him my best, slightly worried face.
Well, if this is true, I would hate for someone to be caught out in the cold. Especially
Indeed.
a nice chap like you, I suppose.
Of course.
I can let it slide. Where'd all your money go, friend? And he like starts to pack up the tent as he says this. Spend it on that pretty coat. She sure is priny. She sure is shiny.
Yes, it has proven very useful recently.
Well, I'm just saying, she catches an eye. He finishes
appreciate
wrapping
it.
it up and like closing it together, and you can see it like completely collapses into like this small bundle, which would just fit up right under your backpack.
Perfect.
Wrapping it in a tarp, it kind of gets like just an extra layer of it, and he hands it to you.
Perfect. Alrighty. Thank you very much. And I'll hand him the bag that already has exactly 79 gold pieces in it.
Okay. He takes it.
Because I did already have that kept separately in my inventory.
Nice.
A bag of 79 gold
amount.
pieces.
He tucks it
Yep.
behind his back, and he gives you a handshake as you head out the door. Well, it's a pleasure doing business with you, and as you start to walk away, and don't
Thank you
forget,
very much, Tyrone.
Tyrone's Tent Emporium, the best place around for your tenting needs. Gives
Of
you like a
course.
smile
I give
as
him
you
a
walk
smile
out the door.
and a kind of like one hand salute.
Totally posturing for those walking around the plaza right now, but you just
What
go
an-
with
as
it.
I'm walking away, I'll talk to myself very loudly. What a wonderful tent I just bought from Tyrone's Tent Emporium, just down in the bazaar.
Just hear someone behind
Amazing.
you. You just hear someone behind you. Hey, I just needed a tent.
Real quick, out of character question. Were you trying to say pretty and shiny at the same time when you said priny?
I don't know. I just don't know where it came from. I was trying
Your
to.
brain just stuttered itself.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
not
I
gonna
just-
lie.
But don't draw attention to it.
Funny.
Argax was not set out to buy a tent, but you said Tent Emporium at the beginning, and I was like, you know, Gargax could kind of use a tent. I'm not
Yo,
gonna lie.
I only did
You know
that
that
because
guy with the
bag.
I did that all as a fucking joke because you said you were looking at tents. Like, I thought you meant to say like,
Yeah.
you were looking at the different tent shops, and you just like screwed up the sentence, like saying you were looking at tents.
Pretty
so I'm just
much,
like, yeah, exactly. So I was just like, oh, here's the tent shop you're in, like as a joke, and you guys just kept fucking going with it.
So perfect.
That's true.
That guy
That's what
exists
Chris
now,
is.
Chris.
Yep, I've written him in my notes. Don't worry.
I love that
You
guy.
have to, salesman. I have a new merchant friend that I can befriend.
You guys make him so
I'm writing it down right now.
Oh my god.
What'd
He
you
had
say?
a pep in his step when he first talked, and next thing you know, Kush comes in there and he's like, "You're allergic to steel, huh?"
Hey, I don't care what you guys say. Tyrone is doing his job well. All right. That man,
He's
That
on
man-
the grind.
that sold a tent to a guy that walked into the store wishing to kill time and only time.
That
Hey,
guy's
Ava-
dead inside.
Ava's
That guy
not
is
upset.
nothing
Ava's
behind the
proud.
eyes.
Like Ava's like, you know what? Merchant got game. That's all that matters, man. Like
That man is currently out there trying to make a living, and it shows. Like he is
And then you shortchanged him.
What was it again? It was Tyrone's Magnificent Tent Emporium or something like that? Or just
it was just Tyrone's Tent Emporium.
oh, okay, cool.
You should-
Gonna
you
make
She
should-
doesn't
sure
have
my
the
notes
rep
are accurate.
magnificent yet.
The best tent emporium in town as the only tent emporium in town.
You guys are now
Could be magnificent.
out. You guys are now out upon the square. You can see currently Naldo and Sari are both like holding up this like large, which is like Naldo's holding it up quite well, and Sari's like the third person holding the couch kind of in this scenario, and is just like not pulling her weight as you guys
I have
meet up in the
negative
center.
Gargax will walk up to them with a small bundle of tent under his arm.
Can you help me, please?
Oh, sorry, my hands are full at the moment.
Okay.
I've got this really nice tent.
Oh,
Can't wait to show it to you sometime.
Somebody stops you like, "Hey, where'd you get that tent?" No, I'm just kidding.
Right over
We're
there,
done.
and I'll use my other hand to point out towards Tyrone. See that guy over there?
You just look, it's on flames. It's on flames. It's on fire.
It's the guy over there.
Your brain is like malfunctioning.
I
right now.
am. Jeez.
This
It's
RP
been a long
session
one.
I'm
broke you.
really
But-
glad that I already bought my tent.
Is there anything else you guys are up to today as the
Looks
day
like
ticks away?
Ava's
Oh,
gonna
jewelry store.
ask around for the jewelry store. Like, ask for
Yeah,
a
I
more high-end
wanted to
jewelry.
join Ava.
Well,
Like,
I am.
You wanna go to
gonna
bed?
Have to head out. Yeah, I got work tomorrow. So
Totally understand.
night,
Bye-bye,
Cole.
Wait, you're not
Sorry for
enthusiastic?
Night.
see ya.
Tent
The,
shopping?
So yeah,
God.
Ava's just going to ask, like, a more lavishly dressed person where a nice jeweler is.
I gotta get some leather straps to fit my
Hold
tent
your
to my
tent.
backpack.
My new tent. This is like his prized possession. I've given him a nice coat and this beautiful new sword, and he's like, "This tent."
Tent's pretty cool.
Gave him magical items, and he's like, "This mundane tent, that's my shit."
That is
shit.
my
I'm putting it in my inventory.
That's a
My,
treasure.
my fucking
Nice
ability to improvise new tents makes me think I should go in the tent business. All I'm saying.
Yeah, you did really good. I'll give you that.
Dude, you thought up like 4 different tents.
I didn't know there were that many types of tents out there.
Like you thought,
Tyrone
like the
did,
big
though. That's the
family
important
one,
thing.
the normal
What was
one.
Tyrone? What who was he? I want to know a
I
little
was
bit more about
thinking
Tyrone.
Harry Potter shit.
He
when
was
we were
just a
talking
human.
about
Oh
that.
my God.
Yeah, I just
Oh.
imagined him as like a tanned, kind of like
Yeah.
lithe build,
He's
like
exactly-
lanky but kind of muscular.
He's kind of built. He's built from like a day of constantly on the grind, essentially.
I
Like,
love Tyrone.
Yeah, constantly walking. His legs are like
You know
taut
those like
because of
car
it.
salesmen?
He's one of
Like that.
one of those guys who like has a shop where he's always grabbing people off the street.
Yeah.
His voice like rings through the air. Like he's able to project his voice really well.
Some people know to avoid him.
Have you heard about Tyrone? He's such a weirdo, right?
You don't talk shit about Tyrone. He's a cool guy. He's out here making a name for himself.
Are you saying that to a random passerby that just made that comment?
Yeah.
Don't talk
Fuck
shit
off,
to Tyrone.
Tyrone. Cool dude.
Julie.
Give me a really nice tent.
Julie.
Ah.
Double doors on myself.
You pull aside this aged, not elderly man, but like middle-aged man who's got like tips of gray at the end of his beard. As he's walking by, you kind of just tug on his coat just ever so slightly as he turns around. Yes, how can I help you?
Sorry to interrupt your travel. I was wondering if by any chance you knew of a more higher end jeweler? Your mic cut out.
Of course, you watch as he like lifts up his hand, and you can see a number of rings across his finger, which you did eye when you pulled him over.
Yeah.
It's the exact reason you did. And as he kind of like fiddles with his fingers, he's like, "Well, having the money, of course, always go to Jewelers Row. It's the place for jewelry, of course. Maybe not your cup of tea if you don't already know about it." He turns to his friend and continues to laugh. It's down the way. You should see the sign. And they just kind of walk off.
As their back is turned, can I cast distort value and make a comment about it?
Distort value on what?
On one of his rings.
Isn't that a touch spell?
I think it's... Is it touch?
Yes, it's a touch spell. So
Damn
no.
it. That would be so fun.
But as they are walking away, I'll turn to Ava and I'll just go,
throw a javelin at him.
Yeah, I'll turn around and I'll huck a javelin right into his core.
Was it just
So-
me or is that many rings tacky?
No, you are right, Sari. It seems to be that some people can only flaunt their money and not actually keep it well kept. As I walk towards Jewelers Row. Audible
go.
enough to be heard.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh.
You can see he turns.
We need to roll this. Hell yeah.
As he turns, I just look at him and go, oh.
William. My bread in a can.
We have fun here at Ship Sales and Heroic Tales. If you ever want to join us, it's always fun.
Hopefully we didn't just
you guys-
piss off some like really important dude.
You
Oh yeah, definitely. That's how
begin
this
your
works.
walk. You're pirates. Who the fuck cares? You begin your walk down Artisan Alleys, and it is this kind of like slight curved road, which is very nicely cobbled with sidewalks on it. Which the occasional cart does come barreling down, which you have to move out of the way. But as you reach halfway down, you realize that there is this hanging sign with an archway made of like black iron, with the sign saying Jeweler's Row, which leads into this sort of cul-de-sac with many fabulous shops around the outside, as well as like fine stone like picnic tables almost in the center.
Ava basically does eeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger, that one, and just walks to a nice looking shop.
You can see looking around. Give me a perception check, Ava.
Sure.
I will help them if I can.
Sure. You're all looking around. Sure.
I give you advantage.
19 because of advantage. I rolled a 2 the first time.
Oh my god.
That's what a best friend's for, Ava.
Earring buddies.
Oh, oh, oh. You okay, Sari?
No, I'm dying.
As you guys look around, a number of sites or a number of shops catch your eye. Each of you kind of like peer about, bewildered by these very fancy different shops. One on the far edge, on the left side of this cul-de-sac, you see one, Sari, called Paulo's Topographies.
Ooh.
This sign is written over that of like a curled and furled map. Your vision is drawn, Gargax, toward one called Cruel's Tinkers and Trinkets. On the far side of the plaza. And you, Ava, see one with this very shiny sapphire ring with words written around the shape of the band that hangs from this kind of chain above the door. The sign says Stones of the Deep.
Ava enters into the shop.
You enter
I
Stones
will
of the
go
Deep.
with
I assume.
Ava.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You all, did I lose somebody in... Oh yeah, Cole, of course. I need to change cameras.
Thank you for preset. That was a really fun interaction with the crowd. NPC makes fun of it slightly. We immediately retort as a group.
Can I have your homies back? You feel me?
Okay. You enter the shop and you are met with a very fine interior to match its exterior. The window, sort of bay in style, that sat on one side of the door as you pushed inward, was set with a whole series of different rings with a number of different jewels, ranging the spectrum all across the board. As you enter, you can see a long glass table that stretches all the length of this store, which reaches far back, as you can see, with an individual, a dark elf with long flowing hair, which is curled up into a bun behind her head. She currently wears a corset which is open in the front, and currently cut sleeveless around the shoulders. Her undershirt is like this white poofy sort of egg white shirt, and you can see just like a series of different jewelry hung around her neck, all different shades and colors with different sort of metals linking each. Around her fingers,
sit many different rings, and she holds out her hands and gestures to you all as you enter.
Pretty.
Oh, please, welcome. Come on in. We are open. Don't be shy, please.
I'm
Hello.
assuming it's still like afternoon time.
It is. It's still rolling into the
Okay.
evening. It's beginning to reach about 5 o'clock.
I
The
remove
sun
my
is
hat
beginning to
and-
set.
I remove my hat and say, "Good evening, madam.
Hello.
I am currently here, one, to sell an item or two, and possibly, if you could, help me get some material in order to make my own rings. So that way I could help other people. There's some people on my ship that are wanting some more jewelry, but don't exactly have the coin for extravagant wear.
You are looking for. I'm sorry. Say this again. You want gold
Some
material? This I was not expecting. I usually distribute beautiful wares. I'm not a hard seller of many materials.
It's perfectly fine. I'll look elsewhere for that then. But I do have a couple of stones that would possibly might catch your eye at least.
Of course. This I will take a look at immediately. Please show them forth. And she lays out. You watch as she lays out like this long, like sheet of velvet, which is better for laying fine gems on.
I bring out the was it the brown and orange topaz that has been cut?
Okay. You are going to have to include the values on these, for I give you the values that they're worth.
Yeah, they are worth 150.
Okay. These are after you've cut.
Yeah, after I've
shine
already
them
cut
up.
them. Yep.
By the way, I think I missed it. Did anyone else come in after Ava other than me?
I also went. They were just sticking together.
Yeah.
Just hanging out outside, being high.
Gargax is just standing behind them all with his arms crossed, just like
What is this
watching.
dysfunctional crew?
No,
Uh,
he's just watching.
Okay. Cole is also sitting outside with Kush right now, though. Okay. You guys. I'm sorry. She picks up the gem you put in front of her, and using a sort of inspecting monocle, you watch her as she takes a look at this gem you've put in front of her. After a moment, she places it back down. This was the topaz, correct?
yes, it was the brown and orange one.
This is a beautiful rock. I suppose I could take it off your hands for 100 gold pieces.
My dear madam, I do get the state of sales. However, I did cut this myself, so I do know its value quite well. It's at the minimum 125.
Make a persuasion check.
18, 5 plus 3, 5 plus 13, sorry. So 18.
You have to understand, you come into my shop a little unsure of yourself as a crafter. I believe its worth is better appraised by myself. But you're not wrong, it is well cut. 115.
Sure. 115 is fine.
Deal. Now, should you have more gems for me to look at? that is different story.
I do have a few more. Sorry, I'm making a note of how much they sold for.
Okay.
I would say the next one should be the 250 gold peridot.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The peridot for 250
Gotcha.
is the value.
Um.
And as I'm bringing it out, I would like to say, I did not come into the store unsure of myself as a crafter. It was just a mere me asking if you had some fine material that could make a simple band. I'm quite confident in my crafting ability.
This rock is a little small for a peridot. I'll take it off your hands for 200.
Surely you jest. I mean, sure, it is a small, but it is quite beautiful for a peridot.
Is
And
it is
since it is
not
uncut-
exactly beautiful until it is cut. And its size is what is important, for I can only work with so much. And in its uncut state, I'm going to have to remove much. You see my problem? You know what you're talking about.
Sorry, doing that.
She's prodding back.
Yeah, I was just doing
Yeah.
math real quick.
No, I
My
figured.
brain is like, after work, my brain's fried. Sorry.
Hey, you don't gotta tell me. You've seen my fried brain tonight.
Yeah, we've been there.
From behind Ava, the looming dragonborn will just speak up now and say, "You wouldn't be dishonest in your prices with my dear friend here, now would you?"
She doesn't even look up at you as she says, "You understand we are in a pirate cove, right? This is a pirate haven?
Yes.
I'm used to intimidation tactics. Thank you."
It's maybe small, and you may have to cut quite a bit. However, isn't that kind of the beauty of the stone itself? Some people like uncut gems in order to add them to collections, which you could sell. But behind all of this grime and this unused material is a nice, beautiful green stone.
Make a persuasion
I would
check.
suggest. I actually had to search up what color peridot was because I forgot really badly. I had
It
searched up all
is-
these stones before.
It
It's like
is
a slight
a
green.
light to dark olive green stone.
17 plus 13, so that is a 30. Love persuasion. It's the only thing I'm good at.
You have a quick tongue about you. You don't need this big loaf behind you lumbering. I suppose I can give you.
He's really just my friend. I don't keep him in for the conversations in terms of business. But he is nice company to be around.
Suppose I can give you a fair 240.
That is more than fair.
She grumbles as she starts counting out more coin, which she's flipped open this little coffer, which she's currently sorting out the gold into.
Jesus Christ, what is wrong with me today? I wrote S instead of G, so I almost wrote it as 240 silver, gold.
Big difference there.
really big difference. What stone should I sell? And then I'll bring out 5 azurites, and that will be the last one to sell.
The 5
5
azurite. So
azurite,
you bring out 5,
which are 10 gold apiece.
5 gens out from him, or from inside your bag.
Yes.
Okay, you lay them out there. I guess these in droves. Yes, find them around the luggage. I give you 5 gold piece. Pop.
That's perfectly fine. I mean, they're very common stones. We just had quite a bit.
Yes, I get them. Oh, every time a crew comes into port now and then, but they make many fine jewelries or decorations on tops of coffers like this. And she closes the thing as she finishes counting out the last of the gems. And you can see on the top there are some like little like inset little beads of azurite.
Azurites.
Yeah, the coffer is on the house. You are doing business. As you come back in future, we have future business.
I will definitely come back, especially as for someone who loves jewelry as much as I do.
Now, you said you were shopping for means to make.
I wanted to make a simple band, want to hold a decently sized stone after being cut.
Silver, gold, mithril. What are you looking for?
Let's do silver.
What's the name of the shop again? Something of the Deep?
Stones
Stone
of the Deep.
Stones of the Deep. Thank you.
Silver? I could sell you this. I sell you silver. You keep giving me this business. I think there's no reason I could give you some of my personal wear. She begins to walk toward the back, where you can see a door at the end of her counter there. She swings it open. Wait right here. I will be right back. And she enters. After a few minutes, you hear the sound of walking upstairs as she comes up with a spool of like iron, which it's not really, it's a spool. It's kind of a long thin rod of silver. Actually, you can see the sheen in it now as she pulls it out, and it is kind of slightly bending as it is long and thin. And she brings it out, lugging it out throughout the door to the end of the counter where you guys stand, and she turns to you. I could sell you a couple feet. How much you want?
Let's. Sorry, out of character question. How much fucking length is it to make a ring? I'm so dumb right now.
Not much. It just depends on like reworking in your process. I'll say you use so much, depending on if you got it right the first try, essentially.
Let's say 4 feet.
Feet of silver. Let's see. Let me go on this. You give back 50.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they were gonna say you give back 40 gold.
Sure. That's fine. Yes.
You watch as she slides you the coffer. You hand back 40 gold to her, and she hands over, cutting them into 4 feet lengths herself. You see as she has this large device at the end of her counter there, which she just brings down, and it cuts like a chunk out of the steel, or the silver. She gives you 4 lengths, foot each, and wraps them up in this nice little bag with a bow and all, which is just like 4 little sheets of silver sticking out of like this really nice frilly bag, which she gives you, but it's tied with a bow, so it looks nice.
Sorry, pardon me. I forgot to get your name.
Miriam.
Miriam? I'm Ava.
It's
and
very nice to
hopefully
meet
we
you.
can graciously do business later on.
Always my goal. when meeting new clients?
How do you spell Miriam?
MYRIAM.
M-Y-R-I-A-M.
MYRIAM.
I-A-M. Gotcha. Thank you.
Hand over the 40 gold. I'm gonna use that with my personal stores for that instead of what I just earned. I'm dumb, can't do math. That's the extent of me doing my RP right now.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they need to do?
Yeah,
Awesome.
Savory and I were gonna go to that lady and get a cute little sweater for my jackalope.
Yes, we'll go to Mala's.
As we were walking out of the stones of the deep, I'll just under my breath go, oh.
Oh.
You're aware we're at a pirate haven, don't you?
I like
Naldo hears Gargax and punches him in the throat.
Good luck reaching this.
I thought
bitch.
you said you were going to get a sweater. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah,
it
that's
doesn't mean
on
I'm
the
not
exact
next to him.
opposite. No, it really does, especially if you're going to go get sweaters. Were you sticking with them the
Before
entire
we
time, and
left.
now you're all going to go get sweaters, or were you going to get sweaters separately?
No,
we're all together.
Okay, then
did
in that
Savory
case, you
ever
can punch him in the
say
throat.
that there's a
Exactly.
Pardon, Ava?
I was gonna say, did like anyone else make note of the shops that they saw around the area?
I made note of it.
I
I just
did.
haven't. I just decided now wasn't the time.
Okay.
I know one piqued me, but I can't remember what it is now because I got distracted.
I wrote mine.
Rules, tinkers, and trinkets.
I remember it was the other one.
No.
Mine was
The
well,
first
Paulo.
one.
well, Cruels was the one that
Yeah, the
intrigued
one that
you
I noticed.
specifically. The other one was
Paulo.
Paulo's Topographies. The group walks on, now heading into the central block, which you know where the Harpy's Den is located. Entering what's known as the Vaults Square. I'm sorry, maybe I'm butchering that.
Gargax at least would break off and go to the topography shop
Ava would follow Gargax. Ava
Okay.
doesn't want to deal with the girls right
to
now.
make things complicated and split the party.
Okay, you guys can do that. You guys split off as Ava and Gargax tell you to go on to Mala's. They know where it
And
is. They can catch
Gargax
up with
is
you.
recovering from being punched in the throat.
You didn't roll to attack.
You
I
also
did.
probably can't reach because you're short as shit.
Roll to attack.
Fuck
Yeah,
you.
you are.
You are.
You had the choice not to do that, but
Yeah.
I'm a tall dragonborn. You're a short half elf. What can you say?
I like
I'm
short
5'2".
characters.
How short is
Yeah.
that?
Well,
I
you're
too
the
am
one
very
who
short.
you're the one who said like a 5 foot climb was a serious obstacle. So fuck you.
That's like my whole height, though. That's insane.
Gargax, aren't you like 6 foot, 7 foot tall?
I'm 6.5. For the,
Yeah,
a
I
little
could
bit over
totally
6.5.
reach up and
Maybe
like,
halfway up.
Anyway, you guys walk on
whatever.
to what is known as the Vaults Plaza outside the Gilded Vaults, where Mala's shop is located. Mala's Magnificent Creations, as it's known. You guys enter and see the rolls of fine cloth mixed in with the oaken shelves that they're set on. You enter, and there Mala currently is working on a woman who is currently being fitted for a new outfit.
Am I holding this jackalope, or is it
Yep.
still at the
Nope,
shop?
nope,
Okay,
you're
okay.
holding the jackalope in your hands,
Okay.
in your arms, cage and all.
Okay.
Also,
Gar-
with all
gar-
the shit that you
all
bought.
the shit and stuff, still with you guys.
Okay.
So you and Sayri are basically lugging that around places where you set that off in the side of the shop. You kind of let it down with a pant as both of these women turn toward you, Mala and her client. You watch as she says something to her client and then comes over towards you guys. Yes, ladies, is there something I can help you with?
Yes. We need custom clothes for our new companions.
Right. And where are your companions? She looks around.
Oh, I got a little jackalope. I'm looking for a nice sweater for him.
Right. My clothes are the best clothes in Dragon Tooth's Rock. You're aware of
Exactly.
this fact.
Yes,
That's why
I
I'm
am,
here.
because we ordered a plethora of clothes for our officers last time I was here.
Right. And okay. Excuse me, ladies. And she turns back to her other client. You watch as she talks for a brief moment before issuing you down into a changing room. She comes back to you all. Okay, I guess let me take your little friend's measurements, and you wish for a sweater.
A sweater and like a little t-shirt maybe.
Okay, I have somebody who does knittings.
I just want the bow
I'm
ribbon
more of a
situation
seamstress, of
again.
course. A bow I could get you right now if you need. Of course, this order should be easy. Maybe give me 2 days. Give me 50 gold, and for the lot, bow included, and sweater, and we'll call it even 2 days.
Okay. But make sure that there's like a hole in the back for a leash.
Right. Okay. Right. I'll make sure to add something for that. And
Actually,
any
can you
requests
do like
for
a
your
harness?
I-
Like a harness?
bow? I could fashion the sort of sweater into a harness. Maybe add.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that should be included in the cost. I was overcharging anyway. And for your bow, what can I do you for a request?
I never asked.
I thought. Didn't you
figured
say
out
a
name
bow?
for the-
Didn't you ask for a bow? I
I
swear.
did say a bow, but I did say it. Can I get a bow and a ribbon? Like, yes. Can I get 2 bows, 3 bows? Black one, a maroon one, and a gold ribbon one.
Right, 3 bows. A black. Well, I have the black bow. I use these for dress. Gold and a what other?
Maroon.
Right. Well, I'd have to make the gold one specific. I do have gold ribbon that I could do this. I could do that by the end of the day, but if you come pick it up with your friend here, 10 gold?
No rush.
Wonderful. I'll have these ready by 2 days' time. Pay up front. And you watch as she holds out a hand to each of you.
10 gold from me.
50 for me, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
She tucks them away. And kind of rushing you guys out, you watch as her other client begins to emerge. Helping you lift out your stuff. You watch as she just drops it in your arms as she shuts the door in a hurry and gets back to her other client.
That's fair.
Definitely not the shop to go to for pet clothes.
I know.
Apparently
No.
has
I
a
mean,
certain
if
clientele.
you care about your pet.
Yeah, but you don't go to people for the pet. Even I know that.
You're
Dragon,
the one who
can I have
suggested it.
photography?
I am. I really
Yes.
am. though.
As you enter,
That's what they
this
would
is a
do.
small shop, smaller than the jeweler, which wasn't a large one as well. But as you get a look in, it kind of opens up into another building beyond a door at the end of this place. It opens up slightly to a set of bookshelves which run deeper into the room, just ever so slightly, which currently house a number of books interspersed among mostly empty shelves. It is kind of picked apart. Across tables, you see many different maps. However, mostly familiar to both of you as you enter. They are mostly maps of Aqualis, many of which venture into other areas frequented around. That you can see maps of the continent of Rakesh, maps of Aelith, as well as the Holy Kingdoms specifically. There are some maps of the Kythar Consortium, which you know the Kythar Bay to be a sort of strait in between the continents of Rakesh and Aelith, which hold a sort of peace, as well as some makeshift island maps from what you can only assume to be around the island. These are laid across different sort of navigators tables, which are like these prop-up tables, which can be easier to draw on, each of which have price tags hanging from them. Far at the back, kind of right in front of where the bookshelves sit, you see a man in a desk who stands up, pushing his chair back as you guys enter, and as he leans down the long hallway, he waves, hello, I'm down here if you wish to join me. If you have any questions, everything is labeled. I'm here.
Thank you, kindly. We'll
Yes,
be sure
thank you,
to
good sir.
see you if we need you. And I'll start browsing the maps, looking around at the island maps.
Okay.
Real
How
quick-
how far did the maps go?
Most of the maps you see are of Aqualis. Not many of them seem to venture much further than Dragontooth Rock at all. At all. You can't even see Dragontooth marked on most of the maps. However, there are quite a few centralized maps of Aqualis itself. Many differ here and there, very, very slight to some major differences in the maps, but most of them seem generally the same, as they mark Nauteros, they mark New Xeris, they mark all sorts of, all the locations in the right areas, as well as different kind of shapes to the verdant shore, as well as just many different landmarks among the maps. You start to look through the many different island maps, which are kind of spattered across a wall as you walk deeper into the shop. And you can see them. None really jump out at you. None you can really recognize. For you're not very familiar with the area. However, as Ava walks down with you, they can recognize a number of smaller islands that kind of circulate the southern shores of Aqualis. As you reach the end, you kind of are standing at the front of the desk where the gentleman had greeted you before, and as he stands up at his desk, you kind of see him give you like an awkward smile. Hello, Paolo's the name. It's a pleasure to meet you. Can I help you? Are you browsing for anything specific?
Out of character question, just a DM question. What was the continent that you said the changelings were from? I forget if it was Aelith or not.
Esteraria. I'm sorry, Esteraria.
Thank you.
You're talking last session. I'm like, I don't think I did.
Yeah,
but
I was like,
I did also just.
I just couldn't remember it because of just how my brain was last time. Cool. I would ask for a map of the Esteraria region.
Ooh, that is much harder to come by, you see. I specialize in naval maps myself, and I purchase up anything I can, of course, but Esteraria is specifically hard to map by sea, for it is a massive landmark. It is a huge mass of land that sailing along its coasts could take days upon weeks of mapping. Not much I have, unfortunately. I do have, let's see. I do have a set of maps that run, and you watch as he pulls out a set of maps which run from the Dengu Dynasty, which you know to be the landmass on the opposite side of Aelith from the Holy Kingdoms. This kingdom, this dynasty, runs up the coast, far into the unexplored regions, into the mountains, and then into the cold. And there are a set of maps which kind of span the Icicle Islands, which reach out into the vast ocean, which leads to Esteraria. He pulls this out. This is the only closest map that I have to it. These long reaches of ice bridges, if you will, connect to the land masses via shards of ice that are ever shifting. However, this map is most likely wildly inaccurate. I don't get many travelers who travel this path, and well, let's just say, I have nothing to prove that this is accurate.
No problem, sir. It was just a random thought that crossed my mind.
I understand.
Of potential interest.
What about sort of northeast from our current location? Anything out deeper into the Atoro Edith?
Or of a specific island?
No, not really. As for a specific island, yes, if you're looking for the map of Dragontooth's Rock, I might be your guy.
Not quite.
Oh.
Have you heard of the island of Nazul?
Or
not
City
the
of
island
Nazul.
of Nazul. I keep forgetting what the actual island name is. Forgive me.
Walpur.
Walpur. The island of Walpur.
I have heard of the island of Gwalpur, of course. I have not gotten the honor to map it myself. I'm but a businessman that came to these waters in search of an opportunity, and, well, none has arisen so to sail out that way and map it myself. But I'll have you all know, should you wish to sell any maps with such information, I would pay a hefty fee.
How hefty are we talking?
That's good to know.
Well, in a world like this, information is money.
Valuable.
Yes. And specifically, the uncharted waters, would they be charted, would fetch a pretty price for someone in my line of work. And should somebody provide me with that information to sell, I would, how you say, pay it forward.
If
That's
we
good to know.
could, if we could get a set of map making tools, we could easily chart the island that we come across, because that's the specific island we're looking for. We could at least try to give you some information as much as we could while we're on our trip.
I sell those tools. I'd be happy to sell them to you lot. If you, of course, keep me in mind for later endeavors.
Well, of course. Yes.
We will notify one of our friends who are prolific in map making that you are located around here, so that way they can decide whether or not they need to pick up a new set.
I would appreciate that. And should you go selling this information around freely, it does lose value, so I'd be careful with which you share too much information with. Just a word of advice going forward.
Of course.
Wonderful. Well, what are you looking for in the frame of supplies? Navigator's tools, cartography tools?
Um,
Or are you not
would say
aware
part-
currently?
I would not be aware currently. However, I know that we have navigator's tools on a ship. I don't know exactly about cartography.
Most of this, you understand, is just paper and ink. I sell it in droves. I also sell compasses, should you need quills, calipers, a ruler, any sort of implements like these. That is mostly what I sell, and should you wish to buy a frame for a certain piece you were to complete, or just wish to buy a map of a designated island, I am your man. You name it, and I've got it. When it comes to maps, albeit not maps of the Atoro Edith.
Astoria, except for Astraria, and the Atoro Edith.
You have to understand, Esteraria is the faraway continent from us. We've barely known its existence wholeheartedly for this long, let alone have acquired maps of it.
I'm just jesting, dear sir. That is all. It's dear jest.
Yes. I assure you, if I come into any maps of Esteraria, I'll purchase them upright. It's good to know there's a market for them, after all.
Some people just like the new unknown.
Aye, that is why I got into this business. Now, is there anything else? What can I help you with?
Bogax, anything?
I think that's all for me.
You guys don't need to buy anything from this man?
Not at the moment, no.
I was mostly just trying to see what kind of stuff he had, just so I knew.
That's why I asked about the tools, was that way give more stuff out. But I think that's it.
Well, do come back now. My name is, of course, Paolo. The name is on the doors. Owens is the last one.
Paolo Owens. Okay.
Don't be a stranger now, he says as you head out.
It was Paolo's typographies, right?
Yes.
Topography.
Topography. Not typography.
Topography.
Yeah. There's a difference.
Quite a big difference. How do you spell Paolo? P-A-O-L-O?
P-A-U-L-O.
Oh, my brain not doing well today.
Oh, I did the double
is anybody else doing anything else while we're out?
While we're shopping, or like just in total?
Just in general. What are we...
I'll look at Ava.
What's the next step?
And I'll be like, do you even want to stop at Mullah's?
No, I would want to make one quick trip, but it could be done like in between sessions of just paying off my guild fee, just in case we're not back before the time. But
you could have done that very slyly while you guys were in the Sky Docks if you wanted to.
Yeah, if we can retcon that, that'd be great. Urgently.
Yeah. As anything else you wanted to do for the evening, because this is about where we're going to wrap up for the day. So if there's something you wanted to do, way you wanted to end your day, this is the time to bring it forward.
Yes. Ava would like to go to the inn where Meryl was last time that they met.
Ooh.
Oh, actually, Ava.
Yes.
You might like Finn's Foundry. You were looking for metal and bulk or something to help build jewelry, yes? I believe he does sell like metal and weapons and, you know, armor, but I mean, obviously he has the raw material as well.
Yes, I just figured it would be quicker to ask the jeweler at the moment.
I suppose.
And this is purely of just possibly wanting to make some trinkets for our crew or for myself, more or less.
Just putting it out there.
Okay.
Yeah, Ava would like to go see if Meryl's in the bar, and if he doesn't, just go around and drink until the end of the night.
Okay.
I'll join them.
Anybody else doing anything particular?
I'm gonna head back to the ship and set up my stuff with the jackalope.
Okay. Kush?
Same. Or with a bird.
Okay.
And I've named the bird.
I just
Oh,
go to
I
the
have to
bar with
figure out
them and
what to
drink.
name my jackalope.
Sorry, one more time.
Kush would just go join them at the bar.
Okay. You guys do not, in your time at the Yields, you do not run into Meryl this evening. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. As you all spend your evening in the Yields, you drink away at the Farmer's Respite, and as the night ticks away, eventually you do spot Meryl. He does stop in and grabs a drink from behind the bar. But Ava, as you spot him, you watch as he walks out the back door, giving you guys a glance, your whole table a glance, and then walking out the door with his drink. Make an insight check.
Always the one I'm not good at. What is insight?
Well, any of you can make an insight check if you want.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
just
I
saying
don't
what I
see
have
shit.
proficiency in.
That's what I figured. Yeah, you wouldn't.
Especially if I drank at least one.
But
Probably distracted.
Kush can though.
I got a 13.
Kush can make an insight check.
Yeah, as you see Meryl at the bar, I said you all could because he does kind of give you guys a glance.
Gargax is distracted, rambling about something at the time.
Roasting the guy on the street.
You can tell, Ava. I don't know if Kush was rolling, but time had passed, so you can tell, Ava. He gives you like a glare, trying to send you a message with just a look. And as you try to kind of decode it, it's hard to, but his eyes look troubled. And he just leaves the bar with his drink.
Ava would like to get up and be like, I'll be right back, and then follow Meryl, if possible.
Okay.
Gargax will wave at them and continue rambling on at Kush.
You leave the bar after Meryl, and as you kind of dart out the swinging doors that are the entrance to this bar, they kind of double back, and you look down the alleyway, and you can already see Meryl lumbering off into the jungle, far off into the distance already. At an accelerated pace, he is just walking off alone with his drink.
Ava like sprints down to try to catch up.
Okay, and you call out to him, I assume, as you're running up.
Yeah.
He
You're
turns
like, hey, Meryl. Your mic cut.
Yes, Ava.
One just was hanging out at the bar. Is something worrying you?
Yes, it's been quite the week already. It's good to see you all are in town. I was surprised with that on first glance. I don't really want to talk about it tonight. It's been quite the day. I was going to take this and sit by the ocean. If you don't mind, I think I need to be alone.
Sure. I do have some information that might be nice to hear for someone with our current complexions. That I have learned recently on my travel, but it can wait until you are feeling more up to it.
Yes, this of course, interests me. But maybe not tonight. I'm not in the mood, I don't think. Things have been... I don't want to be more vague. If you don't mind, I will see your crew in the next few days. Will you be on the rock for long?
At least for a little while. Our ship should be getting repaired. So
Wonderful.
at least for the next 2 days, but I don't know about then.
I'll make sure to stop by. I mean, your crew's grown on me. I wouldn't dare not say hello. Now,
Oh, wait, real quick before we leave. I did recreate your game using Pierre. The game at the pub.
Oh!
That was really fun.
Yeah, it keeps me entertained. Anyway, I was gonna, and he just points off toward the distance. Have a good night, Ava.
Good night. I pat him on the shoulder. I'm like,
Gives you a nod
I
and heads
know.
off into the jungle. Capital J, as you head back toward the bar, and you enter just as Gargax is reaching the point of his story, and you watch as Kush just dozes off and catches himself just before fully falling asleep. You guys finish your evening drinking here at the bar, and as the ladies back on the ship set up their newfound pets in their new home. We're gonna.
Where do
go...
Bill and Birdie go?
Bill and
Do they
Birdie
drink
are
with
dead.
us, or-
No, they're dead.
Oh.
no.
What?
No, nobody asked.
It was
Nobody
the
asked. They
salesman.
died 2 hours ago in Tyrone's store, strangled by a tent. It was actually a mimic.
Oh my god! Wait, the
was a
place was
mimic?
on fire.
I
Was,
need a
were they
mimic.
there?
We narrowed his dog.
The
pit.
tent was a mimic. Tyrone sold me a mimic this whole time. Oh god.
Little did you know, I just
Tyrone, the
introduced the
mimic
big bad
salesman.
evil guy.
Tyrone is the BBEG.
He's
Tyrone,
Tentomancer.
remember the tents,
The
Tyrone.
Tentomancer.
You're better than this.
Steel tents for Kush.
Oh boy. Okay.
I'm sorry, the Tentomancer broke me on that. That was great.
Strangled by a mimic
Tentomancer.
tent. What a way to go, though. Strangled by a mimic tent. That's.
Dude,
wouldn't
I
be
want
mad.
a mimic tent now. I want a mimic pet so I can make a mimic tent. Be fantastic.
Imagine a mimic tent though. Like somebody's just like
And wait
wandering
until
through
you're
the
already
woods.
asleep.
Yeah, like somebody's like wandering through the woods and you see like an abandoned camp. You're just like, I'm gonna crawl in this tent, see what's in there. Like you just fucking asked for it. Are you kidding me? Like you just crawled into the monster's mouth. Like literally. Like that would be a good monster. Anyway. Off topic end to this
We've
session.
given him an idea.
Now, yeah. Just wait till the next camp you guys come across in the woods. Everybody's just gonna be like, "Do not enter that tent."
Why would I enter that tent when I've got such a fine one here?
Everybody's
Yeah,
gonna just...
Ava has theirs.
You have coal.
Anyway, we're gonna end the
Everyone forgets
session
that
there
also.
off that like entirely off-topic note. I thank you all for joining us. Don't forget to check us out at Ship Sales and Heroic Tales on YouTube, or join us here weekly at crispy_VDL for Ship Sales and Heroic Tales. Don't forget to follow.
Don't forget to turn your notifications on so that you're notified when we start streaming.
And
Liter-
don't
So
forget,
you
Literally-
don't miss when we start streaming.
I
we
think
also have another session on Thursday and Saturday.
Yes.
if you want to
Please.
watch me get cut off by my players, there's plenty of it to come.
Are there any tents out here?
Are there any tents?
Thank you all. Good night.